What else we got in here?
Let me check to see. Where's he at?
We got Zayx. Welcome to the chat. Zayx, if you're there, like to say hello. Hey, AJ's here. Everybody be quiet.
Shh. Stop talking about him.
Yeah. Everybody's like, I wonder what Madrion does. Doesn't matter. He's going to be like, oh, I'm a NASA scientist. Okay. Then you should behave better, shouldn't you? Look at you, all getting riled up. You're some kind of professional. Doesn't that mean that doesn't it make you look bad? I mean, coming in here, being all gung-ho about your ideas, and then all of a sudden you just bolt because when someone challenges you? Wouldn't a professional stay in here and be able to be scrutinized and challenged and still come out a winner? I don't know. Because at this point, when you're just being fussy and angry and you just leave, that's not professionalism. Could be wrong, though. Notice that he said he had to go, but he's still chatting with Adam Unsalted.
Yeah.
He so wants to come back in here, dude. Baby, come back. You can blame it all on me. I was wrong, and I just can't live without you. Dun, dun.
Apparently, he's like a mod in the Hindu channel.
Oh, man. Big wig.
Yeah.
Got us a big wig. What are we going to do about that, Crit? Roll out the red carpet?
Fuck no.
Let's see. We got Uma. Welcome, Uma01. Would you like to say hello? Welcome to the chat. What was Madrion in here saying before I came in? Was it just on about the same thing?
Yeah,
Same
well, basically, explain the flat Earth if the Earth is a globe.
I like that challenge. I think it's kind of impossible, but
yeah, it started off with like, so if the sun sets because the Earth is curved and rotating, how does the sun set on the flat Earth?
yeah, exactly that. It's gonna be kind of hard, man.
Yeah, the people gave him some answers, like the sun moves. Leo, let's talk about it. Then he came back like 20 minutes later. He says, I can't believe it. I'm incensed that you guys are still here and no one has answered my question. That it should have been enough. All it should have taken for all you guys to just, be done with this topic. You can't explain how the sun would set
on the globe.
It's flat. Or, on the flat Earth.
One of those guys. And he's like, hey, you don't even know what I do. Don't care, bro. I saved him, though, because if he would have admitted what he did, oh, man.
Yeah, he'd be able to claim victim status later.
Yeah.
I told a bunch of flat earthers that I worked here, and suddenly now I got some complaints from my boss about booger eating at my desk. And I'm like, therefore what? It could only have been flat earthers. That's the only people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no one else saw you booger eating?
You thought the camera was off. Unlucky you.
Serves you right.
Hey, what's up, man? What is going on with this popping in and out? These drive-by freaking... Oh, you mentioned my name. I'm out. Okay, Jedi's here. Be quiet, guys. It only works when there's silence.
Jedi, who's that guy?
I know, right? Dude, the other day somebody called him Jetty. Man.
What an arsehole he was.
Yeah, he told him.
Morning, gentlemen, or good afternoon, or good evening, or whatever it is.
Howdy, partner.
What's going down? Anything exciting? What's up,
Oh,
AJ?
it was. There was a guy who really wanted to talk about what his profession was. I told him I didn't care, but
Was
he
it
was in here
Spartan
prior.
or something?
No, dude, this guy's he was a hardcore believer.
Wow.
He wanted us to explain how sunsets work if the Earth is a globe. How do they work?
What if the Earth was a globe?
Yeah, because the Earth is a globe. How would they
Oh.
work on a flat Earth?
Oh, okay.
The Earth, the sunrise, sunsets work on a globe. So
No, they don't. You don't
No.
have a geometric horizon.
he didn't care about that. He just wants to know how they
okay.
work on a flat Earth. He just wants to know. Oh, and the answer was given to him. Trust me. He's still typing in the text. Madrion is. He's got too much. He's got too much pride to just come back in here, doesn't he? On his honor, he just won't return. Because he, when you storm out of a chat, you got to make a statement. Yet he's still texting us in the text chat, like, bro, just come back in here. Heck.
Yo, AB, you doing okay, by the way, bro? Sounded under the weather today.
Yeah, I was mentioning I woke up with a scratchy throat.
Oh, shit, no.
It's not that razor throat that they had going on over there in Australia, though.
I mean, take care of yourself, bro.
Appreciate your lats.
Razor throat. Lucky I escaped that one.
Yeah, just barely, dude. Just barely.
It was hunting us down, yeah? It's going to hunt you down and get you.
Yeah. It's like the boogeyman's going to scratch your feet at night when you're under your covers.
I hope he starts with my feet and works his way up from there. That'd be all right.
You would do that. All right, mate. Just get a little on my back that I can't reach. Like, can you? The boogeyman's gonna be like, oh, I can't deal with this guy. No, where are you going, bro? Can't get decent help around here these days. $20 cups. What's up, bro? Best part of waking up. It's 20 cups in your cups. Freaking dude.
God, you didn't.
You got that lightning lean.
You just ruined Folgers even that much more than it already was.
You drink that stuff, bro?
Nah. I think that was like
Not
my
yet.
first coffee when I was like
You're like-
16.
I'm saying though, aren't you like you're more up there with the coffee, huh? You're more selective.
At this point, yeah.
If you're gonna drink coffee, I mean,
You have to like it at least.
yeah. What's going on, Mr. Dave? Good morning, sir.
Hello.
And we're back.
Dude, just in
Good morning.
time, Yoder. All
Just in
there's-
time. What, we got another satellite engineer?
No, Rice Bowl's in there. And maybe you can speak to him while you have your short commute to work. So
Yeah, I got some coffee. I got a short commute. Maybe I can take the long way.
yeah, we'll see if
What's
Rice
that?
Bowl go ahead, Rice Bowl. He just came in, so
Do you believe that Earth is flat?
I know it is. I've measured it. I've observed it that way. It's what I experience. And you do too.
So belief wouldn't be required.
It just makes no sense.
Because do you want to try to complete the thought or not?
I mean, don't you experience a motionless, still, calm, flat Earth?
Did he run off again?
Okay,
Rice
Yeah,
Bowl is still in
let me
here.
disprove you. Let me disprove that Earth is flat.
You're gonna okay. Well,
First.
do you know what that is first? Before you can disprove it, what proof would you be addressing?
I will say about the sea and that ships
About the sea?
hide, under the sea at a big distance.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, but you can see that if you go to the sea. And
Yeah,
look
I used
at,
to live in
far ships.
Hawaii. I used to live in Hawaii across the street from the ocean. I used to watch boats come into and out of Pearl Harbor every day. Big Navy ships.
Okay, and
I've
what
never
do you
seen them
see?
go over a horizon.
What did you see?
I see boats go away and they get too small to see.
You ever
It's
seen
weird.
that? You ever seen that happen before? Something get too small to see it?
I saw it only on videos.
How about like say a fly? You got a fly in your house and it flies away from you. Did it disappear over the curve of the earth, or did it get too small?
Twice?
A fly, yeah, like an insect. You know that where the fly is.
Yeah. No. Flies are too little.
Yeah. So did
Can't
they
see
go
them.
over the curve of the earth, or did they just get too small?
They get too small, yeah. You're right.
Have you ever seen a fly go over the curve of the earth?
No, do you think it's a proof?
Well, how about an airplane? Would an airplane be big enough? Would you see an airplane go over the curve of the earth?
No, because I just don't live on a plane. I just have a forest. I have a lot of buildings. I can't see just horizon.
You mentioned videos earlier, that you've seen videos of boats going over the curvature of the earth. Is that right?
Hmm.
How do you know that they're going over the curvature of the earth?
Because they were hiding, like
French.
they were getting down the curve.
Are you aware that there is a phenomenon, an effect that is often observed on the horizon called an inferior mirage? Some people call it refraction.
Mm. Interesting.
There's also waves, right?
Yep.
And I just want to point out that this gentleman is employing circular reasoning. I know it's the curve because it's the curve.
When we see videos of ships far in the distance, and in those videos, they zoom into those ships, there's a lot happening. There's a lot. You have, first and foremost, you have wavy water. And perspective is a funny thing. If you have waves that are near to you, they can obstruct much larger objects in the distance that are further.
Mm-hmm.
Objects tend to scale such that they are half the size at twice the distance. There could be waves 20 miles away from you that are at your eye height that you
Yeah.
can't normally see.
I guess.
And these
there is
waves
no
would not
argument.
be very present or visible even when zoomed in. Because when you zoom in an image, you lose what's called depth of field. Far things and near things don't have the same kind of angular relationship that you normally see with your own eyes. So a wave that is as high as your eyeball gets flattened against a tiny ship off in the distance because you lose the depth of field with the intense magnification and zoom,
Okay.
and it
Another
appears to be
question.
cut off from the bottom up.
Why is the globe round?
What?
Because people pretend it's round.
Basket.
Yeah, maybe because it represents the Earth.
That's why I said what?
I asked why the globe is round.
Because it represents Earth, apparently to some people. But the Earth isn't round, it's measured flat.
Okay. Have you seen the end of the Earth?
No.
If the Earth is
No,
Well,
I
it should
haven't
have
taken a
ended.
trip to the end of the Earth, dude.
Yeah, if it's I live by Lake Erie, and the end of the Earth is in downtown Cleveland. If I go any farther, I'll fall in the water.
So I haven't been to the end of the Earth. And? I guess we'll never know.
He's gonna leave us hanging like that? Damn. Let us know when you reach the end of the universe.
I told you what's at the end of
like
If
why
this discussion is too difficult, you may want to check out another forum.
Yeah, there might be some other folks who want to jump in. We got some new folks jumping in right now. Lag Lord, welcome. Maybe you can have a challenge with those guys instead of Rice Ball. Oh, Lag just left. Trying to see if anybody else will be stirred up. We got Lemon Counts. I don't know, that guy might want to chime in. Welcome, Lemon Counts.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So I'm not really into this topic, but I'm interested to hear some thoughts. But I still don't get how how the space doesn't exist in the world, in the Earth, if the Earth is flat.
Well, Earth is not a disk in outer space. We can assure you of that.
Yeah.
So, what you see above your head at night, the stars, the moon, the planets, we see the same thing as you do, but we don't have a story. We don't have a Big Bang cosmology.
So, So, then how the Earth is formed then?
Well, how it is flat is it is observed flat and measured flat and practically used as flat.
Okay.
Nobody sees curvature. Nobody measures curvature.
Yeah, because our eyes is limited, I think, on this curvation, on the curve. So that's why
Yeah, we've measured it with lasers.
With lasers.
Yeah, we've measured it with lasers. We've measured it with surveying using infrared optics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We have a home server you can check out.
Yeah, I think I'm in and at the server. So this is an illusion, like an illusion if the Earth is not curved.
Yeah, the ocean is flat.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate the argument. I don't really know how to argue. So my English, my speaking skills is kind of limited. But like if I shout here, if I get my words in my mind, I can better speak.
Okay, well, if you want to listen,
yeah,
we have very technical conversations.
Yeah, honestly, I've been here for like 2 hours. It's been really interesting, to be honest.
Yeah, this is the most interesting topic of my life.
I appreciate Yoda. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, let me ask then, how does the gravity work if the Earth is not round?
Does gravity work if the Earth is a ball?
That's what I was going to ask. How does gravity work at all?
What is gravity?
Yeah.
Gravity
is it a cause or is it an effect?
You know, it's force.
Both. It's both.
It's a cause and an effect, Crit?
Yeah.
What does our friend say?
It just drags you to the center of mass.
It drags you to the center of mass.
Yes. And if Earth is not flat, it shouldn't drag you, to the center.
Maybe gravity is not that then. Gravity is just an idea that's ad hoc added to the Earth being a ball so you can fall back down to it and the ball that you're on can spin around that bright candle sky. Gravity is just an ad hoc argument to make the world go round. Now, I don't know what the cause of up and down is. I can't provide you with a hypothesis that I can repeat through experimentation to point at and give you the cause for this natural phenomena. So I can't answer it, but your question relies on the Earth being a sphere. The Earth isn't a sphere, so your gravitational question is kind of malformed.
Yeah, I've got a good rhetorical question to follow up with. If Earth measures flat, how do you have a center of mass?
I don't understand the question.
We measure Earth flat. So How could there be a center of mass
Well,
for
what do you
gravity?
mean? What do you mean by we measure flat? We measure Earth flat.
We measure Earth flat with
the
lasers.
surface of the Earth to lay horizontally over distance. That's what we mean by measuring the Earth flat. It's like asking, what do you mean by you measuring yourself to be 6 foot tall? You know what I mean when I say I measure myself to be 6 foot tall. So you must understand what we mean when we say the surface of the Earth measures to lay horizontal. You must understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Good. So what's your next question?
Just about center of mass.
Yeah, if the Earth measures flat, what do you mean by center of mass?
Okay. Let's take just a central point in square of
Sorry,
flat Earth,
where's that?
for example.
Where's
The
that?
square of flat Earth.
Okay, if you think that the Earth is flat, where is the center of the Earth?
Don't know. This is what we're trying to lead you down to. You'll understand that flat, in and of itself, isn't a claim to shape like circle or square or three-dimensional object to have a centre of it. We're not making a claim to the shape of something to have a centre of it. We're making a claim to surface description. The surface of the Earth measures to lay flat. I don't know how big the Earth is. I don't know where the centre of the Earth is to say that this centre of the Earth, this is where the mass comes from and everything is attracted to. I don't think gravity works like that. But the Earth measures flat.
Do you think that if your theory doesn't tell you, what others tell, it's not a good theory?
Do you think a measurement of horizontal is a theory? I'll ask again.
This is a
I'll ask
direct
again.
observation.
Do you think a measurement of horizontal is a theory?
No, it's
right
not a
then.
theory.
So your question's malformed. We don't have a theory.
No, you have a
measurement.
Yep. We're describing the measurement.
You have idea that doesn't answer many questions that
it's irrelevant. You're failing to understand your question's irrelevant. The theory, there's no theory here, it's a measurement. Again, we'll go back to my theory that I'm 6 foot tall?
No, you said that horizontal is flat, but before you claimed that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, water is measured and used practically as a horizontal reference datum. 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, therefore 70% of the Earth is flat.
That's right. Mother Nature is the true reference, not a model. Nature is the true reference.
Do you know that you can see curvature from plane?
Please don't lie, dude. I've been on an airplane 37,000 feet and I haven't seen any curvature. Also, we have scientific communicators that will tell us to our faces on TV that you're too close to the surface of the Earth at 35,000 feet to perceive left to right curvature. We can also measure zero curvature from an aircraft taking a dip angle correction. Maybe you didn't know this, or maybe you've got a cognitive bias, so when you was in an airplane, you believed the horizon that's circling around you was the curvature of the Earth, but it isn't. So maybe you were misunderstood, dude. Neil deGrasse Tyson,
you
know who he is, right? You know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is?
Who again?
Neil deGrasse Tyson. Scientific communicator from America will tell us that you can't see the curvature of the Earth from an international commercial jet. Paul Larson will also tell you that you can't see the curvature of the Earth from an international high jet.
Okay, for example, you can see it from commercial.
You can't
but,
measure it though.
You can see it from.
Can you measure it?
No.
No, you can't measure it. So if I was to take observations at your flight, one facing north, one facing east, one facing south, one facing west, and I was to measure the dip of the horizon from eye level, would I measure a difference? No, you don't measure a difference with the dip correction when taking 4 observations around an observer using a sextant, because there's no measurable curvature to the horizon from an aircraft. In actual fact, mathematically speaking, you have to be at the height of the International Space Station or further to perceive any type of curvature to the Earth. Because when you're on a jet, you're, was it 0.5% above the surface of the Earth, only have a small field of view? So no, you can't see it, dude, please.
Yeah, I agree. But you can make, for example, an air balloon, a big air balloon, put a camera on it, and then,
So
launch
you
it.
agree now? So you agree that you can't see it from an aircraft? So now we're on to balloons.
You can see it from low flying aircraft, but from high.
Low what? Sorry, dude. What altitude?
Like how to say it?
Because, like, seriously, dude, I've been on over 27 airplanes, right? I have not seen curvature of the Earth from an aircraft.
You can see it from passenger aircraft, but
I've been in over 20, sir. You're not listening to what I've said. I have not seen personally with my own eyes the curvature of the Earth.
I agree. I said you can see it from passenger.
You cannot.
Cannot, yes.
Yeah, good. So why did you say that you could?
No, I said can't. You just didn't hear.
Okay, fair enough. You need to speak maybe cannot instead of can't. Your abbreviation's a bit rough. So you cannot see curvature of the Earth from an aircraft. Good. So we're on a hot air balloon with a camera on it now. What altitude is the camera, and what do you see?
Altitude?
Yeah, how high?
How high? Oh, for example, 20 kilometers.
Can you show the image?
I need to search for it.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, the geometry. I want you to present the geometry.
I will show you. I will show you all.
Right, because images need to be supported with data. I want you to show us that you know how big the globe is supposed to be. And I want you to demonstrate to the audience that you know where the horizon should be from your altitude above the globe, and perhaps what percentage of the globe's surface should be visible to the horizon in all directions. I want you to present that you know what you're testing.
There are some videos in the side chat of scientific communicator Neil deGrasse Tyson speaking about certain hot air balloons and space jumps, and you should not, mathematically speaking, be able to see the curvature of the Earth. So even if you're going to give me a hot air balloon, dude, it's not going to be higher than the International Space Station, and I'm going to question at length the lens that you use, because obviously lenses curve horizontal lines. So please watch the videos in the side chat. Maybe one of them's got the mathematics in them so you can do it yourself.
If I recall, from the claimed maximum altitude of weather balloons being maybe 120,000 to 130,000 feet, you should be seeing 0.1% of Earth's total surface area. 1/10 of 1%.
And either way, even if you or anybody from NASA turns around to us and gives us an image of the curvature of the Earth, by consequence of that claim, I should be able to measure on the surface of the Earth. That curvature that is given to me in that image. I don't measure any curvature of the Earth. Water is measured as a horizontal reference datum. So there are pictures which I should be able to confirm. I can't. The Earth still measures flat. What do we do?
I think we should tell people about it.
And that's exactly what we're doing.
I guess Rice Bowl finishes Rice Bowl. I don't have any more questions.
I'm still searching for a balloon in the space.
The balloon in space, you're going to have a hard time trying to find a balloon in space. Balloons don't operate in vacuums.
It popped.
What if I send you a video from YouTube with this balloon starting from the Earth to the space?
Okay, does the curvature of the Earth show before the balloon has reached 100 foot? Watch the video first, dude, before you give it to us. Because if you throw things at us that you haven't looked at, you're going to look silly. So if you can see curvature pronounced when the rocket or whatever is taking off the balloon, then you might want to question the lens that is being used. It might be a GoPro lens, a wide field angle lens, for example, which obviously curves horizontal lines. So if you're going to give us any evidence, please have watched it first critically.
Yeah, I sent it.
Kooky cat in the space.
Yeah.
What in the world?
All right, Byron's here. Go ahead, Byron. Go ahead, Byron.
Brian.
Glad you posted that clip, Cord.
Byron.
All right.
One thing I hate doing is listening to people say I've posted the evidence, then I have to watch 20 seconds of fucking stupid adverts, and then what I get is some fucking Russian talking about his cat. Where's the curvature of the Earth, dude? All right, seriously, I wasted my fucking time, and now I'm going to get pissed off. You've either got the evidence or you're trolling. If you've got the evidence, I'll give you the chance to post it. If you're just trolling, I'll fuck you off. Don't waste my time. You said you got images of a balloon of Earth curvature. Got some Russian talking about his cat.
Wait, at first it's not Russian, it's Ukrainian guy. At second,
no one.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
Oh, Ukraine, that's the frontier of Russia.
At second, just how to say it? Keep to the last part of the video and you will see the curvature.
Skip to the last part. So, like, seriously, I'm going to do this. If I get to the last part of the video and there's curvature there, you can remain. If there isn't, and it is anywhere near satisfactory, I'm removing you from the conversation. You understand, right?
No, please don't do it.
All right, dude, why are you here?
I want to prove you that Earth is not flat.
Okay, well, this isn't going to be able to do it because, as I told you, if you give me an image from a hot air balloon that shows curvature of the Earth, by
But
consequence
this
of
video
that claim,
shows-
I should be able to measure it. I don't measure curvature of the Earth, so we've got a problem. You're going to need to show me a measurement of the curvature, dude. That's the only thing that you can do.
It's a wide-angle lens. It curves
Yeah,
horizontally.
for the audience, 15 minutes past the hour, Clipcord posted a screen cap about
Oh, thank
2/3
fuck.
of the way into the video. It's from the balloon at about 200 feet off the ground, and it shows a curving horizon.
Awesome.
Yeah, here, look at this one. I'll put another one.
So this is literally
I
what
guess-
I said right at the beginning. Please watch the
Yeah.
video, because at about 100, 200 feet, if there's curvature there, we're going to have a problem. We're going to question the lens. So, Rice Bowl, was you listening?
Yes, I'm listening to you.
No, were you listening? Because you obviously wasn't, because of the image that you gave. I said, have you watched this?
Is Ukraine a planet?
Rice, have you watched this?
I watched this video a long time ago.
Okay,
yes.
good. So when I
Ukraine.
asked you, is there curvature after about 100, 200 feet? And the answer was yes. You should have thrown this away.
What? 100 feet?
Yeah, look
Planet
at the images
Ukraine?
that have been put in the side chat from your video. My
Yeah, put it in
word.
there.
You must think
Right,
Earth is
well.
really small, dude.
So, your question about the curvature at that little height?
Yeah, is that the lens? Is that the
maybe
lens?
this camera has some curvature.
What, in the lens?
Duh.
No, it's not.
No, this lens doesn't have curvature in it.
Yeah,
Really? What lens is being used? You don't fucking know.
you know, some cameras have.
Is this one of those some cameras, is it? Right,
Nope.
stop lying to yourself. We know that you're lying to us. We're not fucking stupid. That the fact that you're lying to yourself is fucking crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, most people, like such as yourself, are convinced when they see videos like this, but you don't question, why did you see that much curvature when it was barely off the ground? You're not asking yourself that question, are you? Rice Bowl.
Yeah.
But what do you think about that? It's important because you're thinking the Earth looks like it's got a lot of curvature when you go to the end
I
of the
know,
video.
I know some cameras show wrong picture. They
Okay,
make
so is this
curvature.
one of those cameras? Is this one of those?
Yeah, maybe. This looks like.
Okay. So it's not
real curvature.
So it's not evidence then, is it? That the Earth is curving.
Yeah.
Okay. Good stuff.
Thank you for your honesty.
Yeah. That's all we ask.
Okay, next question. Why the Earth is flat if every other planet is not flat?
Okay.
Earth is not a planet in space.
Earth is not a planet in space?
Nope. Flat Earth is not a space pizza. Nope.
You said why are all of the other planets round? Right, a planet is a sphere that rotates on an axis. The Earth isn't a sphere because we don't measure any curvature, and doesn't rotate on an axis because we don't measure any motion to the Earth. So the Earth is measurably not like those things in the sky. Why? I don't know. I don't know why God created the universe in the way that he did, but measurably, the earth is flat underneath the things in the sky.
Yeah, the issue is you couldn't find a similarity to those things in the sky to what you are standing on right now. Name one thing similar, if you can.
Similar to
What you look up in the sky about. Yeah, when you say when you talk about what you think planets are, what do you think is similar to what you're standing on up there?
Oh, okay. At first, we have images the moon. Yeah, people stand there on the moon like they stand the Earth.
What do you mean?
Like, you know that people visited moon?
No. They visited the moon? When did they do that?
Oh, in the last century, I guess.
Okay. How did they go there?
Rocket.
Okay. And what did the rocket do?
What?
What did the rocket do?
They transported them to, to moon.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because I saw some videos about that.
You saw videos that they went to the moon?
Yeah.
Okay, and because you saw the video, now you believe that that actually happened?
Not only because of that, but we have old proofs.
Like what?
Like people who witnessed it.
How did they witness it?
Okay.
Hot air balloons and airplanes, probably.
Like they at first cosmonauts.
Cosmonauts? Did you say cosmonauts?
Yeah, they took
Which
pictures.
cosmonaut? Yeah, hold on. Which cosmonaut?
Who went to the moon? They took pictures, and they went back to Earth, and they showed these pictures, because back then there wasn't some generative AI that could create such pictures.
Oh, you're saying photographic evidence. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and all these pictures were
we got
in newspapers.
Yeah, we got pictures. Yeah, we got pictures, and we got hey, somebody's hot micing. Is it morning prayer or something? All right. So we got videos and we got pictures so far, right? Rice Bowl.
Yes.
Okay, we got pictures and we got videos. What else do you got? Just those two?
Come again?
Hello?
Come again?
Is that it? Only pictures and videos. Is that all you have?
You have interviews. You have people.
What?
You have
interviews?
Yes.
Interviews?
Yes, people.
Okay,
Yes.
so people are being interviewed, namely the astronauts. I'll help you along because you're taking a little bit long for you to get all the info. So interviews, pictures, videos. 3 things, right? Is that it?
Okay, let's simplify it to these 3 evidences.
Okay, you presented 3 things. Now, on each one of these that you presented, I want to know how you validated each one. We'll start with video. How did you validate the video of the moon landing was true? How do you know it's true? By looking at it.
Because okay, it was too realistic to made it back then. Okay.
Too realistic.
Yes.
What is the standard for something being too realistic? What's the standard? How do you know it's not a
It
Hollywood
doesn't
production? How do you know it's not Hollywood production and you know it's real? How do you know the difference?
The physics of particles of dust, you know, like they jumped something alien.
The physics of particles when they jump? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a question. Just be very honest with me. Do you think that there could be a film that could reproduce some type of effect that looks like that? Yes or no?
At that time, I think no. But
wait a minute. Wait a minute. How do you know that?
Because I don't know similar films at that time.
So you don't know? Do you know all of the films? Have you explored all the films at that time? If something could be replicated like that, you're saying it cannot be done. It couldn't be done in that time. Is that what you're saying?
It just seems to me.
It seems to you. So we're finding out that it only seems to you like it couldn't be replicated, but you don't really know if it could or not.
Yeah. Why should I spend so much time to prove it? Like
because a lot of people are being told information, and the information is that they took a video and they landed on the moon. So you have to categorize it as something you know by information that you can test and verify, or you can categorize it as information that you don't know because you cannot test and verify. So you're saying it only seems to you like they couldn't reproduce this footage of the moon landing. It only seems that way. That's subjective. So you can't prove it.
Hey, but how can you believe in researches of flat Earth scientists?
Well, we're not going to go to flat Earth just yet. We're critiquing the three things that were proved to you as the reason why you think that they went to the moon. I'm critiquing those three things. The first one was video, right?
Yeah.
The video, it seems to you like they couldn't reproduce that because of particles or some sort of reason that you gave behind that. But I'm showing you that it only seems that way to you. You're not sure. It could be possible they could reproduce that back in the day. Thank you for that. In the text channel, they're also putting movie magic in there so you can see how it looks like people are flying and other ways that movie production was done back in that day. You understand?
Yeah.
So it's not too far of a stretch of an imagination that they could have used some movie magic to make it seem that way. You just think that because someone said it would be too hard to replicate this, you just believe that. Isn't that true?
Yeah, but why do almost everybody believe that?
Well, don't worry about that. You have. That's the only reason that we're talking to you right now. So you're convinced on a belief system that it seems more likely that it couldn't be faked in your mind, but you're not sure. So you don't really know.
If you think that way, you can't believe anything that you see.
Yeah, I know. But see, that's what I'm getting to right now, Rice Bowl. You could believe anything based on the way you think. It could be possible that they made movie magic and created dust to kind of make it seem like they were on the moon, or they couldn't have because it would be too hard to fake it. So either one of those you could still believe, but you chose to believe that it would be too hard to fake it. So in your mind, it only exists as real because you believe that it's too hard to fake, but you haven't been actually proven. Like someone didn't show you, hey, look, there's movie magic that makes people look like they're flying back in those days, or some other crazy stuff that they did with movie magic. But now that's your kind of issue you have to deal with, right? So okay, so the video that you said that they went to the moon cannot be validated as true because it could be movie magic. You can't really make a distinction whether or not it was real or fake. You don't know that. You just choose to believe that it would be too hard to fake. I'm proving something to you right now. Your method of evaluation. This is your method of evaluation on believing somebody saying that it seems too hard to fake. All right, we checked the video, and so far we gathered that you can't make a determination whether the video is true or not based on how you evaluate it. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, let's I mean, do you agree or do you disagree?
Okay, yeah, I agree, but okay, let's go from.
We got two more to cover, though. We got two more to cover. Second one, pictures.
Okay, let's
you
go
spoke of these.
from the opposite. Why should they fake this?
Well, we're not going to worry about why would they do something. I'm going to ask for the standard of evaluation for the images that were presented to you about the moon landing. So any pictures that you have that you can present to us that the moon landing was real, I'm going to ask you, what is the method of evaluation that you know you made a determination that is a real photo of wherever they are? How do you know? Right, Spo?
You already said, how do I know? Just because
Yes.
it looks so unnatural for Earth.
Okay. But could they have made a studio where they could replicate something that doesn't look like it would be someplace on Earth? Could something be done in those images that could make it look like it's not Earth?
Do you know films of 1969?
I'm just asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. I want you to be honest.
Okay,
is it possible?
Since I don't know any films from this time that show similar pictures, I think they couldn't fake that.
Okay, they couldn't, based on an idea that you say right now the knowledge that you have about the film is only very limited. Isn't that the truth? It's very limited.
Yeah, it's very limited.
Okay, so it could be possible though, right? That the images are portraying something that could be done on the surface of the Earth, maybe in a studio or something, to replicate the images you see. Be honest.
Can be replicated later, not at that time when it was.
No. I'm talking about the specific time where they took those images. Is it possible that they could replicate those scenes within something on the surface of the Earth?
I think no.
You think no. That's suggestive again. You're suggesting that it's possible that you don't know if they could or not. I'm listening to what you say. I'm responding to it too. I think no. You're not sure, are you?
Of course I'm not sure.
Okay. So you're not sure, but it's a possibility that they could have replicated like a studio set, but they took some images and it made it look like they were on a surface that's alien to Earth. Right?
Right.
Okay.
It's just
so now No. We're just getting to the method of evaluation, whether you can make a determination from your own standard, not mine. Okay. So we've already talked about videos. You're not sure on those. You're not sure on pictures. So let's move to the last category, which would be interviews. So, and namely the astronauts, right? We're going to see, maybe that's probably what you were talking about. Isn't that the case? Interviews with the astronauts?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the method of evaluation by which you can determine what they're saying in the interview made it known to you that they did what they did? Please tell us.
Actually, I didn't watch interviews, but I just know that there are these interviews and you can watch them if you want.
Okay, so how do you know if what people are saying and something you've never heard them say before? How do you know it's real or not? You've never even heard them speak about the experience.
Because if, let's imagine that it was false, I think this video would be removed example.
No, I'm not going to. Okay, what I'm doing right now, I'm not going to imagine with you. I want you to tell me, how did you determine that interviews with these people determine whether or not you can know that they landed on the moon? That's all I want to know. How did you make the determination that interviews gave you a determining factor that they landed on the moon?
Okay. This is not 100% proof, but
Thank you.
when people, tell something, it's difficult to, to come up with a lot of stuff. Like they were asked about.
It's difficult to lie. No, we can condense it.
Yes.
Sorry, Rice Bowl. Let's just condense it. It's difficult to lie about something like that, right?
It's difficult to lie. Yeah.
About something like that, about landing on the moon.
Yeah, but and telling a lot of scientific facts.
Okay, so they got a lot of scientific facts, and it's hard to lie. But the big question right now is, how do you know this if you've never heard the interview? How do you know they were saying scientific facts?
I suppose.
How do you what?
I just how to say it? Suppose.
You suppose. You don't really know, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's go ahead and cap this off. I'm going to end it with videos from space you don't know, pictures from space you're not sure of, interviews you've never heard them. So what I gather from what you said was the evidence that they landed on the moon is something that's very foreign to you. You're not sure if they even landed or not, according to what you told me. I'm only going based on what you said. You're not sure even if you never heard the interview. You're not sure about the pictures. And you're definitely not sure about the videos. Because you couldn't know if movie magic was the reason or not. So it seems to be like you have...
What kind of proofs do you need?
Rice Bowl, you have a belief system in the Earth being a globe based on the moon landing. That you said you couldn't produce information of how you made a determination.
You have the same kind of system.
No, sir. No, we don't. No, you're projecting your belief system onto me. I don't have one like you do. Sorry. I apologize for that. I do not have one like you.
No. It's even worse than believe somebody because
no, it's not.
Believe anybody.
No, it's not worse than because I'm on the surface of the Earth and the conditions are met for me to give you an affirmation that the Earth is a horizontal plane. There's a lot of evidence of that. And then it turns not only from evidence, it goes from evidence to proof.
How can you believe these proofs?
It's not a belief, Rice Bowl. So here's the thing: you and me and everybody in this room right now.
Okay.
We look upon the Earth.
Did you measure
Rice Bowl?
yourself?
I'm going to tell you. You, me, and everybody in this room. We look upon the Earth and we see the Earth as a horizontal plane. Now, from an observational standpoint, would you agree with me or disagree?
When I look at space.
No, the Earth. The Earth.
Okay, you can't see curvature of horizon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So you agree with me then? You agree with me then? It is viewed as a flat Earth, as a horizontal plane. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So observation is done. We've at least covered that much. The Earth to everybody in this room right now is observed as a horizontal plane, as a flat Earth. Now, if we want to test this, we're going to have to measure over a distance. Now, we want to do it where there's the least amount of land topography. That means that hills and valleys and anything that land can produce, we want to do it over water. Do you want to know why it's better over water?
What water? I didn't get you.
Yeah, water. Do you know the reason why we do our observations? Most of the time when we talk about the Earth being flat, the reason why we use observations over water?
Because water should be flat.
Correct.
Without any hills.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely correct. But see, that's the nature of water, and the mechanics would follow that the surface tension on the surface of water will always keep the water horizontal and flat.
Yeah,
Always.
but
Unless it's disturbed. Go ahead.
When I said my argument about that ships hide, behind water, you said that it can be just waves. So this doesn't make sense, like because
Yeah, I'll let somebody else chime in to help you with that point. I don't know. My throat's a little scratchy, so I don't know if anybody wants to jump in on the ships disappearing over bottom up.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah, ships don't generally disappear bottom up as they sail out into the ocean. Now, if you have certain conditions that can happen, right? Say you have ocean swells, right, which are waves out in the ocean. Obviously, that will cause a physical obstruction because the ship moves beyond the ocean swells, and the ship gets smaller due to perspective as it moves away, and it's going to look like it's disappearing bottom up. But that's just behind the ocean swells. Now, sometimes we can have miraging effects as well, such as sinking, which is defined as an object normally visible on the horizon apparently sinks behind the horizon. Okay, so that's a definition in the way that sinking would work, which is a type of inferior miraging effect. So most often what happens is a boat will reduce in angular size as it sails away, and then you won't be able to see it anymore because it's below a certain size, right? 0.02 degrees is the angular resolution limit of the human eye. Once something gets below that size, you can't see it anymore. Make sense? You want some examples?
It makes sense. But at the same point, the previous guy just told me that you use water to measure horizon, and you say that you have waves. So is it, a reliable source of measuring?
Well, we don't always have waves. I mean, yeah, like waves are just uniform sort of bumps on the water, right? So it's going to make a smooth surface, a flat surface just bumpy. So it's still not curving over distance, right? You've just got some waves to contend with, that's all. So it's still not going to be curving away from you. So say you've got a lake and it's 10 miles across. Okay, and you're making an observation over the top of the lake and you've got some waves in the lake from the wind. You just need to be higher than the waves, right? And, you can go straight across still and do a test over the surface. But some places there's no waves. Sometimes there's no waves. Southeast Asia, many places there's no waves. Go to Thailand or something like that, or even places in Australia, there's no waves at all. Or you can go to a lake as well.
Okay. Let's keep it true. Another question: if the Earth is flat, why can't I see, skyscraper, for example, from another city, in my city?
Well, yeah, because you probably have a specific visibility rating in your city. So if you look up what's the maximum distance that you can see, you'll probably find out it's about, 10 kilometers in a city. It's not going to be far, less than 10 miles usually. Because the air is not completely transparent. The air is opaque over distance because we have dust and, gas and fog and pollution and all kinds of things in the air. So it's not completely clear. There's going to be a cutoff because of the visibility. Mm-hmm. Like if I look up the visibility where I'm at right now, I'm in the countryside and it's only 15 kilometers, the visibility rating. Even though it looks nice and clear outside, it's not clear over a long distance. Okay, think about this. If you go up on a mountain and you look out over more mountains, each mountain that's further away will become less and less visible because of the opacity of the air.
Yeah. It makes sense.
Yeah. And then also things will get smaller and become hard to resolve due to the angular size of the object. Yeah, I found an example with the boat. So I can put just a quick example in the side chat if you want to have a look at it. Okay, here we have a giant ship. And you'll see that when this person who's standing on the shoreline zooms out, they can't see the ship at all. Okay, but when they zoom back in again, you can see the whole ship. And you'll notice that there's no waves. Okay, if we had waves here, the bottom of the ship would be obstructed, guaranteed. We also don't see any miraging effects. Occasionally you could have a miraging effect that could make the ship look like it's doing something other than sitting right in the correct position, right? Like it could look like it's floating in the air, for example, if you have a certain type of mirage. And then if you have a different type of mirage, right, it can look like it's sinking behind the horizon. So that's something that can happen sometimes as well, if the weather conditions allow it.
If the air pollution is the reason why we cannot see the skyscrapers, then what if we fire a bullet at that target? Will it hit it?
If you what? It's not just pollution. It's just the air in general, right? You've got the gases, you've got moisture in the air, you've got dust, you've got pollution, you can have fog.
For a long distance, it blocks our vision. But what if we fire a bullet?
A bullet?
Yeah.
Yeah, there are types of guns that debunk the globe, right? You should have a look into the rail gun, right? It's a special weapon developed by the military, and it has a line of sight projection distance of 100 miles. Okay, so over 100 miles, if the Earth were a globe, there should be 6,666 foot of curvature over that distance. Okay, but this is a direct line of sight weapon made by the military that can shoot 100 miles. So yeah, that's another good debunk.
Any experiment video available?
Yeah, there is actually. I'll just try to find it quickly. You can look it up as well. Look up the rail gun. But yeah, I actually have a video of it just here. Here we go.
Did our friend leave us?
No, I think he's having a look at the railgun video.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. I knew I'd missed something there because my attention went somewhere else, but I was wondering if he was still around. That's a good conversation. I'm was enjoying every moment of it, guys. And to our new friend there, welcome. I appreciate you having a nice conversation with us.
Yeah, if anyone has any more questions, just let us know.
I don't know what to have for lunch, DJ.
What's on the menu, Jedi?
Fuck it, see, I don't know. There is no menu. I could have anything. I don't know what to have.
Hey, have some Coke.
Say that again?
That's not for lunch.
Yeah, just feeling indecisive. I've got to that point where I'm almost beyond hungry. I'm not hungry anymore. But anyway, I do apologise.
Go get some curry goat. You won't be dissatisfied.
been ages since I've had goat.
Hey guys.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hey, you guys
How are
want to
you?
hear that I just wrote? I'd like your opinion on it, if you don't mind. I know it's kind of off topic, but if you don't mind. Yes, no?
Opinion on what?
I'm a
Yeah, we like to keep it.
composer.
What'd you
A
say?
composer,
We
I
like to
just
keep
wrote it.
You're a composer?
I just wrote a song. I wanted everybody's like honest opinion on what they think.
I mean,
I just mastered it 2 days ago.
that's great. But we like to get people involved with the topic because it's a very provocative one. So that might.
I didn't hear
get us
anybody
off-
talking when I came. I thought it was kind of quiet.
Oh, we're chatting up right now, so I guess we can.
Oh, are you?
Get back on topic. So right now we're
Did I
challenging folks. Well, there was a conversation, but you were at the tail end of it. We're challenging. We're challenging people, even such as yourself, who sounds like a person who might get into a challenge like this. Can anyone produce evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Well,
And
depends on where you're coming from, right?
well, coming from the place where we're asking for evidence, and then we're going to evaluate that by a standard, whether or not you can tell me that it can be validated and tested, and then we can move from evidence to proof. So,
Well, let me see here.
take your time.
If you, so I'm Christian. So where I go for a lot of my evidence is scriptural, biblical, because it's part of our history. You know, people that lived during those times. And based on their knowledge, Isaiah 40:22, for example, says, "It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers."
Okay.
So
what?
Circle implied spherical in those times.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. All right. So let's go to the no. I say no, and you say yes. It doesn't matter. Let's go to where we can go outside and test the physical nature of the Earth that the Creator has made.
The Earth is a fucking cube. It's a Rubik's cube. Okay.
No, just settle down, Junior. All right.
Shut up,
So,
settle down. I'll kill you and your whole family, nigger.
oh, you can't do that. That's a TOS violation.
Hey guys. We
Hold
are
on.
going.
Manav, there's a conversation going. Always
Yes,
wins. You're about to lose, bro. You just violated TOS.
I have Tourette's.
Sorry, that doesn't excuse your behavior. Sorry, Manav,
If
you're
you
gonna
like
have to wait,
reading-
sir. You're gonna have to wait. Sorry. All right, I'm engaging with GamerTag82 who wanted to chat up. Okay, so he was giving some biblical scripture. We want to go outside and test the physical nature of our Earth. Is there some way we can do that, GamerTag? That the Creator has made something so marvelous that we can see for ourselves.
Well, I gave you scripture so we could go back into the theology of scripture and how it was written.
No, we don't need to do that though, because there seems to be a contentious point where people like to say it means something, but then you say it doesn't mean that, and back and forth, and it doesn't move the needle on what we can test out in our physical nature outside. So
You don't
what's
have
going to
to
move the needle?
if that's your goal?
Yeah, we do.
Your goal is moving the goalpost, and that's different.
No,
and that conversation can't be had.
Goalpost has to be like I'm shifting the argument to something different.
So
Now,
you
I'm not.
want to try to
So
control
what I
the
want-
argument or the conversation by screaming
No,
loud
sir.
or talking over somebody or interrupting? Then we can't have a
No.
conversation, sir.
You
not
are
actually
being
respecting the
obtuse.
ethics. You're being disingenuous right
obtuse. You're being obtuse. You know that.
No, you're being
obtuse.
disingenuous. You cut me off.
Oh,
okay. Are you going to stop being a little whiny baby and be able to have a conversation?
So now I'm whining like a baby. So
You
we
are.
can't have an adult conversation. You're just going to call names now. Okay. Well,
Just
then
get rid of him. He's
I think
boring.
I'm out. I'm good.
Just shush.
I'm good.
Bye.
I know. Do you guys
You're
always
dismissed.
run? You always run.
I'm not
every
running.
time.
It's a childish debate when you don't let
You
people
always
talk.
run.
If you're just cutting people off, you're doing it again. You're not proving any point right now, other than you don't have any
right.
etiquette in
All right,
conversation.
can you settle down for a second?
You're
Just calm
interrupting
down.
me. Thank you.
Can you
proved
calm
it.
down?
Thank you.
Can you just calm down? How about that?
You're
Just
the one who
calm
had an
down.
issue.
Just relax. All you got to do is present evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's it.
No, you're
What's
doing
so
it
hard
again.
with that?
You really can't have an adult conversation, can you?
Okay,
All you
here
can do
we
is
go
interrupt people, not let.
Stop with
There's
the
one
meta,
question-
sir.
Sorry, Arthur. There's one question on the table. Can you provide evidence for the globe? That's it.
Same question again, and I began answering it, and I was cut off the first time. All you guys are proving that you're not open to having an adult
I
debate.
just asked you the question. So this is fucking frustrating. Well, I've just asked you the question. All you need to do is answer it.
Why should I continue if you're just going to keep interrupting?
You don't want to continue? Okay. God, see, that's how easy it is. Don't waste your time with bloody idiots. You can unmute me.
It's
what the fuck?
It's weird because you guys always claim victim status, but you never provide evidence for the audience to listen to. That would vindicate your position if you would just come through with the evidence. The reason why you can't do it is because you are unable to. That's the true reason why you're hiding behind this meta content that you're producing right now. Oh, you guys won't allow me to, because when I try to speak, and you just go on and on and on. And the reason why you can't do it, sir, is because you're unable to. That's the real reason that I'm telling the audience, and you can't do it. Otherwise, you know what? If I unmute you, you'd prove me wrong. You'd say, no, here's the evidence. You can't do it. You'll go right back to the meta once you get unmuted. Isn't that true?
But an old book says circle. The Earth must be a globe.
So, allow me to ask a question of UAV that's directed to our friend here who's being given a courtesy timeout. So that way, and that is a big favor you all are doing for him, by the way, giving him a moment to reflect and on proper behavior. I appreciate you doing that. But let me ask a question here. I have a very good friend who, believe it or not, is a Satanist. Now, what would talking about what the Bible says prove to him one way or the other?
It doesn't help us understand the nature of the reality outside. So it's going to be more, well, the Bible means this. No, it actually means that. No, it doesn't mean that in context, in the Hebrew, in the Latin, and we're never going to get to the point where we're going outside to test and verify the nature of our earth. Ever. If the Creator said that that's what it is, then by all means, it would be that way outside. So if he thinks it means globe, then it would definitely be that outside. Wouldn't it?
Yeah, I would think it would be really easy for him because the Creator, unless I'm expected to believe that the Creator hides and lies, that the Creator, if he tells us that the Earth is a globe, then we should very easily then be able to go out. But having said that, regardless, by basing it on a foundational document of a religion, rightly or wrongly, like I say, how does that convince the Satanist one way or the other? How does it convince the atheist one way or the other, or the Muslim or the Hindu?
Yeah.
But I guess he's gone anyway, so I guess it's kind of pointless at this point.
He left the moment you started speaking, bro. Like most of these guys they're not here for that. He wanted to sing a song or sing a poem or something. They're all about nothing to do with the topic.
Yeah, they want to hear a story and chant.
And now he's chiming in the text chat. That's okay. He's just claiming victim status. Most people like him claim victim status because they cannot intellectually handle a conversation like this. So they hide behind that. That's their mask. And all they got to do is come in here and just be intellectually honest. I don't know. It's a very difficult thing for somebody who's proud. I mean, if you don't know something, what's wrong with saying you don't know?
Yeah, and more importantly, if you know something, why are you afraid to stand up to scrutiny on the topic?
Yeah,
So
that
if
was a
he
guy earlier.
knows that the Bible's saying that it's a globe, then he should be able to extrapolate from that, hey, that's right. The Creator has given us clues and things that we can do to prove what he said in his word. So we'll go outside. We'll take this to the next level.
Yeah, that always wins, guys, needs to be removed from this entire server. We need to tell Vivek that he give a threat or, people wanting to end themselves. He made a very bold statement. So he needs to be removed from the server.
Was it definitely that guy? Because if it was, then I'll get
it was
to pull the trigger. All right, cool.
Yep. See, always wins. Good luck trying to find a good server that has English. You can't do that. You can't keep continuing to do that in every room. This will be a lesson that you'll learn that you can't just do what you want. Actions have consequences.
Yep, and he's gone now. Yeah, yesterday I was in for 2 decent conversations with him, so it's surprising that he turned to that's all he had. The first one I had to kind of abbreviate because I was getting ready to get a big orchestra moving, but then later on he was having a nice chat. I don't remember if that was Cyclone. I think it was Cyclone last night. So I'm surprised that he had to resort to typical Glober threats.
It is what it is. Oh, we got new people jumping in. Welcome to the room, guys. You guys have any questions? Would you like to be challenged on if the Earth is a globe or not? You have any questions about flat Earth?
I got questions.
Go ahead with your questions.
So you mean the flat, the Earth is flat, right? But
yes,
what about gravity? Like if you are in outer space, you don't have a gravity. That's why you can float there. So in Earth, there's like gravity that hold everything on the ground. So it's wrapped like a globe. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's an idea that they've given you about what gravity is and how it works on the Earth as a globe. And then you got space, the vacuum of space, and how you get less gravity up there. And they told you a story about how it operates. But do you know what mainstream is saying about gravity? Because obviously, if I would say, what's your understanding about it? It's either holding you to the Earth. It's because what it sounds like you said. Gravity just holds you to the Earth. But if I ask you what it is, could you respond to tell me what it is?
So you asked me what is gravity?
Mm-hmm.
From my knowledge, it was like something like that holds you to the ground, something like science. I don't even know. That's why I asked you.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, the explanation for the gravity on the Earth would be Einsteinian's general relativity, the bending and warping of space-time, the current rhetoric anyway, but it's intertwined with Newtonian gravitation. So it's not just the fact that they talk about Einsteinian gravitational bending and warping of space-time. They kind of mix in Newtonian gravitation, that whole concept, while you're on the surface, and how the laws of Newtonian gravity work on the surface. So they kind of intertwine that with, Einstein's gravitational theory. So they're kind of mixed in. So you have this idea that people are being held down to the earth with this notion of gravity. But if you would examine that the effect, when you get something like a pencil or your phone and you hold it up and you let it go, it drops down, right? And they say, well, the reason it drops down is because of gravity. But gravity is an explanation given to you like, okay, it falls at a specific average rate down to the ground, your phone or your pencil. But the problem is there's a cause and effect relationship. They tell you the effect. You can measure the effect. You can see things falling in the medium of air. But then they move off to tell you the cause for the effect. Like what's causing the effect? And Newtonian's gravity would say that mass is attracting other mass. How big the earth is things are being pulled to the center of the earth. That's why things fall down, to put it simply, right? And then Einsteinian's general relativity is saying that things are being pushed down to the ground because the earth is so big it's creating a gravity well. The gravity well is making everything that's close to the earth get attracted to it, and it's getting pushed into the earth. That's what the gravity well does. The bending and warping of space-time. But of course, on the surface of the earth, they say, well, we can use Newtonian's gravity to explain that. And they say that is a pull down to the center. So this is the cause for the effect of what you see when you drop something. That's what they're saying for the earth being a globe. That's kind of the short of it. Do you understand what I was saying about the cause and effect?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
But I have more questions.
Sure.
What about like other planets? Like you saw them as a globe circle, right?
Yeah, but I'll tell you about what the idea of the other planet. Maybe that you mentioned it, but I do want to mention that the gravity explanation of the cause and effect is a story that they've given you, but you can't test the cause. You can only test the effect. They say something falls down. Everybody agrees with this, right? We all do. We see things falling in the air. We agree with that. What we don't agree with is the explanation for the cause of why things do what they do. I just wanted to make a statement about that because I didn't want you to leave thinking that I'm agreeing with everything that the globe is saying. The narrative of the earth being a globe is telling you that the reason why things fall down, the cause for the effect. Do you understand? Like, I disagree with the cause. Like everybody here that's with the flat earth would disagree with the cause for the effect. Because that story about what's happening cannot be determined. You can't determine that things are being pulled down to the earth or being pushed down to the earth. Star, you still there?
I understood.
Okay. Yeah, your question about planets. Is that the next one?
What about moon?
Yeah, so we can make the observation of the moon, right? Star?
What did you say?
We can make an observation of the moon, right? We all see the same thing. We can all see the moon. Now,
Yeah,
what do you?
that's true. Mhm.
Okay, what do you think? What can you say about the moon by looking at it? What can you tell me about it?
It looks round.
Okay, what else?
And it does not look flat.
All right.
And it don't have gravity.
Yeah, but you don't sound sure about that. All right, you can't tell that by looking at it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the only thing you can say when you look at it is how it looks, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And what if I agree with you? I say it looks like what you said it looks like.
Because you saw it.
Okay. Now, what other information can we know about this moon that we see?
it has texture.
Okay, looks that way.
Mm,
Well, we can't make that. We don't know that for sure. But it looks that way, right?
yeah.
Okay. What else?
It lights up.
Okay, it shows light. Okay,
Yeah, but
I agree.
sometimes it lights up Earth.
Oh, well, yeah. You got moonlight on the surface of the Earth. Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
What else?
What else? Is it true that humans has been there?
No. Well, let's just go based on what you're saying. Planets and the moon. I want to keep you kind of focused on making sure you ask your question. So we're just identifying what we see up there, right? We see the same thing. I didn't disagree with you. Now, is that all we can know by looking at it?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Now, what does the mainstream information give you about the moon? Like what it is?
Most of it because I see the moon like it's circle, like it's not flat at all. So
Well, yeah, but how do you know? How do you know what? Yeah, wait a minute. How do you know what the moon is? Like what it is? How do you know?
What do you mean by that?
Anything. How do you know it's not flat? How do you know it's round? I mean, there seems to be some knowledge that you're telling me that you know something, and I'm asking, how do you know this?
Because I always saw them.
Yeah, but could you get close enough to see if it's actually what you say it is, or are you just guessing?
No, I'm not guessing. Like
you're not guessing.
I saw some pictures my friends took with their phones. Like it can zoom in so close, like you can see the textures, the light.
Yeah, it looks. Yeah, I agree with you. It looks that way. But what I'm asking is, can you make a determination for sure that it's not flat and it is got curves? Can you determine for sure?
If by my eyes, like I can't determine it, but the shape of itself.
Yeah, it looks circular. I mean, we all see that, but what I'm saying though is the features on the moon that you describe. Like all I'm asking is if you're able to determine that it's not a flat surface, if it's the features actually are these indentations. Yeah, I know. So it seems like as far as observation goes, you can't determine whether or not the moon's features are something that, are rigid, and you can say they look like craters and stuff. We can just say that they look that way. There's nothing wrong with that. Right?
Yeah, true.
Okay, but there's a very big difference when you say, I know they are craters and they're rigid and.
Oh, my bad.
Well, I'm just. The reason why I'm saying it like this is because we can say a lot about what we see up there, but there's no way to determine what those things are and how they, what motivates them to do the move in the sky and stuff. We can only observe things.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So when you say, well, what are planets? You're asking us. I would tell you, well, they're exactly what you see. I see the same thing you do. And I can't make a determination what those things are, but I can say what I see. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully that makes sense, because it'll clear up some information, because you asked the question. It's very important, right? You want to know what those things are from our perspective, but we can only say what you see is what we see. We'd probably be saying the same thing. We don't see it. We don't see the world around us differently than you. We just don't attach ourselves to the story about those things up there.
Damn.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and you got questions in the chat box.
Sure. Does anybody have some questions in here?
Yo, what type of questions? What are you guys even talking about, bro?
No, I was. Good morning, guys. I hope everybody's having a great morning. No, I was just questioning because I think somebody said earlier about the moon's light being observed on the Earth, and I was like, well, does the moon even produce light? And I got two
Yes, it
answers.
does.
One said no, and the other said yes. So I've gotten two
It does.
different answers on that.
No, it doesn't.
What it does. The moonlight is clearly seen on the Earth. That's ridiculous. Everybody knows this.
I mean, the night sky must be dark, and the moon can cover a large area of the sky.
No. He's talking about the moonlight.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
the sun just reflects. So moon just reflects the sunlight.
You don't
but
know
it doesn't
that.
produce its own light.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
It's basic science, bro.
No, it isn't. That's pseudoscience. Pseudoscience gives you a form of what you might think is science. It's masquerading as science, but it's not science. It is definitely not science. That much I can guarantee on right now to you.
I mean, do you have sources that the moon produces its own light?
That's not even what I'm saying either. There's no way of
You don't
telling.
have any sources.
It doesn't matter because what you think is science is not science. Let's put it this way. Yeah, it's weird, right? So how can you determine the moonlight is reflecting this from the sunlight? How can you determine this?
I mean, I can give you sources if you want. I mean,
No. I'm asking you as a person. You advocate for the fact that science is telling us what's happening with the moonlight. Now I'm asking you, how do you know this?
I mean, it's obviously. I mean,
No, it's not. It's not obvious. It's not obvious, sir. That's why I'm asking you. It's not obvious.
I mean, sun produces the light in all directions, right? So when the sunlight reaches the moon, most of it hits the surface. I mean, it's like logical. I mean, I don't know what you're asking.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's logical. I want to know how it's proven.
So,
how is it proven?
You want me to give you sources?
No, I want you to give me. Hold on, like forever. Hold on.
Okay, brother.
I want you to tell me how you determine that it's actually the sunlight that we're seeing from the moon. I want you to tell me that. How do we know that?
The sun is in the center, bro. What do you mean?
That's great.
And it reflects the sun.
Okay, your friend wants to help. Shaka, or whatever your name is. Can you answer the question?
Yeah, so it's reflecting the sun because it changes phases, right? So it's like position relative to the sun, and the earth changes, and that's why we have the moon phases.
Yeah, that's called an explanation. That's called an explanation. Okay. The explanation needs to be followed with a verification or a way to falsify this information. How do you test for this information to be true? How was the test done so we know it's the actual sunlight being reflected?
Well, as I said, what do you mean actual sunlight is being reflected? Do you mean it could be reflecting another star?
Yeah, no. The claim is that the sunlight is bouncing off the moon, coming to the earth. How can we test for this to be true? I don't want the explanation. If you're gonna repeat the explanation over again, I'm not asking for that. I'm asking for the actual method to verify is the sunlight striking the moon's surface, bouncing off and coming to earth. How do we know this?
Well, I mean, I can give you sources. I mean, I don't know why you.
No. I don't need sources. I need you to give me a way to determine this. Speak it.
Okay,
Speak with your language.
Okay, can I? Okay, but do you believe it? Do you believe that sun?
No, I don't need to. But listen, science is not. You don't need belief for science. Science is a method. Science shows us the physical world with a cause and effect relationship. Science teaches us a method how we can determine things by doing tests and validating and doing experiments. Now, let's go back to the idea that people think that there's sunlight being reflected off the moon. I want to know what method in science can we use to determine this is true. Take your time.
I don't.
I
So
mean,
you
if you
ask
wanna,
what type of methods we can use it? We can use
Yes.
to
I mean-
determine that it's true or not?
Yes, yes. This is science, what I'm asking of.
Interesting. Never had any questions like that.
I mean,
Yeah, it's very
as
provocative.
I was saying, I didn't really like recreate the thing to know it because I can understand that. I'm not gonna repeat my explanation, but what your argument is that moon has its own light or whatever.
No,
But I
no,
don't know what your opinion is.
no,
But if
no,
it
no,
was
no,
that,
hold on,
then
wait,
it
no,
would-
no, you can't proceed. I didn't say, I didn't say what the moonlight is. I did not say this. You can't tell me that I'm saying this. I'm not.
No,
I'm asking. Like, listen to me very carefully. I'm asking for the method by which science can determine the light from the moon is coming from reflected of the sun. I want something from science, and don't ask me what I think. Don't do this.
Okay. Okay, so we can see that. Okay, so the moon doesn't make its own light. That's what I said. It reflects the sunlight.
We don't care.
We can see this.
Okay,
Okay, let me.
Wait. Well, you can't keep saying that because I'm not saying this. You're making it sound like I'm saying the moon makes its own light. I'm only asking for the verification of the sunlight striking the moon's surface and then bouncing back and going to. How did science determine this?
Okay, so we can see this because the moon changes shape, so it has different phases, right? And brightness.
We see a
depending on the sun's
phase
position.
change. Let me
So
agree
when
with you, okay?
sun's positions change, we see-
Takashi, hold on. Let me agree with you. I will say we do see the moon phase change, right? We do see this. So I'm agreeing with you that much. Now, what else do you present that we can agree with?
I mean, I don't have to give many arguments in order to prove myself. I mean, one argument is enough. I don't know why you need more.
Yeah, science is the way we're gonna. No, but science is the only way.
Sunlight.
Science will give us a determining factor whether or not there's a method to determine that is exactly sunlight being reflected off the moon. We need to know this. It's not a belief.
This is agreed with me that moon has different phases and
it's got different phases. Yes, we can see this. We can see the different moon
but
phases.
How moon can have different phases from what? Why is it happening? Can you explain?
I don't know. That's a question for science. That's the question for science.
But why are you
Don't
not
ask me.
answering it?
Because there was an explanation that science already gave us. We would have it in our hands. We do not. So I'm telling you, I'm challenging your young minds right now. We do not have this answer in our hands. We do not have this. So you are being challenged to think critically for yourself. How is it possible that you believe this story, that there's sunlight striking the moon's surface and coming back to you because the moon phases?
See the phases changing. We can see some brightness, see some less brightness.
No. It's not. You have it in your head that it's the sunlight. I want to know how, by science, determining that's true.
Because I said it. Sun is in the center.
No, you can't say something and not listen. Because listen to this very carefully, gentlemen. You cannot say things and not back it up with science. You have to back it up with science.
Okay, do you want me to send you sources or what? I don't know.
I want you to tell me with your words.
Ask a question, AV?
I told
with
you.
your words.
Are you asking?
Hold on,
Okay,
I'm on
when
a
you are asking to back it up by science and it's trying to give you sources, you don't want it. Do you want to like?
Okay, so he has
simple
sources. No,
experiment to test it or what?
I agree, Sakasha. Listen, I understand he's got some sources. I'm not saying he doesn't. What I want him to do, if he has sources, tell me from his experience of those sources what those sources say. He can use his words. No, don't. So when you speak about the sources. Tell me what you learned from those sources.
I'll just give you one example. The moon has different phases.
Yes, the moon has different phases. We can all see this.
And it has either more brightness or less brightness. and it
Okay,
depends
that's
from
great.
the sun.
Okay, no, that's a part you're not understanding. You said it comes from the sun. That is a claim. That is a claim. You said it comes from the sun. How do we know this
Okay,
from
let's say there is
science?
no sun.
Okay,
Okay, let's say
okay.
there is no
No,
sun.
no,
let's do
no,
How do
no,
we
no,
have
no,
light?
no, no.
Answer
Okay.
this
No,
question.
no, we're not doing this. We're doing the
Okay,
part where
okay.
you're
we don't
going to
have a
show me.
sun. Answer the question.
No,
What's
that's
so do we
no.
have
You
a
can't make it. Listen to this very carefully, Takashi. You can't make it hypothetical. You can't. All you can do
You're making it
is
hypothetical.
no. I'm asking for something very specific. I'm asking for scientific evidence that the light from the moon is coming from the sun. You can tell me that science can tell you this or not. You can tell me this.
Okay, I'm gonna give you sources if you want. I don't know.
No, I want you to tell me from those sources that you have if there's a determining factor that the scientific community knows that the sunlight is reflecting off the moon. Where in those sources does it say that? You need to talk to me about it. Tell me about this.
Look.
Yes.
Do you believe
No.
the
I don't believe.
light?
Okay,
No, I
let
don't
me
believe.
talk, bro. You gotta
Do you
chill.
believe
don't
the
believe.
light?
I don't believe, sir.
Do you believe the light that's hitting Earth is
I don't
the
believe,
sun?
sir. I don't
Okay.
believe.
Well, okay, so we have multiple independent methods. Spectroscopy, phase observation that I was talking
That's great.
about, the shadows,
That's great.
albedo,
Wait. Go one by
colorization.
one. Go one by one. Let the audience know that you know what you're talking about. Go one by one.
No, I don't know what I'm
First
talking about. I'm just reading you.
Oh, well then you can't. Okay, dude.
But I
it's
know
important.
about phase observation.
No, wait a
I
minute.
told you.
Oh, wait, hold on a second, dude.
I don't
Just
have
wait.
to.
Just wait, Takashi. Do not get ahead of yourself. What I need you to realize is that if you're going to tell me about some information, you have to understand what you're reading. If you don't do this,
Okay, I talk about phase observation. I told you. I mean, is it
Okay.
not enough for you?
phase observation, the phases of the moon changing. Is this what you want to speak of?
Yeah. The phase observation. I told you about it.
Phase observation. Okay. How can we? I'm going to make it short. How can we determine that using phase observation that the sunlight's reflecting off the moon? Go ahead.
Okay, so the moon goes through a monthly cycle of shapes, right? As seen from Earth. Like we see from Earth that moon goes through a monthly cycle of shapes. Like it always changes. Like it's always changes. New shapes. So new moon, a moon is dark and almost invisible. Okay, that's one of the phases. And we have first quarter, half of the moon is illuminated. Like we see half of the moon. You understand, okay? And we have full moon, entire face toward Earth. So basically, we see the full moon, okay? We have also Vax Gibus. Most of the moon is lit. So basically, we see 90% of the moon. So what it explains is that we see different shapes of it. So the moon does not produce its own light. It reflects sunlight.
Didn't say that. No one's saying that. Sorry, no one's saying that. No one's saying that. Nobody said this.
What do you mean? Moon
Nobody's
is between
saying that
sun and Earth. We see its dark side.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing that I want you to understand. You've talked about moon phases, but nowhere in what you just said, you gave somebody in this room right here a way to determine that there's sunlight bouncing off the surface of the moon.
Okay. Let's say moon generates its own light. Okay.
No, dude. No. Not gonna do that either. What we're doing
Why?
right
So
now.
you don't believe that moon generates its own light?
No. I've said this. This is my 4th or 5th time saying this. I am not saying what the moonlight is. I am not giving a claim to this.
I mean,
you need to understand.
Moon generates its own
light. Okay, sir. I do not believe. I'm not in the realm of believing what the earth and the moon and the sun. I don't believe.
Okay.
I know things and I don't know things. So I'm not believing with the moon. So I want you to realize you have a belief about the sunlight striking the moon surface coming to the earth. That's your belief.
Okay.
I would like that. Excuse me. I'd like to ask the gentleman to let you finish speaking when you're speaking. He keeps interjecting, and it's annoying for the people listening, including myself.
All right. So understand that it's very clear what I'm asking for. I'm not saying that I'm telling you what the moonlight is. What I'm asking for is some scientific validation that we know that the sunlight is striking the moon's surface, bouncing off the moon, coming to the earth. Scientifically validated. I need this information in my hands.
Okay, can I try to talk to you?
Yes,
Like,
if
can
you're not
everyone
going to
stop?
project a couple things. If you're not going to project that I believe that the moon is creating its own light, and if you don't say this, and you can determine with science that we know that the sunlight's striking the moon, coming to the earth.
Okay, let me ask
Go
you a
ahead.
couple of questions first.
Why?
Okay.
Why?
Like,
wait. Why? No, I don't understand. The only thing I'm asking for the audience, and not just you, I'm sorry, Sakesh, but I'm asking for anybody to give me the scientific validation that the sunlight is striking the moon's surface. And if you don't have it, don't ask me any questions. I want to know who has this information.
No, I want to ask you some questions so that I can like see if we have the same ideas, if we at least believe in same ideas.
No, sorry. I'll stop you right there. Once again, this is my 5th time telling you, I do not believe when it comes to science. Either I know or I don't know. So I don't have to talk to you. I don't have to talk to you about my belief in what you think the light of the moon. I don't want to talk about this. I want to talk about scientific validation.
It's not about the science at all. Like, what do you think the light that's hitting you in the day is coming from?
Dude, when I talk about something, I need you to be specific. I don't want to talk about other things. Be specific on the topic that we're speaking of. So we're speaking of moonlight. Sir,
Okay,
you seem
do you
to
think the
you're
sunlight
forgetting
is coming
something.
from sun?
No, you're forgetting something. We're talking about moonlight. 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 Talk about this. How do we know the moonlight is coming from the sun?
Well, if you don't believe sunlight and moonlight is related, I don't even want to argue with that. Like, I don't think I can
Because
change
you
your
can't
mind
prove
or
it. No,
explain
because
to
you can't prove it. You cannot prove that it's coming from the sun. Isn't this true?
Okay, but do you think sunlight is coming from sun?
I don't care about
Do you
the
think
sun right
that-
now. I don't care about
I'm
the sun
trying
right
to
now.
explain to you. Like,
No,
how
you don't
ignorant
have
can
to.
you be?
You don't have to. You can only tell me that you know science validated that we have moonlight and it's coming from the sun, or you can't. You cannot do this.
Okay, do you believe sunlight is
Can
coming
you do
from
this
the
or not,
sun?
sir? Can you do this or not?
I can, if you can
Thank
answer
you.
the
Thank you.
question.
No, I don't need to answer your question. You either can tell me that the moonlight is validated as reflected sunlight or not. That's what you can do.
Well,
if you can't do this, then you can stop saying, I want you to talk about the sun or the stars or anything else. I don't care about those things. I want you to tell me scientific validation right now.
Well, in order to explain that, I needed
No.
Okay.
Wrong.
If you're too ignorant, okay. If
No,
you're
it's not
too
about being
ignorant, then I
ignorant.
won't even try.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you're
it's not
too
about being
ignorant,
ignorant.
then I won't even try.
Yes. You can do whatever you want with your belief system, sir. It's your at the end of the day, it's your belief system.
Yeah, you too. Have a good day, man.
No. See ya.
See ya.
No scientific validation whatsoever. Astonishing. And I'm only proving the point that every time I ask for this, I never get the answer that it's been validated by science that we have sunlight reflected off the moon. That's very interesting. Can anybody prove it? Okay. Welcome to all the new people joining. That was an interesting conversation. There's no way to determine that moonlight is actually coming from the sun.
Yeah, brother. May I ask a question? That's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
All right, killer, brother. Well, how you doing today, man? Doing good?
Yeah, throat's a little scratchy, but yeah, other than that, yeah.
I know that. I know. I woke up too. I must have been snoring hard. You know, when you get in a good sleep, you snore, and then all your sinuses and your throats are all messed up. That's kind of how I woke up as well. But yeah, brother. So I just wanted to, I'm just making, observations. What my observations isn't proof, but like in this, and I'm not no scientist or I shouldn't even be in this ring. So I'm just kind of blabbing. I mean, it seems to be a big part of explanation in the sense of what's going on out there is observation. And I don't know if I would consider it proof as in proof as the analogy I use in the messages, as in this water is boiling hot, touch it, you'll find out. As to observe it, you can observe the steam coming off of it, and then the best explanation is that water is hot without even touching it, right? So if to reject the observation, I really don't know to the best explanation, not that it is the explanation, but to the best explanation, the rejection of that, I mean, really, where does it render the conversation, brother?
Well, it renders the conversation where a person's intellectually honest and able to articulate a point that they know or not know something. How about that?
Right, and I would agree on that. I would agree that the position would be.
Well, then we're good.
I would agree that
then we're good.
Yeah. I would agree that the position would ultimately be, I cannot prove it. That would ultimately be that the person couldn't prove it in that sense. But yeah, I don't know if rejecting the whole enterprise of observational
what
thing is really an answer to that.
Rejecting. Wait a minute. Whoa. What was I rejecting?
Just explanation. When you guys were talking about the sun.
No. I'm not rejecting. Reflection. I'm not rejecting an observation. I'm rejecting the explanation. Let's get that clear.
Oh, okay. I mean,
you need to listen a little bit better, sir.
Yeah, maybe
you need to listen a little bit better.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So when I'm rejecting, it's coming from the explanation, not the observation.
Well, but the explanation is the observation.
No, incorrect.
Yeah,
incorrect. No, incorrect.
He was trying to explain.
No. The observation of the moonlight is not the explanation of it. Like when you say it's coming from the sun, how are you saying that when you're not able to determine that? So you can't just attach anything you like to it,
brother. I get what he was saying. Is that he was trying to make an explanation by observation.
Yeah, but you can't determine. You really an observation of moonlight is it reflected off the sun? Are you observing this? Answer, please. Brother, answer. Brother, answer.
Yes, no, you're observing. We are observing this.
Okay, that's great. We're observing the sunlight being struck on the moon surface and reflected back to us.
Yep.
What's the scientific validation for this?
I don't see that, dude. You're going to have to prove that.
just like we're observing the shadows underneath us being cast down from the light. The sun is producing a light that then shines on us and then casts a shadow on the ground. We are observing the shadow.
Oh, hold on. Hey, guys, I forgot. He did say he's not a scientist and really shouldn't be. No.
All right,
yeah, that's true. That's true.
So are we talking? Are you? Wait a minute.
I'm not.
No. But here's the thing. You're talking about shadows. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I thought you're doing the same thing he was. You're moving from the point that I was bringing to him off to something else.
What's your point?
You're losing the plot like he was. He wanted to talk about what the sunlight is, and I'm like, I'm not talking about sunlight. I'm talking about moonlight. Moonlight.
Yeah. And
okay, let's talk about moonlight.
Let's talk about moonlight. When you were talking about that with the lady, with the girl, you guys agreed that it was the moonlight. You can see the moonlight, being reflected on the earth or something.
Yes.
And my original question was, does the moon even produce light?
No. That's not what anybody's talking about. Sorry. Nobody's talking.
You can apologize all you want, but I got two answers in the chat.
talking
I got
about
two
that.
answers in the chat.
I don't care
Somebody
what you got
said
in chat.
It doesn't.
I don't care
and then
about
somebody
it.
says
No.
it does.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, if
You're
you're
talking
talking
to
to
me.
a position, you don't care.
Dude, here's the thing. You're talking
Obvious.
to me. You're not talking. You're not talking to anybody else but me. Okay. Me. Okay. Can you
That's
stay
obvious.
focused without looking at a shiny quarter on the ground and get distracted? Because you're talking to me, not people, other people.
I'm talking to you, buddy.
Okay. Did I say that? Did I say that?
Did you say what?
Oh, Jesus. Lord have mercy. Did I say that the moonlight was creating its own light? The moon's creating its own light. Did I say that?
Yeah, I think I heard you say that.
Really?
Yeah.
I said that. Dude, you need to pull up the freaking audio stream and point out where I said that. Do it. I want to hear my voice saying, oh, the moon's producing its own light. I'd love to hear it. Other than me saying it there, but.
There you go. You just said it.
No,
yeah,
AV.
but that's stupid. That's dumb.
AV, I was listening. AV, sorry, I was listening, and you did not say that. I didn't hear you say that. That the light coming from the moon. I didn't hear you say that.
Yeah,
he kept stressing that he didn't say that, and he wasn't claiming that. That's what I heard.
You got anything else, Life Force? Because I didn't say that, dude. And you're calling me a liar, bro. That you're going a really bad direction. So
yeah, well,
we're going to get back on track.
I thought that's what the.
Yeah, I know you did, but you'd like that. You would like that for me to say that, so that you can say, well, you said that light from the moon is being originated by the moon. No, I'd never said that, or will I? Because how could I even know this? Now I'm going to put it back onto you. You're saying that we make an observation of the moonlight, and that observation is that it's reflected off the sun, or the sunlight's being reflected off the moon. How do you know this? How did you scientifically validate this? How?
Observation.
You've seen. No.
To the best explanation.
No, that's not. That's really ridiculous. Because an observation is something you notice. Did you notice the sunlight striking the moon, then coming back to Earth?
Yeah, you see it all the time.
Really? How did you see this and no one else can?
My eyes.
I want to know how you've seen the sunlight striking the moon, reflecting that moonlight to us. I want to know how you made that determination, dude.
Every time you see a full moon, you're seeing the light of the sun reflect off the moon.
That's an explanation. You didn't make a determination by looking at it and say, you're just seeing moonlight. That's the only thing you're seeing. You're not seeing sunlight. Where do you see sunlight?
I see the sunlight reflecting off the moon.
No, you don't see that. You're just saying the explanation over and over again. That's circular reasoning. You think just by chanting this, it's going to automatically make it true. There's no scientific validation that that's actually sunlight, sir. There isn't any.
Do you believe that the sun produces light?
No, I don't. Once again, like I told the other guy, I am not talking about a belief system with you or anyone else. I want scientific validation that it's sunlight striking that moon surface. Can you give me? I'm going to tell you like I told him. No, don't interrupt me, Life Force.
Yeah,
can you give that? Can you give that to me? Can you give me scientific validation?
I'm not I can't quote any.
Answer yes or no to this. Can you give me scientific?
I'm pretty sure
Life Force, yes or no?
You're gonna let me answer.
Then go get it. Then go get it. Then go get it. Go get it.
No, I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure it's a scientific fact.
Then go get it. Then go get it.
The sun produces
I'm going to stop
light.
you. I'm going to stop you. Go get it.
Yeah, pretty sure it doesn't work. Pretty sure it doesn't work in here, bud.
Yeah, go and get the information where it's scientifically validated that is actually sunlight. Go bring it to me.
Okay.
Go get it. Go get it. Go search on the internet for it. I want it scientifically validated. That's what I want. That it? See, I don't believe with you, and yeah. Okay. We're gonna clean up the floor, reset. Any questions, concerns about the topic of the room? Oh, topic is the surface of water curving.
So you are just saying that you don't believe any existing system, but you want the scientific explanation.
Well, I mean, in the case of moonlight, yes.
In the case of
There's
so you are already holding this your opinion, or you just making a situation that you want to question those who believe in the moon reflects the sunlight.
Yeah, you're correct. I'm questioning the fact that people are believing. I don't know if you do or not. I'm questioning the fact that people are just believing the fact that the moonlight is actually sunlight reflected.
Okay, so it's your so it's so in the real life you stand for this, or it's
Yes.
only in this chat room?
No, I stand for this in real life. What I do is when you ask questions, if the people who are giving you this explanations cannot provide the scientific validation, they don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand your how to say your
Thank you.
spectrum. Okay, so I think this question
yeah.
is it depends on the scale you observe. So if you can observe the whole solar system out of the solar system, you can understand that it is unquestionable that the moon produces light, or the moon reflects the light, or it comes from other places. But because you are a human being, you live on Earth, and you are not able to travel to this space, so you cannot see it by yourself. So you question it a lot, and there are something based on the theory, based on the old, ancient observation, and that's not explicable. Do you agree with that?
Can you say that last part again? I apologize, sir.
Sorry, my English is not as well. Not
No,
so well.
it's good. It's good. It's just a little. Your accent is a little heavy in the last.
Yeah,
just say the last part.
Okay, that's because we're talking about the planet. We are talking about other bodies in the universe. But you live on Earth. You cannot travel to the universe. So you question about this, and you say that you do not believe any existing system, right?
Yeah, the belief when somebody gives you like, oh, I believe this is happening, I want to question these beliefs. It's my everybody here. Yeah, I'll just say this: everybody here has their own mind. Your mind belongs to you. You can question someone telling you that they say, Jupiter is a giant ball of gas. You can question this. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but you are you're asking for scientific evidence, right?
Yes, that's correct, sir. That is correct.
Yeah, but scientific evidence is the existence system. Do you agree with it?
The existence, what?
Yeah, scientific is the science is the system, but you do not believe in any system.
That's correct.
You just say that.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
That's very true.
Yeah, so you are fighting against yourself.
No, I'm fighting against the narrative. Okay, so you're told. Let's put it this way: when you start learning about the Earth as a globe and all of these things, you've never tested anything. You just believe. It's like a good story. Okay, a really good story, and it has a lot of moving parts in the story, but you choose to believe these things. I want to test and validate these things. Now that I know the Earth is not what we've been told what it is, I want to to check. There's nothing wrong with that. I can check if I want to. You can too.
Yeah. So there is a background. There is a background understanding that you think you have the right to question everything, but you don't have to be questioned. Isn't it?
No, you can be questioned too. You can be. Listen,
No.
if I question the narrative and somebody questions me, that's their right. You can question. Yeah, but the what I'm asking too is nobody has questioned the narrative. Nobody's questioned the Earth being a globe, or that we have the idea of ball planets that have these certain kind of formations or whatever. Nobody's questioning these things. You're accepting them as true. So what we do in this room is we give you a space to ask some questions about the world that you might think exists, where you are in a globe and you're spinning around. There's a lot of these things you don't know. You just believe these things. You don't know them.
Yeah. But okay. I understand your story. So now you think that no one questioned about that, but in fact there is millions of billions of people question about that in the long history. Yeah.
We're doing that now in this room.
Everyone holds their story. Everyone holds their story. They fight against each other after eras and eras. So you have to tell your story. How about your story? What is your story you're holding?
What about the Earth? So we're asking, like, what am I saying about the Earth?
About Earth, one, and you think Sun is not a character of this system, so that's okay. So may you tell us your story about the sun, the moon, the Earth, the moon, and how
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. You're asking about cosmology and the origin of life. I think that's what you're asking.
Not about that. Just about the facts you believe.
The facts of what I believe. Well, I mean, we can start with the Earth. I think the Earth is a very large place that we live on. It's considerably a huge realm. We exist in like a realm where all of people reside. So this place is very unique. It's not like anything that we look up in the sky and see. It's very unique, so it doesn't look like any one of those things. And I think that this place was specifically made for us to be on. It's made for us. Like, so there had to be a designer who made this place. But this place also is the only place that we've ever known. There's no other place outside, like we're inside and now you're going outside. There's no way that you can say that there's an outside, because nobody's ever been outside. We've only been here on this earth. And the earth that we exist in is a horizontal plane. So if I point in any direction, whatever direction I point to, there will be somebody that's upright from where I'm standing. They're not going to be around the curve underneath me in a ball. And so the realm that I exist in right now is a horizontal plane. And everybody who's on it is on that horizontal plane with me. We all experience this. We do not experience the earth as a globe. So the cosmology aspect is just the floor that we're on right now is all that there is. It's like what you would consider like the universe, everything. So all of existence, everything that is only here on the surface where we're at and up in the sky. We can see things in the sky, but those things and the surface, that's all that there is. There's not like other planets or other galaxies, all these kind of imaginations. There's only here, this place. We're not like inside of a vacuum of space floating around like a pizza disc or something, dish. So we are just the floor of the universe, and that's all that like where we're at here is all that there is.
I see. So you're saying that if you haven't been there, you cannot say that place exists, and if you haven't been to any places, so you cannot say any places exist, right?
you can say they exist, right? Like the idea that astronauts been to the moon or whatever. You can come back and say, hey, look, this exists. But if that was true, if it was real, then we could verify the story. But if you, let's say, for instance, I told you something like this. I went to a magical land where there was dragons and there was, warlocks and witches and, elves and all kinds of stuff. If I was telling you this mythological land that you've never been to, but I said to you, I've been there, how could you validate my story being true? How could you do this? Sir?
If they are the third person, if there are other people witness that can prove you are right, and they are trustworthy,
really?
I would take it because we don't have so much time to prove a thing. We have to
No, we're not saving time, sir. We're not saving time by believing. That's a really bad argument. That you have to save time just to believe somebody telling you a story about a magical land, sir. That's a very bad argument. Like, here's the thing. If most of the people in here, hold on, let me give you an example. I'll give you an example. Hold on, sir. Most of the people in here agree with me, right? They're like, hey, let's tell this guy that you went to a magical land, and when I tell him, everybody agrees with me. So I tell you, hey, look, I've been to this magical land and I fought a dragon and I got all his gold, in his castle. And everybody in here is like, yeah, hold on. Everybody in here is like, yep, that story's true. What he's saying is correct. He went to that land, he fought the dragon, he got the gold. So he's coming back. He come back to tell you the story. So if they all said that, and you don't even know if what my story is true or not, but you believe it because most people agree with me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'll do finish. Okay.
So that's my point.
So you go to a magical land and you see dragons and you see those creatures I haven't seen, and every people and everyone proves that you are right. So what would I believe? I would say that I would suspect it. I would suspect it, but I wouldn't say it is not true, and I wouldn't say it is true. I would.
Why?
If I hold suspect, I have to do myself. Sometimes I do it, but if it doesn't matter, and anything to my life, I would take it as impossible things, even though as not important things.
Okay, so you think that it's okay? Now let's move it forward to the discussion. So you're telling me that because you think that it's important to know that the Earth is a globe in the vacuum of space, that's why you take it on as a strong belief?
I was just explaining the attitude I hold towards the thing. So we're talking about the Earth, the Sun, and things like that. I think if I'm not the astronaut, even I am the astronaut, I have been to the moon. I don't have any part to that you believe me because you suspect everything, right?
Well, I suspect the people the people that tell me a story, I'm gonna want to know how it's true. I want to know that. What's wrong with that?
But even if
I don't see anything wrong with that.
Even if I saw NASA astronaut who have been to Earth, who believe that he has been to Earth, explain to you that the moon is true. You will also suspect him, right?
If somebody from NASA went outside of the Earth, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he have been to moon, but would you believe it?
Yeah. No.
But, would you believe it? No, so you don't believe it. No. So how could anyone explain it to you?
Because it's not about, whatever story anybody tells, we're going back to the beginning again. This is where the conversation began. It began where you want to know why I'm not accepting what someone's saying. Because I have the right to question it, just like you do. You have the right to question it, except you made the choice that you want to believe it. I don't. That's the difference. You made the conscious choice to believe the astronaut saying whatever story he said. You're like, yes, I believe this. I'm telling you, I don't have to. Does make sense? Hello? I think I might have lost him. Jackie, are you there? I don't know. Oh well. Farim, you're hot micing. Farim. Farim. Hello? Oh, he doesn't know he's on.
Yeah.
Oh, he just muted. Jackie, are you still there? Hello, Jackie? Okay. Interesting conversations. People want to know why I'm not with him. Because I choose not to. That's a great enough reason for me. I don't have to believe like you guys. I want to just, you guys should be empowered to say, I don't have to believe everything that's told to me. And this is the second day that somebody said, you need to believe to save time. Wow. That is a very bad argument. So just to save time, we're going to accept everything they're telling us about the Earth being a globe. Because
that an appeal to convenience.
It'd be too hard to go through it all, you know? Yeah, can you imagine, AG, the second day someone said that? Yesterday someone said that too. Oh my gosh, it was
making excuses to
so
be
much
late.
easier. So much easier to believe.
Yeah, it sounds like an excuse to be lazy.
You back, Jackie? Hello?
I'd like to point out that Life Forever and World Bliss are completely broken now. All they can type in, prove it. That's all they got left. They have nothing. You go read the
Wow, you're
side.
right.
It.
Dude, that's all they're saying. Well, Astra Bliss is saying prove it.
Dude. I was talking to him in his chat, and all of a sudden one claimed he was a brain in a jar, and the other says he doesn't know anything.
Okay. So what are they saying? For you to prove that they're a brain in a jar? Well, let me scroll up. They keep saying prove it.
I broke them. That's the proof right there. When they keep typing that in over and over, that's the proof they're broken. They're skipping like a record.
Okay. Is there anybody else in here that wants to challenge their system of understanding of whether or not they know the Earth is a globe? How about you, Gedrick? Welcome to the
Hi,
channel.
guys.
How's it going?
I'm just started this server to practice my listening in English. So is that?
Very well. Would you like to engage on if you know if the Earth is a globe or not?
No. I'm just sitting here to HTTP test for be pilots in Latin Airlines in Brazil.
Okay. Well, welcome to the channel. Hopefully you can think about things that are said in here. We got, how about Jack and Kleinson?
Hi, no.
What? No, not you, Jackie.
Your voice looks like a voice of Max Verstappen. You know, it's very, very like the voice of Max Verstappen. This sounds
It's
like
what now?
Verstappen.
What'd you say? It's like what? I don't know what he said. There's a bunch of Jackies coming in here. Jack Lee, welcome.
Hi, Vic. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good, except for my scratchy throat, but you're back?
Yeah.
I don't know you left anywhere.
Oh yeah, I had a good chat with Jack Lee.
We had a good chat before.
Yeah, Jack Lee's cool.
Thank you.
He's the coolest, huh? Awesome. We got, I don't know if Jackins Klein wants to chime in.
I just want to wait and listen to some people's talk. So you guys can continue.
Yeah, not you. There's 3 guys in here named Jack. You're Jack Lee, there's Jackie, and there's Jacqueline Klein. So there's
Jack
it might be confusing.
Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson. Thank you. Jack Nicholson, do you have I don't know, you were muted, so it sounds like this might not go well. So, all right. Do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe? Jack Nicholson?
Oh, I'm here to defend the. Okay. Are you making the claim that the Earth is flat?
100%. Are you making the claim that the Earth is a globe?
I'm going to test your claim.
No, we're actually starting with you first because I don't know you from Adam.
I haven't assumed the burden of proof.
Yeah, but I know. That's fine. You haven't assumed it. I get that whole gimmick. I've done it this many thousands of times. Trust me. I understand your point. You haven't assumed it. I'm standing on the affirmative that the Earth is flat. Now, I want to see if a response from you before we engage, right? Let's kind of draw this out before we start. Would you say that you have the positive claim that the Earth is a globe? Yes or no?
Well, since he's taking time to think about his answer, I'd like to give a myth. Flat Earth is an observation, sir. The globe is a claim, such as the Earth curves or the Earth spins. You need to prove that.
Yeah, but that's great. Flatman, I want him to shoulder the affirmative.
I'm refusing to.
Jack Nicholson. Jack Nicholson.
Not gonna go.
Just brother. All you got to do is shoulder the affirmative. Do you say that your position would be when we engage that you're going to defend the Earth as it? Did he leave? He left.
Yeah, he was taking 30 seconds to answer yes or no to your question. Like he wasn't even thinking.
That's okay, brother. We sometimes got to let him stew. Silence, the pregnant pauses are well worth it for the audience. So it's good. Sometimes it's good. Lots of participation today, DJ. Man, you got it.
Yeah.
It's good. I like it.
Yeah, it's good, man. It's been nice and busy today.
I see Life Forever stirred up, and so is Astra Bliss. Radwin got him going in the side chat. Oh my goodness. We got Hello Chow Chow. Welcome to the room. Would you like to say hello? Hello, how you doing? Dark, welcome. We got Dark in the chat. Los, welcome, Los. How you doing, Dark? I'm tossing out the challenge to everybody. Go ahead.
Okay, so you talk about what is the evidence of why the Earth is not global?
Yes.
Okay. Let me click bend in the resource. I search on internet. Okay. Wait.
Go ahead. You know what's even good? There's a tool called ChatGPT or any of the AI models. You can pull them up to help you. You can ask a friend. You can whatever you want.
Okay. I
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I don't have a proven thing, but it's like a concept. Newton's the concept of the theory of multiple motion in the context of physics is where a moving ball collides with a stationary pole, transferring almost all of its Bradley speed and momentum to the second pole, which then moves at the same speed at the first.
You got poles moving around.
No, I think I when I move in the street and I see the sun or I see the moon, I think when I move I see the sun or the moon is like walking with me, you know, see them take the same direction of what the direction I take. So I don't know. It's only I think that's I think not like a belief or not like a concept, like just concept, like, but I don't know this like a proven a concept or not.
Well, I mean, you're walking and the sun's moving with you. Is that what you said?
Yeah. I think it's take the same way. I move in the direction, and the moon or the sun take the same direction. When I like being in the car, and I like watch the sun or watch the moon, and I see them like they are going in the same direction that I take.
Okay. What do you think? What do you think that proves in your perspective? Like when bringing this information in, what does that help you know more?
I think if the Earth is flatting or flat, it didn't take like a move or thing with the sun. I think it's been in the same thing or on the same case in the same place. Didn't take a direction or didn't go to another place. But I think when I watch this, I think that's that's like two balls, and the two balls is moving at the same direction. So
Two balls moving in the same direction. Now, this idea that you have in your head is only reasoned with you walking on the surface of the earth and seeing the sun move with you. That's why you think that.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you know it's a ball?
Because I don't think that's the flat can be moved with a ball like the moon
but
or the.
I mean, I get your point, Dark. You're saying you don't think that the light can move with you if it's not a ball. It has to be a ball. Right?
Yep.
Okay. How do you know it's a ball, though?
I think that's the shape of the moon. When you see the moon, the shape of him like a ball uh, or like a circle.
Yeah. But how do you know the earth is like that ball?
I think because what I said, because if the Earth is flat,
No. Wait. Hold on, Dark. Hold on. No. You can't say, well, if the Earth is flat. You have to give me your reason why you say it's a ball, the Earth.
Okay. I think like you come with like a pay. Wait, please.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. You want me to remind you where you were?
I'm sorry. Okay. So I talk about how like when you become like a pay and a ball, and you move them in the same with the same space, with the same speed, like in the same direction. I think like that's a the ball isn't the I don't think it is like going and take like the same way.
You don't. Okay, yeah. So you don't think the ball is gonna do the same thing if it's not flat, or if it's flat? But the ball makes more sense. The ball makes more sense to you.
Yeah, I think like the two balls have like the same way, like the same things has is moving with direction, the same directions. And I think that's all. I think I don't prove this, but I
You're fine, man. You listen, like whatever you think, it's what you think. But what we ask for in here is validation. We want to know how someone knows what they're talking about. So you're just believing something that you made up in your mind. That's fine. You can believe whatever you want. People believe in the tooth fairy, for goodness sakes. They believe in Santa Claus. It doesn't matter. That doesn't bother us. When someone says they know, I want to check how they know. So doesn't bother me that you believe that stuff. Doesn't really matter anyway. I mean, you can believe whatever you want, Dark. End of the day. But what you know about the Earth is an observation of the Earth. What it's appearing to be is a horizontal plane. And so you want to check that it's a horizontal plane. You need to test over the surface of water with the laser or shining a light from the other end. In any way, you need to like a mirror flash. Now that's when the sunlight hits the mirror and it bounces off the mirror, and then it gets shown to the person on the other side, like of a large body of water, like a lake or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for chiming in and for your participation.
Thank you.
Right. I don't know, Nellis, Astro Bliss, or perhaps Life Forever want to prove that the Earth is a globe. Maybe hand it to you guys.
Probably tech suppress them if they want to play games like that, especially that one.
Yeah, listen. You guys are in the voice chat, and I know Life Force. You've been able to talk, so why don't you just present validation of the Earth being a globe. That would help your position a whole lot better than you just texting. Or Astrobliss. How about that? Astrobliss, you can chime in as well. You guys have, listen, the floor is open. Make your case.
You know, too bad we don't have like a bot of some sort that, as they begin to post so many, you know, after so much count or whatever, it would just nicely reply to them. You know, thanks for your attempt to participate. This would be a great point to bring up in the voice chat, and then go ahead and delete what they said until they start to participate or the count resets.
I'll dip for a little bit. I'll be right back.
Yeah, and Ethergrass, that appreciate the email earlier. I hope, or the message earlier. I don't think I got to say because I've been going 100 different directions. I sincerely hope that will resolve very expediently, and I appreciate you looking up that about the sodium vapor green screen of the day.
Yeah, man.
You know,
Try and do what I can.
and so I think it is very fascinating. What I'd like to do is see when they stop that sodium vapor process and compare that to what was happening in the moon missions. That's the one piece of the puzzle I've not got to look into.
Well, on a nice clear day, the entire sky becomes a blue screen.
That's right. That's all you got to do is out there and you can film what moon landing you want.
Yeah. And getting the particles for moon dust to show up easy. With the sodium vapor process, easy. Very easy.
Oh, I mean, I do it all the time as far as adding granulars and particulates and stuff like that to photo. I've not done a lot of video editing lately, but I was doing a lot of that back in 2007. So if I could add particulates and granules and stuff like that back then, what do you think you can add now?
Yeah.
And what do you think you could add back in the 50s?
Yep. And they, like when people act like they didn't have CGI and SEs, if you're running those Amigas, they definitely had the ability to do some pretty dang cool stuff. That and Disney hung out with Warner von Braun, so of course NASA had access to the sodium vapor process. They're one of the biggest film industries on the earth today. Literally have
All right, I'm back at the house. I got to deal with this water loss we've had. The restoration guys here, so I'll be back in a bit, brother.
All right. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. Yeah, sometimes it gets a little quiet in here. Everybody's doing their own thing. That's why nobody's speaking. We multitask. Plus, we try not to step on each other's toes either, so when folks do start speaking, most of us tend to stay muted up. We'd rather listen. Feel free to ask any questions that you may have. And if you'd like to have a one versus one discussion, you don't have to worry about people jumping in, causing any issues. Like I said before, we like to listen and speak once at a time. So now's the perfect time to get your questions in. It's much better to ask your questions here in the voice chat than to post it in the text. Text is cold, emotionless. You speak here, you get all those little subtle inflections and vocal tones. It's so much better to talk in the voice chat. It's more human.
Hello, guys. I've got like a question which I want to ask. Something that's kind of. Oh, hello.
Hello there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you have a question, then proceed with your question.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I can understand uh the argument about flat Earth. I think it's something that I can understand. You do the measurements and you can actually find out that the Earth is flat. I once heard. I guess some say that if the Earth is flat, then that means there's a creator. Does it validate?
No, you're going down the wrong pipeline there. Because if the Earth is flat, or if the Earth is a globe, both there's a creator. There is no secular version of a globe Earth that factors out the creator. Matter of fact, if you ask people about the globe Earth, they'll tell you all about how God did it. This is God of the Bible, mind you. This is Newton. This is Copernicus. These are the astronauts. They have deeply entwined the globe model with heliocentric, with the Catholic Church. And there isn't any atheist who's ever been to space. There isn't any atheist offering a secular heliocentric globe model. Now, on the flat Earth, these two things are completely separate topics. Your supernatural world is separate from your physical natural world. There's no causal link between the two.
Okay. So
to give you some context here, Newton said that God did it, his causal agent of gravity. I feign no hypothesis. The glory of the model is so much filled with glory and splendor that it could have only been created by a supernatural being. And he said the only supernatural being with enough power to create the world is God of the Bible. He said this can't be denied. If you understand the heliocentric model, you are in his worldview accepting God of the Bible. Copernicus said the model is so perfect circles, perfect circular orbits. These perfect geometric shapes do not exist in nature. Therefore, the model itself is supernatural. So therefore, if you even look that direction, you are accepting their version of creation, which hard counters atheism. A lot of atheists don't get that. They used to, mind you. Atheists used to understand this, which is why the atheists took the Apollo program to court. Because during the Apollo era, they had given the glory to God. They said God of the Bible picked America to win the space race. They broke communion on the moon. They brought Bibles to the moon. So these concepts are in direct conflict with the atheist claim that there is no God. If there isn't a God, then which God picked America to win the space race? Now, on the flat Earth, you can say this was just government propaganda. None of these guys had any divine intervention. They were lying to you.
Yeah. Okay. So, because some people believe that so
all of them, yeah, anyone related to heliocentric, 100% of them There is no atheist in the heliocentric model. No atheist has ever presented heliocentric. No atheist has anything to do with heliocentric. No atheist has anything to do with manned or unmanned spaceflight. No atheist has ever been to space. So if you're using photographs from space, the Apollo program, Voyager 1, Voyager 2, Viking, Perseverance, any of those events, every single one of them have an entwined God of the Bible attached to it.
Oh, okay. So it's a pattern that you observe.
It's not a pattern. It's a straight up 1-for-1 correlation.
Oh, okay.
There are no one involved with NASA or any other space agency. I guess you could say the North Korean space agency. You could be, there's your kind of your exception you could use. But in a sense, they replaced the divine power of their supreme leader rather than the God of the Bible.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because the thing is, like, when we learn, when we study, at least when I studied, like, when we study science, like, we were never mentioned about this God part, and we never, like, associated anything with God.
Well, you should have, because all these guys who invented science, the scientific method, that's the Catholic Church. The Einstein said, like, something along the lines with religion without science is blind and science without religion is like death, or whatever it was. Something along those lines. He said they're exactly the same. Einstein directly said that you use science to understand God's creation. Your human understanding of God's creation is served through the scientific method. He laid it out for you. This is your breadcrumbs. So this is why there isn't an atheist version of science. There is, atheists have never been able to present. Atheism worldview is based on belief or lack of belief. Belief is not related to science whatsoever. They purposely factor belief out as a uncontrolled variable. Where atheists will use belief as a dependent, or even sometimes worse, an independent variable. They're like orcs in Warhammer 40k. Just paint the vehicle red and it moves faster. The louder the gun sounds, the more damage it does. They just believe things and suddenly it changes objective reality, which is actually subjective for some reason. Like, if enough people, which is actually contradictory to their own worldview, because they're atheists. They're the minority of all minorities. There isn't a minority group that's more minority and more fringe in atheism. So even internally, an internal critique of the atheist worldview, no one is buying their bullshit, not even themselves.
Okay, that's So that's a very unusual thing for me to wrap my head around.
Well, just look up Apollo mission and talk about how they brought a Bible to the moon, and then wonder why they did that. Why do you think they did that?
Yeah, like, is it to? I mean, I come from a background where we don't believe that God exists.
What your belief isn't required.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
so
absolutely.
It doesn't matter. This is the best part. Like in America, it doesn't matter if you believe there's no God. You can believe whatever you want or not believe. You will conduct yourself as if there's a God. And God granted human rights. Our constitutions, our founding documents directly reference a supernatural sky daddy who grants you a right to life, liberty, and property. And if somebody says you don't believe that, it doesn't matter. That will not be a legal defense. You will not be able to go into a courtroom and say the reason you deprive someone of their God-given rights is because you don't believe in the God. That will not be a legal defense. Society will make sure you are locked in a cage where you can never harm someone again. Your belief is not required at all. Your compliance, either they'll use logic and reason or force. That's your choices. Either they can tell you that people have a God-given human right, which is a self-evident truth. And if you disagree, doesn't matter. You're going to comply. If you don't comply and you are just fundamentally immune to logic and reason, that's when they'll give someone a gun and force you to comply. And if you resist, then you have forfeited your own life, your own property, and your own liberty. So your beliefs are just not relevant to the conversation at all, ever. Even more so inside science.
Yeah. Because the thing is, if we most flat earthers like believe in a god. I can understand the aspects of the flat earth. What I don't understand is the existence of a supreme being. Okay, suppose
well, just go
there's
talk
a
to the
supreme
astronauts.
being.
You'll need flat earthers to talk about supreme being. You can go talk to the astronauts. They just had a speech like earlier this year. 3 astronauts went to the Ark amusement park, which is about the Noah's Ark, and they did a full Q&A about young Earth creationism and Bible, like the Bible being the truth. Like I'm trying to with a Bible literate, not literate. Like what they say, what the Bible is like actually what the Bible says. I'm trying to think. I'm drawing a blank. What it's called.
Okay.
Oh, literist. Yeah, someone who believes that the Bible, as written, is the direct word of God. So the literal truth, literally from the words of God's mouth to the author's ears, to the pen on the paper. So you don't need, if you really want to talk about you don't understand God, but you understand the globe Earth, go talk to the astronauts. Especially the ones who just did, the guy that Butch, I'm trying to think, the guy who was stuck in space for a while, like Butch Sonny or something like that. He's one of the astronauts who were there. Like Sonny. Oh, Butch Wilmore. Yeah, so Butch Wilmore, he will tell you. I'm sure he's got a huge social media footprint. Just ask him, how do you know the Bible's a literal truth? And how do you know this stuff? And he'll tell you. They love talking about their God. They do it all the time.
Okay.
On Flat Earth, we've got multiple people from multiple different religions. Some of them are irreligious. Some of them are atheists. You've got a swath of the human population from all creeds, origins, and backgrounds. That is not something you see in the globe side. The globe side is 100% Christian conservative.
Okay.
So if you're looking to understand a Christian conservative worldview, do so where you find some common ground with them. Let's say a globe model or spacecraft.
Oh no. Yeah, I don't really like. I don't really want to like. I just want to understand like why certain certain people make the claim that okay, the Earth is because the Earth is created and there's a God. So yeah, I think I'm mistaken. So it's like individual belief, I guess.
Yeah, belief is not required. No one here is going to talk about your belief systems.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if you want to know about belief systems, that would be a different forum than this one.
Oh, okay. So you guys don't put forth the fact about the existence of God through flat Earth, right?
Oh,
yeah. Which God are you talking about?
I don't know. The God. I mean,
Which is what?
I don't.
What is that?
I don't really understand. Like, is there one God? I mean, there are many religions. There are some religions that have many gods. Some
So
believe
on
in
the
one.
flat Earth, you're going to have representation of all people, all religions. On the globe Earth, there's only one type of representation. That is Christian conservatism.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so if you want to understand that, like, can you explain to me this God of the Bible? They will tell you all about their sky daddy. They give the glory to God all the time. They take oaths to this God. They ask this God for constant help. Like all the astronauts take an oath. I swear to uphold the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I make this oath without purpose to deceive or mental reservation. And then they say, so help me God.
Oh, okay.
So you can
Okay,
ask
got it.
them, what God are you talking about? And they'll tell you, God of the Bible.
Okay.
See, people here in Flat Earth have never taken a political oath to uphold God of the Bible. That is something astronauts do. Astronauts do that.
Oh, okay.
Politicians
Okay, got
do.
it.
Yeah, the politicians, the astronauts, all the people who work in the federal government. NASA. Yeah, so people at NASA do that.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, this is generally why people at NASA don't really care that much about flat earthers, because one of the oaths they took to uphold was free speech, which grants them the right to disagree with government.
Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah.
The fuck was that?
Yeah, thanks. Anyway, I think I got it clarified. So, okay.
Yeah, so if you want to know about flat earth, you're in the right forum. If you want to know about God, go to a globe forum, because they love talking about their God over there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, actually, one of the interesting thing was when they landed that last Perseverance on Mars. One of the NASA employees would do a press conference, and the reporter asked her, "Hey, what made this happen? How did this come true? How did you guys do this amazing thing for humanity?" And she said, "I'd first like to say we owe it to God." So you could ask her, "Hey, what God do you owe this?"
And what exactly does she owe?
Yeah, ask them all of it. Be like, "Hey, what's up? Tell me all about, how much have you tithed to this God of the Bible? Is that is that your tithing? Is somehow your mission to Mars, was this for God of the Bible?
And it is really interesting that they always make this oath to God, and you hear them talking about God, and then they name so much of their cosmology and their rocketry to various gods. So it is interesting that it is religion from the very beginning to the very end.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Like Apollo is a name of a god. I can't remember like which god it was. But
Yeah, the god
He
of
was one of the
men,
gods of
warfare.
war, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's Ares or Mars. But yeah, it was like the god of men, the sun, like fatherhood. Like Apollo is one of those gods where the name didn't change from Roman to Greek. One of the few gods who kind of kept the same name.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
And how many times did they take the Holy Eucharist there on the moon, supposedly? Did they do it just the once, or did they do it repeatedly?
No, every time, yeah. Yeah, they prayed. Another thing, too, they prayed before every launch to God. That's why a lot of atheists were like...
It sounds like they wanted Christians to believe in the moon.
Yeah, they wanted to make... See, the one of the people have said that they did this because they saw the Russians as sort of atheists or heathens or, against Christianity. So they said, sure, let's do it. Let's have a battle. And we invoke our supernatural God to help us defeat you. And the Russians like, ha, yeah, whatever. And then when they lost, right after the Apollo program, you saw a massive swelling of Christian conservatism flow through Russia. Like still to this day, Russia is a very Christian nation, like Orthodox. And a lot of times they say why that happened was because of the Apollo program. The Apollo program snapped a lot of Russians out of this sort of secular communist worldview.
The whole entire thing is a ritual, and really and truly, outside of viewing it as a ritual, I don't think you can properly understand that they hid all of these ritualistic observances in what they were doing. Yeah, whether it was just as a ritual to show that our ritual is better than the Russian ritual or whatever, they did a very good job of trying to make this story with as many touch points for as many different groups to cling on to and grab a hold of. And from there, I don't know how it is that people actually can think that it was anything more than that. And I have no way of independently verifying that they were at the moon, and I suspect that most people here would also be in that same condition.
Yeah, that's how what really got me looking at it is I looked how deeply entwined sort of like this Puritan idea that the only way to get to the moon is to really believe in it. Like really believe. Like you have to really believe that government did this amazing thing. And I'm like, well, why would I do that? Why would I believe anything government says?
You know, and I bet you we could continue to make some parallels between the Tower of Babel and the Tower of Cape Canaveral. And here would be my interesting question for you is, when did English language become the language that's used in aviation all over the world? And would that not be evocative of the temporary condition from the Tower of Babel, where they supposedly could all speak a common language? So it seemed to me that that it's kind of like they're reenacting a ritual, and at some point I've wondered, like, did they send people up in this tower who talked about, well, I got up to story 1255 and I passed this ghost, I passed spooky ghost, and I just know that if I keep getting up higher and they keep building it, that we're going to get to an angel eventually. And then we'll get to the moon. Yeah, and DJ, I can only quickly glance at a stoplight there. I like that there's no curvature to be confused about.
Yeah, Radwin, I don't know when you and Lowe's stopped talking, man, but yeah, only thing I wanted to add on to that about the whole atheist thing is, you know, most atheists, like if you break them down enough, they're all going to say they believe in a creator. There's no way that they can't, right? Like almost all atheists. There's very few exceptions when it comes to atheism, where they just believe in complete random uncertainty that created the order.
I think, yeah, when thinking about like the flat Earth, when you like connect the dots, like sure, there can be a creator. The problem that I have is the creator malevolent or benevolent? Is he really a good guy? Because I don't see, because I have a problem with that God. Why is there so much suffering? Why is there so many problems? Like, there are imperfections.
Is that his fault, or is that people's choice's fault?
I don't know. When you look at nature itself, I mean, it's not all black, it's not all white. It's kind of a mixture of black and white.
Like I give you an example, right? You got a homeless puppy. You know, that puppy comes up to a person and wants to be loved because, you know, it's been alone for a couple of weeks, and it just never hasn't been pet and loved or anything. And it comes up and it starts, like, you know, pawing at your leg. And instead of petting it and loving it, you kick it. Now, is that the creator's fault or is that your fault?
Oh, yeah, obviously it's my fault. If I kick it, it's my fault. Yeah.
Right. So when there's suffering going on in the world, is it the creator's fault or is it the people that are in charge's fault?
I think, yeah, the people in charge.
Because most people who aren't a part of that system, right, and they like homestead or live off the land and everything like that, they live fairly peaceful lives and they're genuinely happy with the lives and the interactions that they have throughout their life.
Self-accountability will make a person incredibly happy if they follow through and hold themselves accountable to themselves.
Absolutely. But when you choose to give up that accountability in place of a government, right, because you don't want to be accountable for your actions anymore, well, then now you're just being lazy and then you're subject to, you know, whatever that authority does over you. So it's not the creator's fault. We just have free will, and you as a person choose to give up that free will to a government, to a group of people who are abusive by nature. Those people believe that your suffering is for the greater good of humanity. Like overall, everybody else is going to benefit because you're suffering.
Oh, yeah.
We thank you for your sacrifice. Damn.
Ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country.
What you can do for a country. Yeah.
So that's all, man. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the more you become accountable, the happier you'll be. Now, granted, if you're holding yourself accountable and expecting others to hold themselves accountable, then you're going to be sadly mistaken, right?
Yeah. There are many people who they want the world to be better, but they don't want to do better to make it so.
Oh.
And my whole philosophy is, right, like if you can figure it out, you leave the system. That's one person out of the system. And the more people figure it out, more people leave the system. The only ones left that were benefiting the system were the leeches on the people who were carrying all the weight. And so then now they can no longer be the parasites that they are. And then now they are suffering because you're no longer there to basically give them a pedestal to stand on.
Yep.
Once upon a time, I thought of writing a book that was tangentially related to my days in college, and it was going to be called Somebody Should Do Something. Because I swear that my entire time in college, that people would get bent out of shape about some issue, and they'd go on and make me listen to some nonsense for what felt like an eternity. And then it'd always be post-pended by, somebody should do something about that.
Yeah. It's anybody except for the person complaining.
Yeah. And then, so what I started doing my second year in college, I come up with the bright idea of asking them, okay, well, that's great. I'm glad you noticed it. So what could you do about it?
There you go.
Like, what could you do to maybe get some other people interested in this important topic? And boy, you would watch them start to backpedal and backtrack and, well, you know, this and that and the other. And like, no, I really don't. I mean, you were so eloquent about telling me this problem and that somebody should do something. So why not take a few minutes and get some people to do something about it?
Yep. The next time you think somebody should do something, just remember, you're somebody.
Yes, that's right. And somebody should do something to get people to remember that more.
There we go. Put it on a t-shirt. Welcome.
But yeah, Professor Triangles is correct. There's no correlation between flat Earth and the creation. The flat Earth is as we observe it. The creator has to do with other experiences and observations. Like you look at how a tree grows from a seed. Like there's no way all of that energy is packed into that little seed by accident.
Crazy, crazy.
It is.
Astral bliss. You can know. If you want to. You can know.
That was one of my favorite quotes by Carl Jung. The difference between believing and knowing, right? He told a story about how he believed in God while he was growing up. And say, well, after everything you've done, you still believe in God. It's difficult to say. What do you mean? Well, I don't have to believe anymore because I know.
There you go. If knowledge is power, belief is the counterfeit thereof. I'd like to point out that the root of belief is leaf, which means is happy or is gladly. So beliefs are thoughts that make us happy or glad to maintain.
Well, if you can keep somebody suspended in belief, right? Like they'll never be able to take the next step into knowing. I just keep them content in that belief structure.
And beliefs can be good, they can be bad, they can be positive, they can be negative. It just has to do with people harboring them in their mind. Something you would gladly keep in your mind, keep on your mind. Just like respect is something that you're willing to go back and examine again to respect a observance. Quiet room. It'll probably be active in a couple hours.
Probably, but I'll be at work by then.
Well, I'm going to shut up for a little bit, but I'll be around. Everybody stay blessed and watch out for zombies and all that jazz.
Yeah, man. And, you know, I'll say this just to kind of continue the conversation. You be safe too, man. the whole what does it matter, right? What difference does it make? Well, I know more now about Earth than I did before. I was all embedded in space and science fiction, outer space science fiction, all that stuff. What life would be like on other planets, which is another weird thing in itself, right? Like if you're a Christian, it's hard to believe that there's life on other planets because then, like, what does that mean about Christianity and what was created here on Earth, right? So there's a conflict in that for people who are in that religious sect. But once I knew the Earth was flat, I started learning about like my health and how all of nature here on Earth is beneficial. Yes, it's harmful, but for everything that's harmful, there's a beneficial part. Like most people don't even know this. There's a poisonous fish off the coast of one of the countries in Asia that the cure for that poison is like in a plant that's no more than 100 miles away or 10 miles away, some crazy story, from that location where that fish is popular. So, like, nature is in full balance here on Earth. You know, before I was a flat earther, I was in full consumption mode. Consume, 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 consume. And now I recognize that there's balance out there.
On level.
What's that?
Helps you find level, at least for some folks.
Yeah. No, like, and you know, you learn about things like fasting. Like, fasting is a good thing. Fasting is a great way to reset your body. You know, you dip below level, and then you can slowly bring yourself back to level, and you get a rebalance. What's up? So you came in there to do what you yelled at? You've been in here for a little while, Los. I've seen you in and out of here a few times. What do you think about that? Like, we're in here trying to have like a genuine conversation with people like you, and people come in here with the most disruptive. Maybe they do it in other rooms. I don't go in a whole lot of other rooms, but they come in here with this mindset to completely disrupt the conversation and use the most profane, derogatory language that they can use.
Oh yeah. Well,
You think that's in every room, or is that, do you see that it happens more here than anywhere else?
I think it's almost. I do think it's in these. What do you call these? Large VCs. I think it's like everywhere. I mean, there are so many people who do disrupt, but there are people who genuinely. Who participate in conversations as well. So yeah.
I agree with that. I'm just saying, like, it feels like in this room, this particular subject, it seems like there's more people that are disruptive here than in other rooms. But maybe I'm just biased because I'm in this room most of the time. I don't see the other rooms.
Well, according to my experience, I think it's a bit like it's kind of the same in these religious rooms, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's all I think it's the same.
Well, flat Earth definitely isn't a religion.
Oh yeah,
Just got to give a little disclosure there. I know some people see flat Earth and they're like, oh well, because flat Earth may be tied to religion, so therefore it's just like any other religion room. And it's like it's the same bad line of reasoning as like what about all the other planets, right? What about all the other religions? So flat Earth is not a religion, so you can't have other religions if flat Earth isn't a religion.
Yep, it's not a religion at all. If anything, one of the major things we have in common is that we are anti-cult. Very much we are anti-cultists, against all that crap. Don't believe anybody just because they have some book said so, whatever.
Yeah, like the rituals, like
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh no, it's fine. No, I mean like what I notice is that as you look at like if there is a ritual going on, most probably you can say it's a cult because like they're obsessed with rituals. But I don't know the reason, like why there's symbols like I really don't understand like why some of these cults are obsessed with symbolism, rituals, and this. I don't know. Yeah, but it's something that I see. Yeah.
The symbols, some of that has to do with it's like throwing up gang signs. They're representing their people.
Oh.
It's a very crude way of saying it, but yeah, that's kind of what it is.
Yeah, got it. By the way, in Asian culture, I'm quite surprised of the symbol, the specific symbol that the swastika, right?
Yeah.
So it used to be a very sacred symbol, right?
Yep.
But yeah, so after after it's horrific, the way they've used it, after the horrific Holocaust, it has this bad sort of image now, and it seems like they're trying to invert its meaning. They're trying to taint it somehow. I don't know what's going on with that.
In a way,
it's common too. Go ahead, Sheepdog.
I'm just saying, in a way, yeah, like that's just what they're trying to do. They're always trying to take good things and invert it and make it into a negative connotation. So people will say, "Oh, that's bad. It's not good." Like the number 13. The number 13 is one of the most luckiest numbers in the world. It's considered lucky to be associated in any way with the number 13. And like for whatever reason, that's just the way it is. But they associated 13 with witchcraft. So now, like, oh, witchcraft is bad. You're not supposed to do witchcraft. With the swastika, right? All the swastika represents it's a symbol for the 4 seasons of the directions of the Little Dipper. And the 4 seasons represents the circle of life, the cycle of life. So that's what the swastika always represented, is life, the recycling of everything.
Check this out, Sheepdog. I'm posting the side chat. Yeah, the cell phones and these screens, they kind of look like scrying mirrors. Think about that when you read what I just posted. I just think it's interesting, the tech part. Anywho, I digress. Be back in a little while.
Actually, it's kind of interesting because in Japanese, gijitsu could mean art or it could mean technique. It could mean technology as well. Unfortunately, it doesn't mean magic, but anyway, yeah. It's just something that I just recall. Sorry.
The way I see it, it does, but a lot of people imagine magic to be some kind of stuff like they're shooting fireballs out of their hands and other crap. And I would look at it more like things just have that sense of wonder or whatever. Another thing is this, that the Magi, right? They focus on stars, and you got things like the Antikythera machine that's supposedly connected to that. That's interesting. Connecting Magi to that. Peace out, Astral Bliss. Take it easy. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies. If there's any other mods around, if one of y'all want to play some audio or something on the music bot, we can do that. It's up to you guys. I'm just going to be chilling.
Can't do that with this many people in the room. We're supposed to be engaging.
Fair.
Unfortunate.
Sure.
It's like DJ is a Glober.
I'm going to tap out. I digress. I'm not really suitable to be moderating stuff or leading a chat right now. Mine's too cloudy. So.
Oh, there's a few mods.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna take a back burner and go chill for a while.
You're good, man. I hope you feel better, dude.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Watch out for zombies.
Yep, of course. And welcome to Basti.
So. Let's see, what else? You know, I don't know who's in here. What's up, man?
I was just saying, there's a couple of people here that I don't recognize.
Yeah, I was just going to monologue for a little while and waffle a little bit. But you know, for those that are in here that are new or listening and all that stuff, wanting to know, you know, where an edge would be, right? Where would an edge? I couldn't begin to tell you, man. We just know that in order to have gas pressure, you got a container. So there's probably an edge somewhere. I say probably because I've never verified it, so I can't be certain on it, right? Like there's things you can be certain on because you know them. There's things that you can't be certain on. You can never demonstrate gas pressure without it, where like a clump of gas just like stays together and doesn't fill the available space. If you can do that, then hey, man, demonstrate gas pressure without it. Congratulations. But you know, knowing that you can't have gas pressure without a container, so this is contained. I guess a simple way of putting it, right? Not like going into too much detail about it, but like a terrarium. Most people don't know what a terrarium is. Most people do know it. They've never seen one in person. Pictures of it online. But that's a great way to explain it. And it doesn't have to be a glass barrier. Be any barrier, right? Physical container. And what's on the other side of that? I don't know. I don't think we can leave it, to be honest. But you don't feel motion. You don't see any curvature. Most likely live inside of a terrarium of sorts. Terrariums have entire ecosystems inside of them. You get them big enough when they go through their process of living and everything like that. Like as water is evaporated into the air, and it will literally fall down from the ceiling of the terrarium. Right? So there's your rain inside a container. Believe it or not, you can't demonstrate rain without a container. Go online right now and you can look it up. Rain in a jar, right? RAIN in a jar. And they like, oh, you can show this to your little 5-year-old, and you know, then it's an opportunity for them to learn about how rain might work, right? So what you do is you see pressure inversion. The water begins to evaporate. And from the evaporation, it hits the top, right back down. That's a natural place. Another way you know the earth is flat without doing anything crazy is you know how tornadoes work. You know how hurricanes work. Hurricanes only gain strength over flat surface. The same with tornadoes. As soon as you get like a curved surface or something getting in the way, disrupting that flatness, that wind event loses its strength, loses its power, and dissipates. Another way that you already knew the earth was flat without even thinking about it. Welcome to the new person. So, if anybody else wants to add things about how they knew the earth was flat without knowing the earth was flat, by all means. I mean, I've taken trips tens of times, right? In flight, over long distances, always sitting on the window seat, always looking out saying, damn, the earth is really big. I can't believe how big it is. Because it doesn't have any curvature. No, it doesn't have any. Choose to believe a story that somebody else tells you. Right, bro, I'm a Bitcoin billionaire. You got any proof of that? No, just trust me, bro. I'm a Bitcoin.
You know, I'll tell you, my friend, how I knew the Earth was flat without knowing the Earth was flat. Was I looked at the sky. You know.
What's up, Muhammad?
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome, Muhammad. Did you say we were idiots?
I didn't say that.
No,
I
I'm
spoke to
super
him.
sorry. I thought no.
He's cool.
I thought I'm muted, but apparently I was not. Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Oh, no need to apologize. No worries. I just, you know, sometimes people say something hits our ears differently, so because of speakers and everything else. No worries, brother.
Muhammad, do you know if the Earth is flat or if it's a ball?
Well, I had a debate here, and some nice guy here, sent me some articles. So he told me to research about them and give me your opinion. So I'm up to it,
Okay.
Was it DJ that gave you the articles?
It was me, but I had a different name at the time. Anti-globalist.
Yeah, I figured. Okay, I digress. Y'all chat.
How long ago did he give you those articles?
It was today. Oh, today for me.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, he's got at least a week. Bring something back. You got to read at least one article in a week.
And DJ, was that you who was asking about how we knew the Earth was flat without knowing it was flat?
That was Sheepdog, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right. I got distracted by our friend there stopping by for a quick moment there that I couldn't remember who said it. Has he stepped out of here? Yeah. But I guess to keep the conversation going on is that to put a serious spin on that question is back in 2008, a very, very good friend of mine, I went over to his house one morning, he had papers strewn about everywhere, most of them in Portuguese from Brazilian sites. And he was telling me that the Earth was flat and that we needed to do some digging into it. And ultimately, he's like, pick out one of those and just start with them. And he's like, if you need some help translating it, my wife can do it. And then, so the very first one that we read was showing all these southern hemisphere observations of the sky that were impossible on a Baltard. And I know we like to say that you can't look at the sky to conclusively say what's below you, but it was very, very conclusive to me to see a list, this ever-flowing list, starting with, like they were showing that how far south you can see the Three Marias in Brazil, and they went through other aspects. There was probably 75 or so different ones. And so we started then looking through his encyclopedias and doing some Google searching to come to find out that every one of those was correct. And that where it's reported to be seen, and where then we did other searches finding other people who said they've seen them, and it kind of snowballed from there. That, of course, wasn't the only factor, and unfortunately, that I think virtually all of the stuff that was online that was from Brazil about that time has pretty much disappeared down the memory hole.
Lo sexo. Oh.
And DJ, now how about yourself? Where did you first come to the likely conclusion that it's not a Baltard we live on?
Personally, Eddie Bravo. Yeah, Eddie Bravo put me onto it. I think he suggested the Eric DeBay videos, and I was a massive fan at the time of Eddie Bravo, so I decided to check it out.
Yeah, that's cool. How long ago was that? Was that like 2015?
I think it was 2016 or 2017.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I had no idea that people were talking about it online. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I was right into Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu back then, and the Joe Rogan podcast when it first came out, before it was even popular. And Joe was good friends with Eddie. And then I remember Eddie was on there one day and he started talking about it, and I was like, damn, Eddie Bravo's lost his mind. But because it was him, I'm like, I should check it out. He's a pretty switched on guy. So decided to look into it further, and then that was the beginning.
So what do you think it is that happened in Brazil at some point? Because so much of us do trace back to Brazilian roots, so to speak.
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, all I've heard about some particular survey that was done that suggested that tons of Brazilians are flat earthers. I've not seen any other evidence of that. But I think surveys that have been done online and in the US and things like that have pretty similar results, if not even greater numbers of US people in the US are flat earthers. So, yeah, I'm not sure.
It was France247.com, I think, that said 11 million Brazilians are flat earthers. And then after that, they started doing polls in other countries and in the United States, but not in the United States as a whole, just in different states of the United States. And roughly, they got all, like you said, they got all the same results. It was anywhere between 10 and 13%. The majority of them being either 10% or 12%. So it'd be like 12% of Polish people think the Earth is flat.
In Poland? In Poland, did you say?
Well, it's just random locations. Like, look up any state, just type in 10% of whatever country that are flat earthers. And then the search result will yield results anywhere around 10%. So, like, it'll say, not Morocco, let's think of another one. 10% of Turkish people think the Earth is flat. 11% of Russians think the Earth is flat. And it's just so odd that it hovers like 1 out of 10 people think the Earth is flat. That's a pretty weird number. And I think it's higher than that. I think we're close to critical mass if we're not already there, which is like roughly, I think it's roughly around 20.
Yeah, I too think that it's a higher number. I think it's vastly a higher number. I kind of go off the assumption that no matter where you go, you are running into flat earthers. If you go to a room that's got more than a handful of people in it, there's at least one who's not told you as such. Maybe even more than.
Funny story, right? I went in to get a new phone a little over a year ago, and the location that I stopped at was on my way home from where I worked, and it was just me and 3 other people in there, and the manager was talking to the other 2 about conspiracy theories, and mentioned something about space, and he's like, "But space is fake." And then come to find out, everybody in there, including me, so 4 people in this building, were all flat earthers.
Yes, I've had that experience too, actually. Similar, but not at a store like that, but.
Have you guys noticed
You never
that?
know. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Hey, so I had to take a break from it there. What happened with the guy who was talking about like flat earthers are super religious and astronauts are atheist, and that's why he's an astronaut?
I don't know if
I don't even know.
down that
I wasn't really paying attention to that clown.
But Los is still here.
Oh yeah, guys. Yeah, I was about to say, like, isn't it funny that people who say that someone's a conspiracy theorist, actually the conspiracy is against us by them, which is kind of interesting and ironic.
Well,
and
here, what's so bad about being a conspiracy theorist?
No.
Let me ask you that.
No. It's not. No. You got me wrong. What I meant to say was, like, people say, okay, it's all conspiracy theories, but a conspiracy is when a group of people try to overthrow someone or, do something like that. But I think the word conspiracy is misused. Just for speaking the truth and just to, research the reality. People try to label others as conspiracy theorists and try to ridiculous. Yeah.
Do you know where conspiracy theorists comes from?
Not exactly.
It started in the 1960s when JFK was assassinated, and the CIA coined this term. And then all of a sudden, all the news media outlets were calling people conspiracy theorists and giving it a bad connotation because they thought the government killed JFK.
Yeah, exactly. Makes sense. Yeah. Twist of word.
In the side chat, I posted the etymology for the word conspire. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, agree, plot. Con together with, yeah. Conspire to breed together. Plot from con together. Conspire to breed. Yeah. Actually, we're the ones who are being conspired. We're the ones. The conspiracy is on us by a few. The tippy top. They conspire to control us.
Exactly. Yeah, couldn't agree more.
Yeah. I mean, isn't it impressive that a small, it's kind of course, it's very, it's quite terrifying, but it's kind of impressive how a few can control so many. And, just imagine they were able to convince so many of us that at one point in time that the Earth was a globe. It's kind of terrifying and impressive at the same time.
Yeah, you just teach it to people when they're really young and don't give them any alternative options. What are they going to question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, usually, if the government or them are using the word conspiracy theorist about something, it usually is their self-projection, but they're the ones doing the conspiring.
Yep.
Otherwise, you wouldn't need to label them that. You could just call them, especially in today's world when you didn't have common knowledge of things like ADHD back then. You didn't have lots of varying other alternative that is to explain it. You could just, but it is interesting that they have to always quickly label it a conspiracy theory. And you do know what the difference between a conspiracy theory and a fact is, don't you?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
It's about 2 weeks. Yep, it's 2 weeks is the difference between the two.
Wait, what do you mean, 2 weeks?
Well, that's the difference between a conspiracy theory and a fact.
It takes about 2 weeks for everybody to realize it. Once the conspiracy theorists start talking about it, 2 weeks later, it gets admitted.
Oh.
I remember
like Globe, for example, probably took 2 weeks for them to spread that conspiracy theory.
I remember back in the 90s listening to shortwave radio, And some of the stuff that I was hearing about on there, and my friends would tell me, how far out that was and how ridiculous and how that could never happen. And I'd be like, but they're giving examples of how it is happening. Oh no, that government couldn't get away with something like that. And the truth is, in the 30 years, because I started listening to shortwave radio to that like daily back about 1992, so in 33 years, the stuff that they were saying then is just tame. You would play that back and go, gosh, if only you could have seen that they were working on this and that.
Yeah, the thing is that a lot of people think that, like J.E. was saying, they can't imagine that somebody in the government would be able to get away with crimes that the government has established as a crime, right? Oh, then somebody's got to judge the judge, right? The judge isn't doing it. The judge needs to be removed. I agree, but that's not what's happening, right? Like, the judge maintains their position, and then as long as if a crime is committed, if nobody prosecutes the crime, then was a crime ever even committed? Right? People need to understand that, yes, crimes are committed, but nobody's addressing it. It's like, okay, well, how do we go about addressing it? That's a whole nother conversation. Whole nother conversation. All I know is if you start realizing everything that you're being gaslit about by the government through propaganda, they can't gaslight you. You get to move on. You have to deal with other people that are being gaslit. Listen to them. Defend something for free that the government pays for. I guess the government authorizes them. Don't you agree, Crit, that it's the weirdest thing in the world to watch people come in and defend something for the government for free? Like, you can get paid to do this, right? You don't have to do it.
It's quite interesting that you said that.
Dude, it's hilarious. Like, you could ask any single one of the people that come in here, do you think the government lies a lot? And nearly all of them will say, yeah.
Is that even a question? Is that even a question?
Yeah, exactly. Everyone agrees with that. And then as soon as you mention the flat earth, right, their next sentence out of their mouth will be like, oh, why would they all be lying? Why would they lie? Prove to me that they're lying. Like, how could they all be in on it? How could they be lying?
I mean,
how could the liars be lying?
May I ask a question?
Real quick, I just want to say this. The real question should be, was I stupid enough to fall for it? That's the real question. Well, go ahead. Ask your question.
Yeah. I mean, people here, like, do anyone actually believes the Earth might be actually flat?
I know it's flat.
Yeah, and it also depends what you mean by flat Earth, right? Most people have a completely warped idea
I mean,
of what flat Earth is
I'm not.
claiming.
Yeah, actually, I'm not trying to debate or something. I have a question. May I ask? Like, if Earth is flat, how come that in one place is a night, and the other place is a day?
If I give you an answer that's sufficient, will you change your mind?
Well, it depends.
Well, here, homie, think about your question there. If the Earth is flat, would it be flat or not flat if it's flat?
What kind of question is that, bro? If
Well,
the
you
Earth
started.
is flat, listen.
You started with the your question started if the Earth is flat.
I just asked a simple. Listen, I just asked a simple question. Like, if the Earth is actually flat, if the Earth
it's
is
flat,
actually flat,
yep. If it's actually flat, okay, so the Earth is actually flat.
If you put the sun above the Earth, every single place on the Earth will be day. Like everywhere.
How far away is the sun on a flat Earth?
Like
Since you know how a flat Earth should work, how far away is the sun on a flat Earth?
So
we have a new flat Earth leader.
Guys, educate me. What's your guys' theory?
Okay, I'm going to give you, before I give you an answer to that, I'm going to give you a question to think about, okay? It's not even really a question. I want you to follow this logic.
Yeah. Go ahead.
If the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah.
Then do you agree that whatever is happening in the sky could only happen over a flat Earth if the Earth is flat?
If the Earth is well, to be honest,
if the Earth is flat, whatever is happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth.
I don't have an answer because I don't really.
Hold on, man. Look, it's a simple question. Hold on. Look, let me rephrase it a tiny little bit. If we measured the surface of the Earth and it was validated that the surface of the Earth isn't curving, right, and it's a flat plane that we're living on, anything that's going on in the sky wouldn't change that, right?
Well, is that will answer the question I had earlier about the sun above the Earth?
Yeah, I mean, you got a sun that's over your head when it's not over my head, and you got a sun that's over my head when it's not over your head. And light has an extinguishing limit, so light doesn't travel forever through the air, because the air has a thickness to it. So therefore,
you're saying
the sun,
that light,
daytime and nighttime, only exist over a flat Earth because the Earth measures flat. It has nothing to do with what the sky is doing.
So you're saying that the light, which comes from the sun, can be blocked, whatever it is in the air.
Yeah, air is thick. Just like water is thicker, air is thick.
Okay. Oh, I got you.
Yeah, like light attenuates through a medium, right? Just to put it real simple answer for you. That's why I said, what do you mean by flat Earth? Because what a lot of people do is they think of the heliocentric model, where we've got the globe and the space vacuum. We've got the 93 million mile away sun that's countless times bigger than the Earth, right? Really huge sun. And then they try to like insert the flat Earth inside the globe model. And that's not what we're claiming. The way to think about this we would be saying that we have a much smaller, closer sun, right? Don't try to fit it into the heliocentric model. And that the sun would take a particular circuit over the surface of the Earth. Okay, and light would attenuate, right? So we've got the inverse square law of light, so it exponentially gets dimmer as it moves away from the light source, and then the medium also absorbs the air. So when it's daytime in Australia, it's going to be nighttime in America, right? That kind of thing. So you think about this, right? It's just 200 meters into the ocean, right? Say you go to the ocean on a summer day, it's midday. Just 200 meters down into the water, it's pitch black. You can't see the sun, can't see the water, like any light from the sun or anything like that, just pitch black. The air is similar, just not as dense as the water. So it also has an attenuation limit, where it attenuates through the medium. Make sense?
All right, gotcha.
Cool.
Trying to follow, but gotcha.
But do you understand that, like, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be flat, right?
Obviously, if it's not curving, it has to be flat.
Right. And then if it measures flat, then whatever's happening in the sky, no matter how crazy it looks, it can only happen over a flat Earth because there's no Earth curve.
All right. The other question will be like, if the Earth is flat and the sun is above the Earth, why do we have this idea? I mean, why it looks like the sun is rising, and I mean, let me ask this better. The way sun moving above the Earth really does give support the idea of Earth not being flat. And
why?
Well, because
connect the dots for us. How?
Yeah, I mean, we have the sunrise and sunset, and if the Earth is flat and the sun is above the Earth, should be like always in the sky, like
because why? Why is that?
You're looking at the sky. You're not looking at the Earth.
Yeah. So let me try to do it this way. Do you know about the final experiment?
No, I don't. Educate me.
Okay,
really,
so
guys, really, I want to know all about this.
Yeah. We'll get there. We'll go step by step. So on your flat Earth, would the sun set or the sun not set on your flat Earth?
Yeah.
Which one?
You won't.
Won't.
Theory.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. So now, can you explain the 24-hour sun?
Yeah.
Okay,
that's what I think about the flat Earth. I mean, if the Earth is flat, there has to be 24-hour sun. But then some of the you guys told me that Earth, the light from the sun is blocked from some things in the air, and I said, okay, I gotcha.
Okay, so the sun is blocked or not blocked by things in the air?
I don't know. You guys told me that yes, sun is actually indeed blocked.
Okay, have you ever witnessed a cloudy day?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is that blocked or not blocked?
I would say yes, it is blocked.
Okay, I got something else for you here. How does the sun reflect off a curved surface versus a flat surface? You know what that would look like?
Our sun is reflected.
Yeah. Are you looking in the text chat? You got your
no. Let me open it.
And think about it like this: like you have a nice shiny car, and the sun is reflecting off of the curve of your car, versus like a flat surface.
Okay.
Chat here, I'll ping you too.
Yeah, just have a look at what old dude posted in the chat there. So that's a great little diagram that he posted for a whole bunch of reasons, right? Have a look at it, right? Because what Crit said, right? We can see that reflection of the sunlight coming all the way to the observer across the flat water. Now, if that water was convex, right, as in curving, you wouldn't get a reflection like that, right? It would cut off at a certain point. You need a flat surface for the reflection to be able to come all the way to you. And then also the reason the sun will be appearing to go down as it moves away, you can see those grid lines, right? That's the way our perspective works. So it's going to fade into the vanishing point due to perspective. And it's going to take its light with it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Is there anything about what I just said that you're not quite sure about?
I'm just actually trying to follow you, and all the guys just talk to me in this voice right now, if it's sufficient enough for your question.
Yeah, so there you go. Here's your flat Earth.
Yeah.
With your sun above the flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
With a sun that doesn't set, as explained by the final experiment.
Mm-hmm.
So you have got there all by yourself. You didn't really need anything from us. We're people here just kind of helped you get there.
Mm-hmm.
You were already there. You were already on the flat Earth. You just didn't really have a way of articulating your own observation, but now you do.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you so when you see the sunrise and the sunset, right, go away, and before it comes back, say, "Oh, that's the geometry of the Earth that's cutting off the sun," right?
Yeah.
So if that's the case, that means the Earth is a certain size, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, if the Earth is a sphere, it can't be growing or shrinking, right? It'll be a certain size. Oh.
I don't think the
with that
Earth
or
is
disagree?
changing. I don't think the Earth is changing its size.
I don't think it is either. I'm just saying it's a certain size, right?
Okay. Yeah.
That means it has a circumference, has a diameter, it has a radius.
Yes.
Do you know anybody in history who's ever measured any of those?
Who measured that? No, I don't know. I'm not sure.
So you're just taking it on good faith that somebody went out there and did all the work for you?
Well, I'm not saying the 100% and everything I'm seeing on the internet it might be true. Hell,
Well, forget everything you see on the internet, right? Just go based off of what you've been taught, right? What you know versus what you've been taught.
Okay.
All right. So, what they tell you when you were a kid that the Earth is really, really big, so it looks flat, but it's actually curved, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they never told you how big it was, right?
Probably. Okay.
All right. So, do you use metric or do you use spherical? Are you meters or feet?
For measuring the Earth?
Just what are you familiar with? Meters or feet?
Meters.
So if you're 180 centimeters tall, how far away is the horizon when you're standing at the water?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, based off of the size of the Earth, because they tell you the Earth is 40,025 kilometers in circumference, about 6,371 kilometers for the radius. They tell you that if you're 180 centimeters tall, the horizon is about 4.5 kilometers away.
Okay.
Have you ever been out to any large bodies of water before that are like 15, 20 kilometers or more?
I think so. Yeah.
Have you ever seen anything that was 15, 20 kilometers away and thought, wow, I can't believe I can see that. I didn't know the Earth was that big.
I don't remember, but I think I do.
I mean, you've seen the flat Earth, you just never knew it, right? So, like, if the horizon is 4.5 kilometers away, anything after 4.5 kilometers should start to go behind the curve of the Earth. Because that is where the curve of the Earth is supposed to be. So if you see something that's like 15 kilometers away, and then you see the horizon behind that, that is impossible if the Earth is a ball.
Oh, okay.
Now, what makes it possible on a flat Earth is that it's exactly what you would expect to see based off of how vision works using lenses and perspective.
Gotcha. Yeah,
That's pretty much it, man. It sounds
yeah, I love
too
talking
simple.
about stuff like this, and that's why I joined this voice actually. Just get educated. That's all.
Yeah, no, it sounds simple, right? Like, oh, that's just very, very, very simple. But that's it, right? Like, it's not that complicated. You have your eyes. Your eyes only view things in perspective. You will never see anything from an orthogonal point of view, a side view. You will never see anything from a Euclidean point of view. You know how when you draw triangles and circles and squares on a piece of paper, you will never see anything like that. Everything will always look distorted because that's how your vision works. And we're used to it being like that.
Right.
They just, whoever came up with the curriculum decided to confuse everybody with how their vision works.
All right.
If you can control how people, if you can control how people view the world,
Yeah, I mean,
that's a lot of power.
The another question will be, if it's so simple to see the truth, which is the Earth is actually a flat and not a sphere, why is why is not well-known fact for literally everyone?
It is a well-known fact. Go outside and look for yourself. Everybody sees.
Well, if you go to the streets, and ask the random person if the Earth is flat, they will say no.
Yeah, and then you ask them, do you experience it as flat? And they'll say yes. Most of the time.
They know it's flat. They just choose to believe a different story.
Exactly. And then you ask them about their story that they believe in, right? They get taught it from a young age, and you like ask them some basic questions. They don't know anything about it. It's just a belief. It's just something they were taught growing up. And most people, they don't know the size, right? You could ask them the most basic questions, and they don't know anything, right? They just believe it's a globe. They think that, all the scientists already worked it out. I don't need to think about that. It's already established. Established science. That's what they think. And then you ask them about the science, and they don't know anything about it, right? So it's actually
most people believe.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
You're
say most people believe that they're too smart to be fooled by something that silly.
And they also think it's silly because they don't really know anything about it. Because like when you first came in, I was trying to see what you think flat Earth is. Most people, if you ask them, what do you think flat Earth is? They think, oh, you guys think it's a flat planet, like a flat disk floating around in space. And that's what the media pushes as flat Earth. But that's not what flat Earthers are claiming. Okay, we're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat isn't a shape. Most people don't even know that basic fact. So what we're talking about is that the flat is like smooth, bumpy. Flat is the description of a surface area. Okay, so if they tell us that over 70% of the globe is made up of water, or 70% of the known surface area of Earth basically is water, like seas and oceans and whatnot. Okay, and if the Earth's a globe, that would have to be curving at a certain rate. But when we go and actually test for the curvature, it's not there. We can see way further than you could possibly see on a globe, right? Like orders of magnitude further consistently, and there's no evidence that it's actually curving. So we would say water needs a container, water's flat on the surface, That's not possible on a globe that's covered in water, right? You can't have flat water on a globe because of gravity, because of the size of the globe, all of that kind of thing. Okay, and we've got basically hundreds, if not thousands, of tests that have been done now. We've had teams of field engineers going out. We've got people going out with infrared cameras, super zoom cameras, and shooting them over huge distances where there should be hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature, and zero curvature is detected every single time. This is all documented, and instead of allowing the information to be pushed out to people, which it should be because it's just observations, right? It got censored. It gets censored like crazy on social media and whatnot. It gets can get your channel shut down, demonetized, shadow banned.
Hello?
Yeah, I understand.
What's up,
I get
Jarvis?
it again.
Yeah, so we're not trying to convince people. We're just like, hey, check out these observations. What do you
Nah.
think about it? You can go do these yourself.
No convinced. I just wanted to get educated. I wanted to know the point.
Hold on, Jarvis.
No,
Hello.
go ahead. Talk if you want.
Hi, DJ Jack. Where are you from, bro?
All right.
Australia.
Hello.
What
Australia.
shape do you think the Earth is, Jarvis? Do you think the Earth is
Where are you
flat,
from,
or
bro?
do you think it's curved?
I'm from India.
How to
Where are you from?
Kutalai?
I'm from India.
You from India?
Listen. I would love to
I'm
talk
from
to you
from
guys
India.
more about
I'm one of the
I
moon
would love
rocket fires in
I'm
India.
from India.
Oh,
I'm from
you're
India,
from
from
where?
Maharashtra.
Yeah,
Okay,
hold on a second. Hold on a second,
Hello.
Jarvis.
India's
Just
flat
wait a
too.
second, bro, before you want to ask everyone where they're from. Just hold on a
How do you
second,
do?
because
How do you do?
all right, this
How
is
do you do?
yeah.
All right,
It's
Jarvis.
not going to work out, Jarvis, unfortunately. We'll unmute you in a minute when you're able to speak. Okay, try not to interrupt conversations. Carl, did you have more questions?
If he's not spoken to in India,
well, not
whatever that
entirely
language
about the
is,
flat Earth. I
there
just
you go.
wanted to say that I would love to talk more about this topic to you guys in the future or some. I don't know, other time.
Well, that's what we're here for, man.
Yeah, man. Come anytime, and there's usually someone in here. That's why it's called 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah, I thought this server was like about mastering English or something. I didn't.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm going to put a link in the side chat because we get invited to these servers from our home server because it's a pretty popular topic, right? It's the most popular channel in this entire server, actually. But we come from a home server where we've got tons and tons of information and a busy lobby, so you can go ask questions and stuff like that. So I'll put the link address in the side chat, and you can join it if you want to. So it's discord.gg/ wait 1 sec, I got to write it because we're not meant to put links in the side chat.
Can you invite me through DM?
Yeah, I can do that. I might have to send you a. Can you accept DMs?
Yeah, of course. I would love to.
All right, 1 second.
And I just want to say this, man. Yes, this is a server about learning English, but this is a very basic conversation. But what it does is it forces you to think critically, and so then now you're rearranging your basic English or your advanced English to put some thought into the language. And I think it's beneficial. It's just, if you're going to be difficult, not you, I'm saying you as in like the royal you, like anybody who's in here. If you're going to be difficult, then the conversation just gets more difficult. But if you're genuinely interested in learning, then the conversation is actually a very fun conversation.
Yeah, to be honest, I just wanted to have a conversation with other people. I really don't need to learn English or anything. I just wanted to talk with people.
Yeah, you're good. Hey, you need to accept my friend request to get the
Of course.
the message it says.
Yeah, 1 sec. There you go.
All right, I'll just try repost it. All right, cool. All right, yeah, there's the link to the home server. So just when you get into the home server, if you just click go to server now, I can verify you, right? So just make sure you just go up and read the rules when you get in there, and yeah, you should be good to go. I'll give you the verified role, so you can access. Right. So if you scroll down the server, if you're interested in learning about, like, if you have a question about gravity or something like the moon missions, right? Just scroll down, and there's actually terabytes of information in the information channels that's stored in there.
Yeah, I would love to, man.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to find that information on social media and on the internet because it, like I said before, it's heavily censored and shadow banned, the topic itself.
Yeah.
But tons of info on the server.
Do you guys also have this kind of conversations on that server?
Yeah, we have events. Usually, like, that server used to be packed kind of like this one all the time. But then these other big servers, like the politics server and the English hub and other servers, they asked us if we can sort of start a VC in their channel, right? Because it's a pretty popular topic. So usually the home server's not as busy, but sometimes, like, we'll have an event in there and then there'll be 50 people in there all of a sudden. So just keep an eye on it. Yeah.
And I'll say this too. Is he still in here?
Yeah.
So oddly enough, right? You're like, well, what about the globe, right?
It's a cow, buddy. It's a cow.
The cow.
Yeah.
So, what about the globe, right? Like, I used to believe in the globe for 39 years. Many of us were hardcore space fan junkies. We all grew up knowing the globe or believing in the globe because that's what we were taught, right? It was only when we actually went out and had a real world observation, real world experience, that then we had a change of heart and change of mind on how we experience the world around us. Because, like DJ said, we don't experience the world as a ball spinning, hurling through space. It feels stationary and it looks flat.
That's right.
Yeah, so with the tests I was talking about before, right? Here's an example. Just say you get a 10-mile distance of water. Okay, you can calculate how much curvature there should be if the Earth's a globe over that 10 miles. Okay, and the answer is 66 foot, right? Roughly 66 foot over 10 miles. That's how much curvature there would have to be, right? Due to the Earth being a globe with the radius of 3,959 miles, like they tell us, and because of gravity, okay, the water must curve at a certain rate anywhere on the Earth, any body of water that size. Now, when we go and actually test over distances like that, we don't see any curvature. Like, we can set up a camera, like a high zoom camera, on one side of the lake or one side of the body of water, and we can zoom in across the surface of the water and see the shoreline on the other side of the body of water. Okay, if the Earth were a globe, that would not be possible. That would be impossible. That curvature would have to be there. Now, 66 foot, that's quite a bit of distance, right? That's like a 6-story building. Okay, so if there's a person standing on the other side of that lake, you shouldn't be able to zoom in and see them, right? They should be hidden behind the horizon. Okay, because that's what we can test for, right? The horizon should be at a certain distance away. If you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be 3 miles away. But when we go and test for it, that's not the case, right? It's not there where they say, and there's no observations throughout all of history that have measured Earth curvature or that have measured the horizon where it should be. So it's a huge accumulation of different types of tests that are being done, right, that validate that it can't possibly be a globe, right? All we experience is a flat Earth, and then when we go and test it, it's still flat. So the only reason people think it's a globe generally is because, you know, they see these CGI pictures that NASA's giving them, or these unverifiable pictures that NASA's giving them from, say, the Apollo missions and things like that.
My favorite is when they show you these images online in these like online magazines. If you look underneath the image, it says artist's interpretation of what they think it should look like, or artist's rendition. And most people don't even look at that. They just look at the cartoon and say, "Oh, that's so cool." But yeah, what would you say? What would you say the hardest part is for a lot of people, DJ? The idea of unlearning everything that they were taught, or
yeah, I don't know. It depends on the person. Some people are so like mentally invested into science fiction and space and that kind of thing, you know, and then other people aren't, right? Other people are like, yeah, they probably faked the moon landings, right? They look completely fake, and it makes sense that they would fake them. Whereas other people will see the footage that looks so ridiculously fake, and they'll be like, yeah, what's wrong with that? And they'll get all emotional about it because they've got like a deep belief system. It really depends on each person individually, I guess. And
you're right.
How indoctrinated they are, like there's completely different levels of indoctrination. And also as ego, like a lot of the time it's ego based as well. Like they might have been taught that, you know, anyone that goes against the mainstream science is a crazy conspiracy theorist, and then they'll hear about flat Earth, they'll have a wrong impression of what flat Earth is. And because of their ego, they'll come in here and they think that they're going to come in and obliterate a flat earther intellectually, and that's usually not what happens. And then the ego comes into play, and they won't listen to any of the information. It just becomes an ego battle. So yeah, all different types of characters, I guess. It depends on the person.
Let me ask you this, Eco. Based off of what you were listening to, what we said to you, what do you think is the reason of why? I'm not going to get into the whole word thing, but why do you think we think the Earth is flat? Just to see if you're paying attention. He might be away from the microphone. I'll give him a minute to come back over. What do you think, DJ? Should we do that more often? Like when we have a genuine conversation like you call? Just kind of remind everybody, like, you know, check back in with them. See if they understood what we told them.
Yeah, I definitely think we definitely need to do that way more often. You know, I do it myself. Like, yeah, we need to keep them engaged in the conversation and keep asking them questions and almost have them, you know, yeah, just constantly making sure they're engaged. Cyclone does that really well. You know, quite often it's easy to lose people these days, especially with the
TikTok brain.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, that conversation was longer than 3.5 minutes. I don't know. Do you think that's a loaded statement? The reason the Earth is flat is because of the lack of geometry. Like thinking about it from a globe earther standpoint, not knowing anything about flat Earth, does that come down to like a loaded question or statement, or do you feel like it's just strictly cognitive dissonance because of ego?
It's just I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just default. You know, if you have a large surface area that's not curving, it's just by default flat. You know, and there's no evidence of anything other than that. So.
I bet Ecall's in our server right now looking at everything. That was probably the coolest thing when I first came to our server is, oh man, it took me like 6 months to like kind of understand what y'all had put together over 10 years. And even then, like you can watch it over and over again and you don't really understand it until you start to have the conversation and you see how the pieces fit. Why is this piece here? Why is that piece there? And it really takes a while to gain that understanding. But ultimately, your goal should be trying to understand why the curve is supposed to be the geometry, the horizon is supposed to be the geometry, and what that looks like if the geometry is not there. What does that mean? And then go out and experience it. What's up to the rest of the people here? What's dark is deafened.
Yeah, it died off in here because our event got ended because they had some
Did I
stage
miss
events.
anything?
No, man. Nope. If you have any more questions, just let us know.
Yeah, I don't have any questions right now, but I'm gonna have in the future. So I'll ask in the other server.
Yeah, you can ask in the other server, or if there's people here, you know, we got the side chat here as well. So
yeah,
no
problem.
Just depends where we're at. Sometimes we're also in the politics server as well.
Politics server.
Yeah, so I'll send you a link to that one as well.
All right.
Yeah, it gets a little more randy in there.
Yeah, it's a little bit more like a battle arena against like soy boy atheists,
I would love
college bros.
Listen, I would love to listen.
Politics.
All right, I just sent you an invite to that one as well.
Yeah, it's like a whitewater rapids mosh pit.
Yeah.
And this place is more like a lazy river. We chill over here.
Yeah,
Just hang out.
it's good. It's good. Whoa. There's so many people on the politics server.
I'll say this, Ekal, too.
Yeah.
You know, you may have questions about like how things work, right? Because like you had an idea of what you thought things did before learning that the Earth is flat. So falsification is independent of replacement, right? If I can disprove something, I don't have to replace it with something else. I may try to figure out at some point, you know, through experimentation, some other explanation that fits the conversation, but I don't have to give you an explanation. So I just want you to understand that, like, I don't know is a perfectly fine answer. And
this.
you'll find that it's a lot of us are very honest, and we will say we don't know.
Like if you debunk Santa Claus, you do not have to come up with a new Santa Claus.
Gotcha. Wait a minute, there's a communist room in the politics server? Oh my god.
It's pretty randy over there, dude. You might actually have
you might, bro. I bet none of them actually experienced what actual communism is it's all about.
Probably.
Sounds like they'll have some
I'm going to tell you this: each of those rooms, the moderators have their own privileges and perms and everything like that. So just be careful what you say in those rooms. If you don't want to get banned, it's better to leave than to say something stupid. You know what I mean?
You know, it's also funny, Sheepdog, is they preemptively banned many of us just by virtue of us being in this room.
Oh yeah, like he's a flat earther, and then like all of a sudden that room is no longer available to us. Like we can't go into certain rooms.
Look, I remember Sheepdog said something very, very good once. He said it's like the more degenerate someone is, right? Politics servers a great example of this. There's a lot of degenerates. The more degenerate someone is, the more they hate flat earthers. And the more they hate flat earth, they get freaking so triggered. Like if you get a particular type of person, I won't mention what type of people, but you'll notice. And the more degenerate someone is, go ahead. I'm not saying anything.
Very angry.
Ekal, so you want to know who most of the anti-flat earthers are? It's not even that they're like globe earthers. They're just anti-flat earth. They're like, it can't be flat. I'm going to make up every excuse and reason why it can't be flat. Do you know which group of people?
Tell me.
Gay white males.
Oh shit. Nah.
I kid you not, bro.
They definitely don't want the Earth to be flat because then that means hater, and you don't want that part of anything.
Nah, they don't like flat things. They like more like curved balls. So yeah, I get it.
Not just that. They don't want to accept the fact that there are consequences long term for their actions. And this isn't all
there's a room called Flat Earth Debunked. That's crazy. Okay.
Well, that's the point.
We didn't know that. We must not be allowed into those rooms.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that.
Dude, they make those rooms, right? They'll get banned. You know, they'll have a spaz out. They'll get banned from ours. They'll go make a room called Flat Earth Debunked, and then like it just dies, right? You watch in like 2 days, that room will be gone. People don't care about that channel.
Try to coordinate their next arguments there with us.
Yeah. Because the flat earthers just don't care about that, right? You're never going to get a flat earthers in a Globe Earth channel or a flat earth debunking channel. We're not interested in that. People chase us around to our channels.
And just so you know, we get like people with PhDs in math or science or master's degrees in math or science that come in here and have arguments against us all the time.
Okay.
So we're not like some rink-a-dink thing. Like they come in here, most of them spaz out and they never come back, but some of them stick around. They just like the conversation. They find it brain stimulating because they didn't think that someone like a flat earther would challenge their thought process.
Gotcha.
Another thing is we get a lot of bullies in here who they think they're going to come in here and pick on the retarded flat earthers, and they find out.
Why though? Like,
really,
listen, like, I just found out about you guys. I've never had a talk about flat Earth before in my entire life. I mean, do I believe the Earth is flat? I mean, right now, obviously not. I have to think about it, and I'm gonna come up with another questions. I'm gonna ask you again and all, but why bullying, bro? I just came here to educate myself about
Yeah, I know,
flat Earth.
right?
And what is flat Earth? I just want to know.
Hey, and you know what? It's fair to ask questions. It's fine.
Yeah.
And they're just haters, man. They can't handle anything outside of their very narrow-minded worldview. So.
I got a question. Cole. Do you agree that? Let's see if I can word this in a way that makes sense. If you wanted to measure something, would you look at the thing that you want to measure, or would you look at the air above it? Like if I told you that the flat has a hump in it, a floor flat. If you're building a home, right, and then you built the foundation, and then you built the walls, you built the ceiling, and then I come in and I say, bro, there's a big hump in the floor. And are you going to look at the floor, or are you going to look at the ceiling and say, no, the ceiling looks fine. There can't be a hump in my floor because the ceiling doesn't show that. Or are you going to look at the
There's
floor?
something wrong with the floor. Obviously, I'm gonna look at the floor.
Right. So think about that when we're talking about flat Earth. We're not talking about flat sky. We're not talking about the planets in the sky. We're not talking about the sun. We're not talking about the moon. We're just talking about the surface of the Earth.
Although the bottom of clouds are flat, so technically the sky is flat.
Hey, that's true.
So I just wanted to give you that to chew on a little bit while you're doing your research.
Yeah.
Another thing is this. You mentioned belief earlier. This wouldn't be a belief. It's like kind of like your height. If you were to measure your height, it's not something you would believe. It would be something you know. And we know that the steel man of the globe is dead on arrival. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask, man.
Not right now, but I will in the future. I don't know.
Yep. No worries.
Yeah.
And welcome to whoever just joined in. I think it was Al Yonka. Welcome.
Hey, Sheepdog. Sheepdog, you there?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, have you got that Witsit clip that you play sometimes? It's like he just goes over all the 101 stuff in about 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'll grab it and throw it in the chat.
Yeah, thanks, man. I wanted to save that as well.
Welcome.
Yo, what's up?
How's it going, man?
Great, man. How are you? I've been going.
I hope all's well with you and yours, man. What brings you here?
Same, I don't know.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go right now, and I'll see you guys later. Bye.
All right,
You too, man. Same.
Catch you later, man.
Yeah, Voltaires. Feel free to ask any questions you may have, man. And welcome.
About what, man?
The earth, the ground, the floor of the universe. Or the globe. We can tell you about that too.
So y'all say it's flat or something?
Welcome to the ground, man.
Oh, okay, man. I respect the opinion.
Yeah, I would say that the surface of water doesn't curve, right? So if over 70% of the known surface area of the Earth is made up of water, and that's not curving, then it can't be a globe. That's one point.
So water is not curving?
No.
Didn't they like test it with like boats or something and telescopes? And they disappeared or something? Are they like Photoshop or something?
No.
Telescopes.
Yeah, it's not photoshopped, right? But a boat disappearing bottom up isn't something that would be because it's going over the curvature of a globe, right? Because you can replicate the same thing on a small pond where there would be no curvature, right? Or you could replicate the same thing on a flat floor or a small scale surface, right? So there's other explanations for these things. I can understand why someone would think it's a logical argument. And maybe back in the day before they had good technology, right? That someone might have seen that happen and go, oh, maybe it's going over like some curvature or something like that. But yeah, it's not the case.
Okay. But it's like when you say like a boat, let's say like the main part disappears, but the sail actually stays there and we can see it. Doesn't that like prove it or something?
Hey, can you see the side chat?
Yeah, sure, man. Or the dolphins jumping over the curvature? Okay, let me see that.
Yeah, so that's an
windmill as well. Back to you, TJ. You'll see what I'm talking about, though. I posted that, so you can carry on with
Wow, yeah. Looks interesting. It's like, there's no water there, yeah.
There's some examples of some miraging effects that can take place. But most often what happens is the boat will, as it sails away, it will just get smaller, right? And then once it gets below a certain size, you can't see it anymore. Now we have pretty amazing zoom technology, right? Consumer grade zoom cameras that can zoom in like a freaking telescope. Now we can zoom back in on the boat that you can't see anymore, and we can bring the boat back to view again. Right? Depending if there aren't certain things that would prevent that from happening, like the miraging effect that you just saw in the side chat, right? If there's a miraging effect, a bunch of different things can happen. But that would be pretty much inconclusive of anything if you had miraging effects taking place. And then if you've got ocean swells, which is pretty damn common out in the ocean, when you're looking out over the ocean swells, it looks pretty uniform out in the distance, right? Because you're looking across the top of them all. So it looks kind of flat out there, but they can be quite big ocean swells out in the ocean. And so that can cut off the bottom of the boat as well. But if you have a look at the one I just posted, 57 minutes after the hour. Okay, this guy's standing on the shoreline and he's zooming out. He's zooming out to a giant boat. What you'll notice is that there's no waves on this day. It's super clear conditions, and there's not much wind. It's nice and smooth. Okay, and when he's zoomed out, right before he zooms in on the boat, you can't see the boat at all. Right, it's still there, but you can't resolve it because it's too small for the human eye to resolve. Now, when he zooms in, you can see the entire boat again. It didn't disappear bottom up or anything like that. If you added waves into this scenario, it was disappearing bottom up, as it said.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, if you guys believe in like flat Earth, what about the space though? I'm interested in that.
Space, yes. Yeah, that's another argument against the globe, right? So we're taught that space is a big giant vacuum, right? The vacuum of outer space, and it's giant, and we've got all of these balls and stars, right? Balls of plasma gas and whatnot, all orbiting around inside this big giant cosmic vacuum. Okay, but we're here on the Earth, right? And we're measuring the Earth doesn't have any curvature. And then we have gas pressure. We're breathing gas pressure. Okay, so that's another argument, right? So to have gas pressure to be able to breathe, that requires a container. It's in the definition of gas pressure that the necessary antecedent to have gas pressure is a container, right? Gas pressure is the force that the gas molecules exert when they bounce off the walls of their container or off each other. Okay, so as far as we can test on a smaller scale, right, we need a container to have gas pressure. It's in the gas laws. You can't have gas pressure inside a vacuum, right? Outer space is essentially a giant vacuum chamber, more powerful than any vacuum chamber we can make here on the Earth. Okay, so they're telling us that we're on a ball that's covered in oceans, and then there's gas on the outside of it, and that's happening inside a vacuum without a container. Okay, we would say we live in a contained system of some type, right? Kind of like all the ancient cultures also agreed on.
Can I ask a quick
container
question,
like
DJ?
expanding?
Yeah,
Well,
just jump in, Sheepdog. Yep.
Let me ask you a question. Do you agree that if the Earth is not a ball, the entire story about space and what the planets are, the sun, the location of everything, the size of everything, do you agree that all of that is wrong if the Earth is not a ball?
Interesting question.
Yeah, so that's the heliocentric model. It relies on the Earth being a ball, right? It relies on gravity. It relies on, so you need to have gravity. You
Gravity?
need to be a globe. Yeah. What's that?
You guys believe in gravity?
Does gravity make the Earth a sphere?
Why wouldn't it?
Why would it?
Well, if the Earth is a sphere, then how big is it?
If Earth is a sphere, how big is it? It's huge, man. Even these telescopes that you showed me, like in the video, I guess, you zoomed in, but you can zoom in, I think, much more than that, and it still seems flat because, you know, the Earth is actually like pretty huge.
I don't disagree that like heavier things displace under lighter things, right? Beneath lighter things. So when you talk about gravity, like if I pick up something heavy and the thing that I pick up is more dense than the medium that it's in, like if I pick up a bowling ball and I drop it in a swimming pool, it's going to sink, right? If I pick up a bowling ball in air and I drop it, it's going to sink, right?
Yeah.
I don't disagree with any of that, man. What's in contention here is, if the Earth, if there's gravity, then the Earth must be a ball. Well, if the Earth is a ball, then that means it's a certain size. If it's a certain size, that means the horizon is the curve of the Earth. If the horizon is the curve of the Earth, then everything that goes beyond the horizon, behind the curve of the Earth, that specific location, everything should start to fall away at that specific location. But what DJ demonstrated to you is that we see things beyond where the geometry of the Earth should be, and then we're seeing the horizon beyond that.
So okay, why aren't you guys like testing it with like lasers and stuff?
We do.
Hello, guys. Actually, Not you guys, but like specifically the flat earthers. I think they tested it.
We do.
And it
Yeah,
failed
man.
or something.
No. We've got really high-end laser tests that have been done. We've got countless amounts of them, right? Like proper ones. So we've had teams of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser and conduct 17 different tests, right, for this particular overall test that they were doing, right? They did 17 different tests over different distances. They accounted for all of the weather conditions and whatnot, and they have a 1 hour long documentary that presents all of the information.
6 of them.
No,
Sorry, I put 6 of them in the side chat. Go ahead.
Thank you, man. Thanks. Okay, so along with that, they have a 180-page PDF document that goes over all of the technical details, right? All of the specifications, all of the accounting for refraction and the weather conditions and everything like that. So yeah, there's a ton. It's not just that one either, right? There's tons and tons of different laser tests that have been done over using different spectrums of laser beams, over frozen lakes, over salt lakes, over regular bodies of water, over the ocean. Yeah, it's been done every single time. It's coming back that there's no obstruction, right? No curvature over these distances, where there would have to be hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature.
Mm-hmm. So, like, what about I guess, the space workers, astronauts, seeing it from and actually picturing it and posting videos about Earth from outside? It seems pretty around to me. I don't know. What's your thought on that?
Sorry, man. Can you say that one more time for me?
What do you think about the astronauts?
Oh, yeah. Look, even
from the outside space.
Yeah. So if you do some decent research into the moon landings, you'll definitely be super skeptical of the moon landings.
Oh no, I'm not talking about moon landings. That could be actually fake, but I'm talking the astronauts from this telescopes and stuff. Telescopes about these the flying objects.
Oh, so not astronauts? You mean satellites and things like that? Like the space,
yeah, from the outside when they film it.
The Hubble Space Telescope and whatnot.
I think that's used for stars and stuff.
Yeah. So which telescope are you talking about?
Not telescope. I'm talking about satellites from the outside of the Earth where they take pictures. I think there was a live actually.
Yeah, they generally don't, right? So when NASA presents these images like the Blue Marble 2012, 2002, 2005, 2007, they present these images of the Earth, which are meant to be images taken from a telescope that's in space of the Earth, right? Once you look into it a bit further, you'll realize that the telescopes, they don't have a camera on them and they're taking a snapshot of the Earth and sending it back and saying, here guys, here's the snapshot of the Earth from space, right? It's
live videos out here right now on YouTube.
Yeah, like what?
Live
You're
from
talking
space.
about from the ISS or what?
Let me see it actually.
Yeah, chuck it in the side chat.
Anyway, sorry, DJ. I was just making the statement that I put a playlist of laser tests, and I lead with the FE Core one in that playlist. So just to help facilitate the conversation in the future, if you see that playlist, I'm trying to help you with the multiple laser tests.
Awesome, thanks, man. Yeah, so
Maybe
Voltaris is
you
just
guys should do the laser test, definitely.
Yeah. Or even have a look at the one that's been done, right? Because it's not like the really high level ones. It's super comprehensive. Like it's a whole team of field engineers, and it's extremely technically done, right? And they're using a $30,000 laser as well. So there's the PDF in the side chat that old dude put there, and then in the thing that Sheepdog posted. That's the video that goes along with it. All right, so let's have a look at what you posted. Right, so this is from the International Space Station.
Okay.
Allegedly, right? So first have a look at it, right? It kind of looks a bit suspect. Another thing you'll notice? Yeah, another thing. It looks pretty suspect. Like you could easily fake this, right? I'm not saying that I can prove that it's fake, but I haven't had a decent scroll through this. But what you're going to notice is the amount of curvature that you can see in the images. It changes all the time. Okay, so I'll show you a few examples of that. Just scrubbing through it, you're going to notice that what you're seeing in these images, if it is from the height that they're telling us and whatnot, and if it is legitimate, then they're definitely using some fisheye lens or some extremely wide angle lens that's doing some really crazy stuff with the alleged globe in the background. Like have a look at this image, right? This is a screenshot from the video. The Earth's pretty wonky looking there, and then just a little bit later in the video, there's only like 1/5 of that amount of curvature all of a sudden. All right, so have a look at this frame. Like what the hell's going on in this frame?
Uh-huh.
All right, so it's unverifiable, and even if the Earth was a globe, okay, the height that this is meant to be from, it's 250 miles. Okay, that's 400 kilometers. From that height, you wouldn't even see the curvature of the Earth, right? You would only see 3% of the surface of the Earth, and there would be hardly any curvature, like too little to make it out with the human eye. But you can see in this image, we're seeing looks like you can see half the globe there in that top one I posted. The next one, it's not the same, right? If you have a pan through it, you'll see it's completely inconsistent. The globe looks different in half of the footage that they're showing. Usually when you scrub through this, and I've got some screenshots taken, you can see that there's stitch lines where they've stitched together bits of the globe and stuff like that. Here's another one, right? Another screenshot. I'm just scrolling through to random bits of the video. And it just, the globe looks completely different all of a sudden. It's just a completely different globe. Different color structure, composition and everything. And what I was getting at before is you wouldn't see this much curvature. Okay, so they're definitely using some funky lenses, even if they are, up there taking footage and it's not just completely fake. But yeah, it's inconsistent. And what's also inconsistent about it is that there's footage from the Chinese space station, right? The Chinese also have their own space station, and it's the same height, approximately the same height as the ISS. And from the main cameras on the Chinese space station, it just shows a completely flat horizon. So I'll actually post that so you can have a look. And what I'm saying is I'm calling bullshit on both of them, but you can't have both, right? You can't have a completely flat horizon from that height and then all of a sudden this completely drastic curved horizon, right? So Obvious B just posted some screenshots from the video from the Chinese space station, right? So it doesn't look the same as what NASA's showing us, but it's from the same height, approximately the same height. A bit higher, it actually goes a bit higher. So we get super inconsistent results from different space agencies, so-called space agencies. Here's another good example of it. One second. All right, so this is a mixture of the Russian space agency, the Japanese, NASA, and it's just showing you different little sections of the globe, showing you that they all look completely different, ridiculously different. It's just, yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. It's kind of, once you look into them, even if I believe the Earth was a globe, right, I would definitely be calling bullshit on a lot of this stuff.
Oh, what about this video? I'm sure you've seen this multiple times.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so this is like it's like a mockumentary hit piece against Flat Earth called Behind the Curve. And it's like on Netflix or something. And the guy in it is an absolute moron. His name's Jaren. And so basically they were supposed to do a laser test, right? And Jaren like broke the laser or something. So, like, left it on and like melted this really expensive laser. But because they had it all set up, they decided to just, instead of using a laser, right, which is an extremely precise device, they decided to use a flashlight, right? And they're doing it at nighttime. And Jaren's like cutting out some holes in some foam or something like that. Like it doesn't show the test. It doesn't really show anything. Jaren reckons that they like lied with the way that they spliced the footage. Like when he says that at the end, they're like, interesting. Like they say, oh, you can't see the light anymore. And he says, interesting. Apparently he said that like 4 hours earlier and they just spliced it in there. Most of it's just close-ups of his face, of his dopey looking face. It doesn't show the test, and they get the math wrong in the cartoons that they show in the video as well. Like check this out. I got screenshots of it.
That's because they didn't send any real flat earthers with them. They just sent a glober pretending to be a flat earther.
Exactly. Yeah, this Jaren guy, absolute moron. Right. So look at this one. Right. Look at the guy holding the flashlight. That's meant to be Jaren, I guess, but Jaren was never holding the flashlight. But anyway, that doesn't matter. Like, okay, so he's holding the flashlight at his chest on this silly looking cartoon diagram. Now they're saying that he lifts it up from 17 foot. Okay, and then this is the next cartoon they show. So all he does is he's standing there and he lifts up the flashlight. And now all of a sudden, from holding it there with his chest, it's 23 foot high now. So he's got 6 foot long arms somehow, right? So that it's completely ridiculous. Like this is absolute junk compared to the quality of like actual laser tests that the professionals have gone out and done. Like this doesn't even count. It doesn't show the test, doesn't show the setup, didn't use a laser, did it at nighttime where you can't see anything. It doesn't, it's just crap. It's just aimed to make flat earthers look stupid, that's all. So they picked some really stupid flat earthers and made a fool of them and then presented it on a Netflix documentary as a hit piece. That's what this is.
Yeah, precisely, DJ. It's very, very low effort. Anybody that was serious about investigating this for the globe or the flat earth, whichever side, if your last tool available was a flashlight, you would just call the whole thing off. It's absurd.
Wait, so what do you guys think about Albert Einstein, though?
Oh, he likes to stick his tongue out, and he's got crazy hair because he's a window licker.
Married his first cousin, and he likes to wear high heels as well. Just a few facts about Einstein. And then he made up a mathematical concept that Nikola Tesla called mathematical garb. And yeah, that's Einstein for you.
Wow, that's very disrespectful. Low key. But he did do that nasty stuff there.
Disrespectful? That's being nice to the guy. That's being nice. Want to hear me get disrespectful?
Well, he made some scientific breakthrough. Like, he predicted about, that black holes actually exist.
The only thing he predicted
they shouldn't
was
be able
the size of the shirt that people could wear with his adjustable shirt that he patented. That's the only thing he ever did was make a shirt.
He didn't predict nothing.
What do you mean, bro? About the black holes?
Black holes were invented in 1780.
Invented.
Do you have any evidence of black holes?
The evidence is like the math, though. Isn't that the evidence? Like when you come, like do the math, you come to a conclusion.
Not necessarily reality. You know, we've got math for, you know, how the Enterprise fucking you know, how much thrust it needs to get from A to B. Like, it's not reality though. Got math for
And if you believe in gravity, you
Superman
should.
can jump over the Empire State Building. It's not reality.
Gravity is the
What do you
weight or
mean?
seriousness of a person, place, or thing.
I feel like if you believe in gravity, actually, like,
Why would you have to believe in it? Beliefs are for relationships and religions.
yeah, but it's a theory though. Everything's a theory, you know.
Dude, it's a mathematics is not a force. And gravity, as defined by Einstein, is the bending and warping of the four-dimensional manifold of space-time, which is a mathematical construct of height, width, depth, and time. Math's not a force, dude.
If anything, Einstein was just a patsy to push this pseudoscientific nonsense onto the masses. And in the same sense, you could look at the idolization or deification of Elon Musk as some kind of savior to humanity, pushing us forward. It's just a patsy to push their agenda, basically.
To Mars so that turn that ruined planet because it's already ruined. Remember, already had water and everything. We're going to go there and turn it into a real good planet. Get off of this crappy green one that has clear blue water and all that other shit that we don't like.
Wait, why don't you guys like? If that's your like biggest purpose in life, why don't you become an astronaut? Go into space. You would actually see the truth.
You want me to go to a pretend space to go to space? You want me to go somewhere?
I would, to learn the reality. If I believed
already
it
know
was
the
fake.
reality. Yeah, I already know the reality. NASA's down the street.
Volters, if we go out into reality and we measure the ground and we find no curvature, right, is that not sufficient enough for you?
You do what? Can you repeat that?
If we go out into reality and measure the actual surface of the Earth and we don't find any curvature, is that not sufficient enough?
What do you mean go out in reality? You mean space?
I mean outside your door, like somewhere you've actually been.
Like to the ocean or to a giant body of water where there would have to be a certain amount of curvature if the Earth were a globe, because they tell us the exact size of the globe and they tell us there's gravity. That means that the water would have to be curving at a certain rate. Okay, so if you go to a 20-mile body of water, there has to be just under 300 foot of curvature over that distance. Right? That's like a skyscraper worth of curvature. Now we can go and test that with lasers and with high-end optics, infrared cameras, all kinds of different methods, and we've done that, and there's no curvature. If it's a globe, there has to be that curvature there. It has to be there. There's no other way around it. To have a globe, it has to be there.
I don't know. Personally, if I believe that they faked it all, I would actually become an astronaut and see it myself, with my eyes.
Well, listen to this, right? So only 26, I think it's 26 astronauts have ever left low Earth orbit. Okay, and that was over 50 years ago with the Apollo missions. And then when they interviewed NASA and said, how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon? NASA said in the interview, we destroyed that technology and it would be a painful process to build it back. That's literally what they said. I can show you the clip if you want of them saying that.
I mean, I don't think there was much purpose in going to the moon.
Yeah, so look, regardless, that's what NASA's reply was. They said they'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology and it would be a painful process to build it back again. No one else has gone up above low Earth orbit since then, right? No one's even claimed to. So the people that are going up to the ISS, that's not even high enough to see the curvature. Sending Katy Perry and Jeff Bezos up, that's not the curvature, bro. That's like 60 miles up in the air. And that's not like, if you want to be like Katy Perry and be an astronaut like Katy, then go for it. But you're not going to see any curvature from that height.
That's not an astronaut. Going in an airplane. Going in an airplane, guy. Dude, that's going in an airplane.
How dare you disrespect Katy like that?
Well, he puts Katy on the same pedestal as Einstein.
See that black and white?
It's so funny.
That went 65 miles up. U-2 rocket. It was taken from Germany. Katy Perry and her friends went that altitude. That's about as high as they went. From that height, it is flat. The horizon remains horizontal.
Yeah, that's a good GIF.
Oh, they did go pretty far. Like, wow.
There's a video of Katy in space astronauting with a flower.
Wait, hold on. I have a serious
question. She didn't go anywhere. She went to a studio that's green screen.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have a serious question. It's like people are actually discussing here about whether
sounds like an emergency.
Should hang up and dial 911.
Yes, we are.
Oh, how many people?
That's us. We're here talking about the Earth.
Oh.
Yeah, welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Do you happen to have any questions you would like to ask us?
Yeah. Why do you think the Earth is flat?
Why? Because
observed that way.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because
I digress.
Because everyone experiences the Earth as flat and stationary, and when we go to a large body of water, we see flat water, and we see a horizontal horizon, and then we can go and measure it for curvature, and we've done that hundreds and hundreds of times, if not thousands of times, and there's zero curvature. Okay, and there's no.
Tell me, have you ever been on a plane?
Yeah, I've been on a plane many times, right? And it's completely flat from that height.
Really?
You don't see the curvature from a plane. Even if the Earth was a globe, mathematically, you wouldn't see curvature from that height. So you might think that you're seeing curvature because you've got it like ingrained into your mind or something like that. But mathematically, you wouldn't see any curvature from that height.
I don't mean like a normal flight. I mean like a long range flight.
Have you ever been in a plane break?
It sounds like you've never actually been
Have
in
you
a
ever
plane.
been in a plane?
That was my question, because it sounds like you've never looked out a window of a plane before.
I looked out a window in a long flight where the plane flew really high, and I did see curvature.
No. Okay, so look, do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is, the astrophysicist?
No, I don't know names.
You don't know him? Well,
I don't know
anyway,
names.
he's one of the most famous astrophysicists in the world, okay? So he hates flat Earth, right? But even he says that even from 10 times the height of a plane, you wouldn't see curvature. And he did the math and the calculations. So even from the height of the Blue Origin space flight, they call it a space flight, but anyway, 300,000 foot, he says that you wouldn't see curvature from that height because that's just not high enough above the surface of the Earth. And have a look, if you have a look in the side chat, here's a time lapse of a flight as well.
I want you to tell me how does the sun and moon walk in the flat Earth?
Overhead.
Yeah, the sun and the moon move across the sky, just like we all experience every day.
Are they the same? Are they the same size?
They appear the same size, but I don't know. There's no way to confirm exactly what's going on with them.
Yeah, I'm going to say one's about 3 feet bigger than the other. 3 feet.
Well, I think it's at least 4 feet bigger, and Radwin's just completely wrong about that. It's 4 feet.
Okay, I can see it's probably 4 feet.
Why is it irrelevant interjection, Radwin? Honestly.
Yeah. So look, seriously though, no one knows the exact size of the sun or the moon, but they do appear the same size in the sky. and they move in cycles over our head. Okay, and that's what creates daytime and nighttime and the seasons.
But when you see like the sun and the moon, are they flat too, or are they like?
There's definitely no way to tell that exactly for sure, like 100%. But when I look at the moon, it does look like half a sphere. But I don't know. I can show you other things that look like a sphere that I can prove aren't a sphere. So I don't know for sure.
So let me ask you this, Voltaires. Hold on. Voltaires.
Okay.
Does the moon look flat to you from where you can see it on Earth?
No, it looks very round to me. If we're considering gravity,
I mean, it looks circular. It looks circular. It looks circular, but is it flat or is it a ball?
Well, Sheepdoggy said it's round
ball because its shape is different because of the gravity. But what I would say is that because of the gravity and the
how does it look from
hugeness
Earth to you?
What do you mean? Looks like a pancake.
Looks like a circle, right?
Yeah.
Right. So from your own observation, it looks like a disc. Can you verify that? No, it just looks like it.
Also, when it like spins, you only see one side of the moon because it spins like together with us.
So it spins in two different directions, according to the globe. It spins in a way so that way it faces the Earth, but it also rotates like a wagon wheel. So it rotates on two different axes, 90 degrees from each other.
Though the sun is too hot, though. What do you guys think about that? I'm gonna leave it to a branch.
So you're just gonna jump off of the moon and go straight to the sun, huh?
You're all over the place, dude.
Okay, I'm just gonna get my coffee, sorry. I'll give it to Brach, I guess. Yo, Brach, you got me, bro.
Okay. So, tell me, how is an eclipse possible in flat Earth?
An eclipse.
Because the Earth is flat.
Yeah, so in the globe theory, right, they've told you that it's the curvature of the Earth that's going to cause what you're seeing during an eclipse. But we can go out and validate that there is no curvature whatsoever on the Earth. So that eliminates that possibility 100%.
But an eclipse is a real thing. You can see it with your own eyes. How do you explain it in flat Earth?
Yeah, we don't try to explain everything in the sky that we can't validate. Okay, that's one thing we definitely don't try to do. We don't try to have an answer for every single thing that we see in the sky that we can never go and check. Right? We can't go to the sun. We can't go to the moon and check exactly what's going on during an eclipse.
We can. We were in the moon.
No, we weren't on the moon, right? A bunch of Freemasons from NASA allegedly went to the moon over 50 years ago, but that was proven to be fake, right? So that doesn't prove that the Earth's not a globe.
And no one proved it really. There was no proof that they proven it will be fake.
Yeah, there is. You probably haven't looked into it yet, right?
I looked into it. I had a teacher even that said it.
A teacher?
And it's not.
Okay, well.
No, I had a teacher in like computer science, and he just started talking from random
It's
theories.
unlikely your teacher looked into it either.
He thought about everything. Egyptians, back then, whatever.
Look, it's easy to demonstrate that the moon landings were fake because, depictions from wherever they want to claim, whatever distances from the Earth, they show a spherical Earth. We can go out and measure there's no spherical Earth.
Okay, well, did you ever see a telescope?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about them?
Can you explain why the sun is a ball, the moon is a ball?
The sun and the moon and every other object above our head are independent objects, right? They are
why
not.
Is everything a ball?
What the Earth is doesn't dictate what they are. No, you can't prove that.
Explain this. Okay, you can see in a telescope with your own eyes. Every planet, every star.
Excuse me, be quiet for a moment. You know something? It was rude enough that you interrupted the conversation to begin with. Now you're interrupting the gentleman trying to answer a question for you. Like, I know you're French, but you don't have to be rude.
He's a child, dude. Chill.
Okay, that was racist, and I'm not French. Okay, continue.
It's not racist.
Yeah, it's
Sounds
not
Russian.
racist. But look, but hold on. There's no need for it to get hostile. Okay, so you're being told a big story about the things that you see in the sky. That's cool, right? I'm going to show you a picture in the side chat right now. Okay, of four objects. Okay, can you see them?
Yeah, I see.
Okay, which one of them's a sphere, or are they all spheres?
I don't know. I can't really see.
You can't see the side chat. Can you see the 4 red objects?
No, yeah, but I can't really understand what is a ball, what is a sphere.
Well, there you go. You've answered kind of your own question.
No.
So if these 4 balls were up in the sky, would you be able to tell if they're spheres or not?
Probably yes, because not every planet and every star is facing our direction. If it wasn't facing our direction or the opposite direction, then we would see like on the side, right? If it's flat, think about it. If you take a paper, from one side you can see it fully, but from the other side you see it a bit from every side, right? You understand what I mean? Not every planet is facing our direction all the time.
What do you mean? You're going to see a blurry little dot up in the sky through a telescope?
If it was flat, because
no, I'm not saying that the planets are flat, right? Earth's not a planet. We don't claim that the Earth is a flat disk planet floating around in space with all the other round planets. That's not what flat earthers claim.
So what do you claim Earth is?
Okay, yeah. You could think of this as a completely different way of looking at this entire system that we live in. Don't try to think of the globe Earth model of outer space and then insert the flat Earth inside of the globe Earth model. That doesn't work, right?
Where does the planets fit?
Okay, we see little blurry dots in the sky through a telescope, okay? And they move in particular cycles, right? The sun, the moon, the stars, they all move in particular cycles in the sky like a big clock, right? Like a big cosmic clock. You can't validate exactly how big they are, exactly what medium they're in, right? You were told that they're in a big vacuum. Okay, you can't tell what medium they're in. You can't tell what they're made of, or what size they are, or what shape they are for that matter. Okay, that's all something that we don't know, right? You would have to make a whole bunch of assumptions to try to make claims about those things. Now, we don't do that. What we do is actually test the surface of the Earth. Okay, so anyone can go and test the surface of the Earth. Nobody can go and test the planets. Okay, so if the Earth is a globe, then it has to be curving. You have to have curvature on the surface of the Earth. Now, the way to think of the flat Earth, okay, flat's not a shape. Okay, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're claiming that the surface of the Earth is flat. Okay, so flat's like a bumpy, flat, smooth surface. Okay, that's description of a surface, right? Flat surface. So if you have a large flat surface area on the Earth, like a big giant ocean or a body of water or a lake or a sea, and it's not curving, it's a flat surface. Okay, and that's not possible if the Earth's a globe. That's what we mean by flat Earth. You could think of it more like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in.
I understand. So why do objects fall down? Tell me.
Objects fall down if they're more dense than the medium that's surrounding them, which is air, which is a very light medium. Okay, air is very...
Why?
Okay,
it is more dense than the... Why
yeah, okay, so let's give an example, a specific example. We have a rock that's sitting on the ground. Okay, it's never going to move. It's never going to move, is it? If no energy, if no energy is input on that rock, it's just going to stay there forever. Okay, the rock is more dense than air, right? Rock is more dense than air. We can both agree on that. Okay, and the rock's not going to move. Let's say I come along and I exchange some of my energy, right? I have to use my energy.
And you lift up the rock.
I lift up the rock. Okay, now the rock has been displaced from its original resting place. Now, when I release the rock, because I displaced the rock, it's going to reseek its state of rest in the medium depending on its density. Okay, if it wasn't a rock, let's say it was a helium balloon, right? A helium balloon's less dense than the air. So the helium balloon's going to go upward, but the rock's going to go downward. Now, if the helium balloon were more dense than the air, the helium balloon would go downward. So things will go up or they'll go down depending on if they're more dense or less dense than the surrounding medium. Okay, and if you change the medium, then the object will behave differently, right? Like if I get an egg and I get a cup of fresh water, okay, and I put the egg in the water, the egg's going to sink down to the bottom of the cup because an egg is more dense than fresh water. Now, if I want that egg to go upward, all I have to do is manipulate the density of the medium by adding salt. Hey, all right, so if I want the egg to go upward, all I have to do is manipulate the density of the medium. So if I add some salt into the fresh water, it's going to change the density of the water. Now, all of a sudden, the egg is less dense than the medium, and the egg's going to rise up to the top. Okay, the only thing I manipulated is the density of the medium. Okay, it's much, yeah.
So you now explained some chemistry, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's tell you something like this, okay? Everything that is more dense than air will have a stronger gravity and will go down. Like you can just say density down, up. What? You have no explanation, no proof of that.
No, I gave you the reason why it goes down. It's because an outside source of energy has displaced the object and given it potential energy. It's taken it out of equilibrium. It never would have moved. We both agreed the rock would never move otherwise. Okay, it's never going to move unless. Okay, so what's the
can I play a video real quick?
Well, 1 second. What's the cause? Right? If I didn't come along and lift up the rock, would the rock have ever moved? No.
No. No.
Okay. Like unless something else came along and displaced the rock.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, let's say nothing else came along. Hold on. How many people?
Okay. Yeah. Continue.
Okay. Yeah. So I was the reason that the rock had that effect. Okay. I lifted up the rock. I displaced the rock. I input energy into that rock when I lifted it up. I took it out of equilibrium. Here's another example of that, right? If we get a tennis ball, okay, and I drop the tennis ball through the medium of air, it's more dense than the air, so it's going to go down. It's going to sink through the medium of air. If we change the medium to water, right? Now all of a sudden I drop the tennis ball inside the medium of water. It's going to go up instead of down because it's less dense. Now it's less dense than the medium of water. If I push that tennis ball down underneath a ledge, say there's a ledge in the fish tank, and I push the ball under the ledge, right? I can leave that tennis ball under the ledge, and I've given that tennis ball potential energy. Okay, so as soon as that tennis ball gets out from under that edge, it's going to seek equilibrium, right? It's going to go up. It's going to rise up and it's going to go upward until it seeks equilibrium, right? Everything in nature seeks equilibrium.
Okay, so I will tell you one thing that you didn't say, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All objects want to go down because of gravity. And I'll give you an example, okay? You say a rock on a surface. A surface is very strong and the rock doesn't have any way to break or go down the surface, so it stops it. Mm-hmm. This exact amount of force going down is the exact same amount of force going up, and it's staying in the exact same place, okay? But let's say something like snow, and we'll build a big rock and snow, it will sink. It will go down the snow. Why? Because the snow isn't
So how
heavy
did the
enough.
rock get up to begin with? The rock had to get
liquid. Yeah, one's liquid and one's a solid.
Yeah.
Snow
What
is
about removing the air from the earth?
That
and
just
then
makes the
testing, like-
medium. Yeah, that just makes the medium even less dense than air. Like so, then
No, but
then
okay,
things
listen.
won't have any resistance.
When you do that, when you remove the air, when you like drop a feather and a rock, it's gonna fall the same. You could experiment
Yeah,
that. Actually.
just because you're making the medium of air even less dense. Okay, so now you've made it the maximum, like the minimum density that you could make the particular medium in that area that so you've just removed a lot of the medium, so there's nothing to resist.
Okay.
So hold on a second, just let me finish this really quickly. Okay, so the feather and the rock in the vacuum chamber, right? They're just going to sit on the bottom of the vacuum chamber. They're never ever going to move ever. Okay.
No, dropping them from the air, they're going to drop the same because there's no air.
I know. So that's just a less dense medium. The only reason they're dropping is because you lifted them up. They would never have been so you've removed them. Yeah. They never would have moved unless you moved them and you dropped them, right? So they're just going to re-seek equilibrium because you moved them. They never would have moved otherwise. They didn't get up there themselves. They're not getting pushed back down. You lifted them up and you're dropping them.
DJ, I have a 45-second clip of astrophysicists, very famous astrophysicists, talking about gravity. Can I play that real quick?
No. Okay.
Oh, DJ,
you don't get to say no, bro.
Old dude went ahead and posted how all things fall at the same rate in a vacuum. So that guy has been.
Okay, so let's tell you something, okay? DJ.
Yeah. No, you're gonna listen to this break.
Yeah, let's let Sheepdog play his clip.
I don't want to listen to no clip. I want to talk for
you don't get to choose what happens. You don't get to choose what happens. Chill, Brach. Just Brach, it's all good, right? I know this is going against your worldview, but just relax. We're having a friendly conversation. Just listen. It's just like a 45-second clip. Sheepdog's gonna play it, and then you can give your opinion on it.
Yeah, he's running the thing.
Here we go. This is what science has to say about gravity.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
I don't know. Nobody in the entire world knows why that falls.
So what is pushing this?
Here. Why does that fall?
Newton didn't know.
We can describe it pretty accurately, but no one knows why.
We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it.
I don't need a computer to get a kid interested in that. To spend a week playing with gravity and trying to understand it and come up with reasons why.
So what is pushing this?
I don't know.
Nobody knows why.
So Newton simply threw his hands up and said, I don't know. So I'm going to invent something called gravitational pull.
I know that's going to be triggering to hear, Brach. Yeah. This is clips of astrophysicists, right, and mainstream scientists saying when they're asked what is gravity, they say we have no idea. Next question, right? We can observe an effect, but we have no idea where gravity comes from. What is gravity?
So I want to ask you a question. Okay, a question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Same thing with the snow. I said, okay, let's say we have a rock. We lift it up, okay, from the same height, but one is from flat ground and one is snow. Okay? When it falls in a flat ground, it will stop. Why? Because the force pushing it up is the same force pushing it down. But in the snow, it will fall and it will continue to fall until
that's not
enough
correct.
Heat energy. Yes.
Dude, that's not true. It depends on the temperature outside. You're wrong.
What? Okay, when I will get a very big rock, it won't just stop in the snow. In the snow, it won't just stop. It will continue sinking down. Why? Because the snow is not strong enough to pull up, to keep the energy up the same level as the gravity is pulling it down. Okay? Eventually, it will, when the rock will slow down because of the heat energy being released, it will slow down. It will be easier for the snow to stop it. And eventually it will reach, I don't know how to say, equilibrium or whatever. When basically up, the same is down. Gravity down, same is up.
Yeah, so that's what you would have to explain, right? You would have to use those kind of mental gymnastics to explain that on a globe. Okay, so you only need gravity to have a globe. Because you guys think that the Earth is a spinning ball, right? Yeah. You think it's a ball that has oceans stuck on the outside of it, and it's spinning at 1.5 million miles per hour, in all these different vectors through space, right? So you need some crazy magical stuff, right, to explain these things, right? So if you didn't have gravity, you couldn't have any life. You couldn't have the globe. You couldn't have oceans, right? Because water boils in a vacuum, right? Like we're in a outer space vacuum on the globe. Okay, so to be able to have water sticking to the outside of a globe, right? Ocean sticking to the outside of a globe, everyone not dead instantly, right? Gas pressure, all of these things is like, how do we explain all of that? Gravity.
Okay.
What is gravity? What is gravity? Astrophysicist? We have no idea. Next question.
What do you mean? The force attraction between all objects with mass or energy. Is
that's what they teach. That's
I have a
teach.
little question. I'm just listen to you guys.
One second, Grenade Head. Right? Don't just jump in like that, man. 1 second. Okay, so just because I just wanted to address what he said quickly, right? Because what he said was trying to describe Newtonian, like Newton gravity. Okay, but that's not the way they explain these things, right? They say it's the bending and warping of space-time, and it's not actually a force. It's a pseudo-force. So yeah, it's Einstein.
Okay,
like,
I want to
hold
say
on a
something.
second, relax, bro. Because
hold on.
Grenade Head's
Grenade Head
after you.
Okay,
hold on. Just let me finish, right? So you acknowledge that, Einstein actually became the theory of gravity. It replaced Newtonian gravity, right? Like 115 years ago. Okay, so now it's not a force; it's a pseudo force. It's the bending and warping of space-time, not mass attracting mass. Okay, yeah. Did you want to respond to that, Voltaris?
No, I want to hear the Grenade Head.
Okay,
go ahead, man.
I'm with you there on
I'm gonna respect him.
The Einsteinian thing. I understand that, but the one thing I was going to say was if you had a battleship, they weigh 2,000 pounds or something, 2,000 tons. I'm sorry. You take that steel that it's made out of. The reason it floats is because of the shape it's in. But if I took the same steel and I ground it up into little pieces, that 2,000 tons would sink, right? Even though it would be in more surface area overall as a bunch of little ground up pieces, but because it's the boat shape, the shape of the ship, it can float on the water. So there's a buoyancy density problem there that the amount of material can be equal, but the way that it's arranged could change whether it floats or whether it sinks.
Yeah. So if you have it as
whether you're opposing gravity or not, or whether gravity is a thing or not, but it's so you get something different happens based on the shape of it. So shape has something to do with it.
Well, it's also to do with the fluid medium, like the water as well. That you
right, the density of the water.
The liquid medium. Yeah, because if you drop that battleship if you drop that battleship in any shape, right, in a vacuum chamber. It doesn't matter what shape you make it. In a vacuum chamber, it's just going to fall at roughly the same rate, no matter what shape it's at.
So my example, the medium is the same. The water doesn't change. It's the shape of the object that's changing. Now, in a vacuum chamber, the ship would fall the same way, whether it was dust or whether it was a shape of a battleship. So,
would it fall if it was laying on the ground?
Well, if let's say you had it sitting up on its keel, it would probably fall over on its side. But other than that, no.
No, if you just laid it on the ground in a position where it wouldn't move, it could move left and right, horizontally to the surface, but it's just laying on the ground. It doesn't tip over anymore. That's where.
So it's reached
that's where it's going. Is the ship going to continue to fall?
Yeah, between it and the ground, it's reached a level of equilibrium, and it's just going to sit there until something changes. Something's got to give. So
go ahead, DJ.
Okay, so
no, DJ has to answer.
Yeah. So you're just saying that when you if it's just because of the density of the water, it's the density of the liquid medium below it and the shape of the boat, right? So if you were to fill that boat with water, okay, it's just going to sink anyway, and it's going to sink. It's going to fall at the same rate, roughly, as
it's the same with the battleship. It wouldn't matter whether you put water in the battleship or whether you just kept adding steel to the battleship. At some point, the ship's going to sink.
It's not the shape.
Well, the shape does help it stay afloat because the way the water is pushing against the bottom of the ship, and the way that the ship is pushing downward, they're at equilibrium when it's in its floating condition. But if you just kept adding steel to the ship, or you kept adding water to the ship, at some point the ship is going to sink. It's going to the ship is going to sit lower and lower and lower in the water until the outside water can get over top of the edge of the ship, and then it's just going to
submarine.
Then it becomes a submarine. Yeah.
Well, okay, now I can talk. DJ said something before about how water is like not like on the sides and doesn't fall and people don't mind. Space doesn't have directions. Space is in all directions. Okay, the reason the direction that our Earth goes to is the gravity. Everything looks like this in direction because it's the same force of gravity, because it goes for the exact same place, the exact same gravity. So from all around, it looks
okay. Let's say I agree with you.
Same. It doesn't
Let's say
matter
I agree with
directions.
you. The Earth is a ball because of gravity. Okay, I'm going to agree with you. The Earth is a ball because of gravity. How big is the Earth?
Very big.
Ooh, that's
no, I need a number.
I don't know. I never learned.
You know the radius value of the Earth?
No.
Okay, so the radius value of the globe
Not a
is
number guy.
3,000.
So he believes it.
Yeah, 3,959 miles. Like, most people just believe the Earth's a globe, right? They don't know any of the specific details. They just get taught the buzzwords like gravity pulls things to the center and blah, blah, blah. Okay, when it comes to technical details, most globe earthers, they don't really know anything about the globe. Okay, this is the problem. Okay, so gravity, to have gravity, you require the Earth to be a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. Now, when we go out in reality, like to say a large body of water, let's say a 20-mile lake for this thought experiment, okay? We can calculate, due to gravity and due to the size of the globe, how much curvature there would have to be over that 20-mile lake. And we can test for it. And this has been done over and over and over again, and there is no curvature on the surface of the Earth anywhere that's been tested. Okay, and that debunks all of the other things that you're saying about space-time and this and that, the vacuum of space and Earth being a globe and orbits and blah, blah, blah.
One second. No, 1 second. What about buying a telescope and actually looking into space? And let's say you don't believe that let's say Jupiter or whatever the planets, other planets, do not spin, right? In your vision, I guess.
No, I didn't say that. I don't make specific claims. We all see the same thing when we look up through a telescope. Okay, so even if you look up a raw image through the best quality telescope you can buy. Okay, so look up raw. Hold on, let me finish. Just let me finish,
please.
Hold on, let me finish. Right, so the best quality telescope, we look up at Jupiter or Mars or something like that. Look at the raw images from these things. It's a little blurry dot in the sky that you've been told a big giant story about. Okay, and you're just repeating.
I'm saying.
Let me finish. I'm going to let you guys finish responding after I finish. I'm almost done. Okay, you guys have been told a big giant story that's in the vacuum of space. It's 10 to the negative 17 tall vacuum up there, and it's X distance away, and it's made out of X materials, and you have never confirmed any of that, right? It exists because of a theoretical mathematical concept, which is the heliocentric model. Okay, you see a little blurry dot in the sky. I see a little blurry dot in the sky.
I don't see a blurry dot. My telescope makes a sharp image of Jupiter. With,
show me the best raw image.
The asteroids around.
No, 1 second. Grenade head, please. Yeah. I'm not talking about image at all. I'm saying you to buy an actual expensive telescope and then just spend hours on looking on YouTube.
I have one. What do you want me to do?
I see a nice image of Jupiter. When I look at Jupiter, I can see the weather bands on it.
Yeah, I have one. What do you want me to do with it?
I want you to stare at the telescope and stare for hours. It's gonna spin eventually.
I've done it. I've left it there for 24 hours. What do
and it didn't spin.
You can watch the moons of Jupiter move around it.
Yeah, you can see the moons moving around.
I see lights up in
Yeah,
the sky.
10 hours
Now
away,
what?
you can watch the moons go
You've
around.
been in here before under a different name. I see lights in the sky, so now what am I about it?
No, it's spinning. You can see it spinning. What do you mean?
Yeah, okay.
I
so
see,
you guys,
I see
this is the
Jupiter. What
thing.
does that mean about the Earth?
Exactly, Sheepdog. Right. This is what I was getting at. You guys are looking at little dots in the sky spinning around. Okay, that's not the Earth. You're assuming that the Earth is also like these things that you can see in the sky.
You're assuming the Earth is somehow different than them.
No, we're going out, right? We have empirical evidence where we've actually tested the surface of the Earth, right? And we have that evidence to present to show
You've been lying to yourself because they have been measuring.
Hold on a second. I know this is. I know this.
You're doing it wrong.
Hurts. I know this hurts you, right? I
It
know this
doesn't
is.
hurt me.
You've probably been listening.
It doesn't hurt me at all.
Right? Hold on. You notice how you keep interrupting me? I'm being nice and polite and calm and respectful, but you keep talking over me.
It hurts me. It hurts me. Ooh.
It
doesn't
does,
hurt me
yes.
at
And
all.
now you're getting
It doesn't hurt me at all.
sassy, right? You're a grown
You're
man
getting
and you're getting sassy with me, even though I'm being polite.
You're attacking me like there's something
No, I'm
wrong
not.
with me. There's
No,
nothing
I'm not
wrong with
saying
me.
that at all. So
Nobody
you're
attacked
trying
you,
to
dude.
mute me, right? I got a mute button right here. I can just click a button
really don't care
and that
about
stops you guys. Yeah, so I might have to mute you if you keep talking over the top of me. Like Voltaris is respectful. Breach is respectful. What's your problem, bro? Right, you've had more time. You've had more time having this heliocentric nonsense ingrained into your belief system, right? And now you're trying to defend it like crazy. You haven't even seen the tests that I'm talking about, but you're already shitting on them when you haven't even seen them, right? And I guarantee you don't have any.
Well, I was on here the other day and somebody showed me a over the water laser test for 29 miles. That was these people were really low tech people doing this. I mean, they were not very precise. They were not very precise.
What's the right way to do it? Tell me the correct.
Said in it, they had to aim the laser
I'm going
downward.
to mute you before you
What
keep
was the point
talking.
of aiming it
Hold on
downward?
a second. I have a question about it, and you can add too. So I have a question about that. Give me the correct way to do it, and I'll go do it.
Yeah, I can also show you an extremely professional way of doing it, right? I'll show you a team of field engineers, right? These are subject matter experts, right? I'm guaranteed that they know a lot more about it than you do. And they're going out with a $30,000 laser, right? And they have a 180-page PDF document, a 1-hour video where they go over all of the technical specifications, right? The atmospheric conditions, everything is accounted for in these tests. They do 17 different laser tests and they find zero curvature in any of them. Okay, so if you want to say that these haven't been done properly, you're going to have to get very specific with the points and show exactly what's not specific in the tests, right? Because they are specific. You should look at them. And you
I
can
think
go
he
and do
left.
these yourself.
Or did you guys ban him?
No, he
Yeah.
didn't get banned. He got extremely triggered and left. It's
Well-
okay. Look, this happens all the time. It's no big deal.
Okay, so you guys agree that the little dots that you say in your mind, okay, they spin though, right? So if they're like round,
Man, you said that.
Confirm it.
Nobody said that, dude.
you can see it, dude. If you have a telescope. If you're not,
Yeah, so how far away is it? What is it?
How big is it?
you can see them spinning, right?
Size of a baseball? What size is it?
By using a telescope.
How fast is this? How fast is it spinning?
What is just asking questions going to do? I don't understand.
It's pointing out.
How big is it?
Hold on a second. I'm going to answer your question.
I'm not giving you anything. I'm just saying you use telescope and you tell me. You see,
You're looking in the wrong direction. That's what you're doing.
Exactly. We can't check the specifics, right? You have to believe the story you've been told about these things. Okay, you don't know what it is. You don't know why it's moving. You don't know how big it is. You don't know what medium it's in, right? You've been fed a big story about it. I could look through a telescope and see the exact same thing, and I will say, honestly, I can't validate exactly what I'm looking at. Let's go check the actual Earth that we can all test every day if we want to.
Okay, well, before I leave, one thing. if the Earth is flat, why don't I see the other side of the ocean when I'm standing in the beach?
All right, that's a good question. Okay, because the atmosphere is not perfectly transparent. Okay, and you have a maximum visibility that you can see through the medium of the air. Even if you go on the weather report right now and say, what's the maximum visibility in your location, you'll see it's probably only about 20 kilometers or something like that.
So why when I see a ship very far away, very, very, very far away, I see disappearing a bit. I see the down of it. Like, I don't see the down of it. I only see the above of the ship.
Well, that only happens if there's waves, right? If there's ocean swells or a miraging effect. Okay, if you don't have those conditions, then the ship will just get smaller and smaller and smaller, and it will fade off into the distance. And if you want, you can pull out a high-powered zoom camera, and you can zoom the ship back in again, right? Because once something gets below 0.02 degrees, the human eye can't resolve it anymore. It's called the angular resolution limitation of the human eye.
If someone proves this to me, I'm fine.
Okay,
So,
in the side chat, just have a look here. Here, I'll prove it to you right now. Okay, it's almost finished uploading. 3, 2, 1. All right, have a look at this. Okay, so here's a guy standing on the shoreline. We have a giant boat out in the ocean, and when he zooms out with the camera, right, so he's not zoomed in, you can't see the boat at all, right? It's completely invisible from view.
that's not far enough for the curvature. The curvature of Earth is huge.
Hold on. So that debunks. Okay, so this is a super zoom camera that he's using. So if he didn't have a camera and he saw this boat sailing out, it would get smaller and smaller and smaller, and then until he can't see it anymore. Okay,
Eventually, it will go down.
Let me finish. No, it doesn't do that. Okay, eventually it's going to fade out into the opacity of the air because the air is not perfectly transparent. If you added waves into the situation, then it would start to disappear bottom up because of the waves in the foreground blocking the ship as it reduces in angular size as it moves further away from you. Now, we have tests where we've debunked the curvature, okay? Because if the Earth's a globe, it should start to things should start to disappear at a certain distance. Okay, so if you're 6 foot tall, okay, the horizon on a globe should be 3 miles away. And if the ship were to sail away from you, after 3 miles, it would start to become hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. And as it kept going, it would get hit it like more and more, right? You would be able to see less and less of the ship as it moved away further until you can't see it anymore. But that doesn't happen. Okay, that never happens, right? I don't know about you, but I've lived on the coast my whole life. This is what happens most of the time. They get smaller and smaller and smaller, and they just fade off into the atmosphere. You can't see them anymore. If you have waves, it can disappear bottom up. Sometimes you can have miraging effects as well.
Cool. Bye.
Okay, bye,
By the
dude.
way,
Have a good day.
I'm a guy. I'm a guy, by the way.
Did you say
What?
you're going? You're leaving?
I'm a guy. I had to say
Yeah, that's what we
before I
said.
leave.
Okay, yeah, that's all good, man.
A lot of
All right,
people
well,
don't-
look, we appreciate the conversation. Have a good one. Come back another time.
Thank you.
Look up some
Yeah.
arguments and come back, and we'll continue.
Yeah. Bye.
Peace out.
That's so cool. Respectful.
Yeah, so it's a better outcome than with the other guy.
But okay, so I'm not saying believe in me or believe in my pictures or videos or whatever. I'm saying you buy your own telescope and actually look.
What
Oh,
does
no,
that
look,
prove about the
I've
Earth?
been to observatory. Like I've been to like places with really, really big telescopes, and I've seen all the things that you're talking about. I used to be a globe earther, believe it or not. Yeah, I don't know exactly what I'm looking at. Right, I see a pretty blurry little light in the sky, and I can't tell you specific details about it. I could grant you. I could say, sure, if you want to just assume it's a ball, then that's fine. Okay.
But assuming that's spinning, you can see it.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's say it's a spinning ball up in the sky. Okay, what medium? We still don't know what medium it's in. We don't know why it's spinning. We don't know how far away it is or what it's made out of. Okay, we don't know any of those things. That's a fact. And the Earth, right? Just because you can see something in the distance, that doesn't mean that something else that doesn't have any characteristics of the thing in the distance is also like the thing in the distance, right? Like if I go out into the forest and I see trees everywhere, and I can see trees in the distance, that doesn't mean that something that's not a tree also could be claimed to be a tree. Like, I'm not a tree because I see trees in the distance, right? The Earth isn't a ball because you see what you think are balls in the distance, because we can actually measure the surface of the Earth and it doesn't have any features of anything that we see in the sky. Nothing in the sky matches what the Earth is. There's no resemblance.
So it's not the same, are you saying? I don't understand really.
So if you see a ball in the sky and say, okay, the Earth must also be a ball in the sky.
Yeah, that's my point.
All right, so why does it measure flat, and why is there no evidence of it being a ball? Okay, maybe it's the floor, maybe it's the foundation, and then you've got something else in the sky, right? Like you could have round light bulbs on your ceiling. That doesn't mean that you would ever assume that your floor is also a sphere, just because you can see some spherical things in the sky, right? Your floor is measured flat. You can measure your floor, and it's no question that your floor is a floor. Same with the Earth. Yeah, we can measure the Earth, and maybe the Earth is like the floor of the system that we live in. And then there's a bunch of unknowns in the sky that move in cycles that reset back into the same positions each year, each cycle, for all recordable history, or all verifiable history, and that's what we know.
Let me ask you this, Voltaire. Have you ever seen a home being built?
Yeah.
So maybe you've been a part of that process, or maybe you've seen it, like you've seen the foundation get laid, you've seen the framework go up, you've seen the walls get put on, and all those things. And then, like, let's say everything gets built, right? And then it's your home. I go into your home, and I'm like, bro, your floor is curving. And then you're like, no, it looks flat. I'm looking at it. I don't see any curvature on my floor. And I look up on your ceiling and I say, no, man, your ceiling is curving. There's lights on the ceiling. Those are curved. Your floor's got to be curving. Do you understand how silly that sounds? I will give you Jupiter is a sphere. I'll let you. It observes that way, right? You can hold on. You can observe and make a educated guess and just say, okay, Jupiter looks like a sphere. Mars looks like a sphere. The sun looks like a sphere. The moon looks like a sphere. Whatever you want to say. What does any of that have to do with the Earth?
Okay, so why does that have to do anything to do with the Earth? My response to that would be, if you believe your eyes and see that all those planets actually spinning and going like behind the sun and coming back around, you can see it throughout the year or whatever, how long the cycle takes. You could actually explain it to yourself that gravity actually works.
It's not the Earth.
Because spheres actually have relationships between them.
It's not
they
the
actually
Earth.
attract each other.
It's not
exactly.
the Earth.
I understand.
Yeah.
So that proves that the Earth should be the same.
No. It doesn't prove that, right? What it proves is that there's a bunch of things in the sky that move in cycles above our heads, right? We see them moving. We don't have any evidence that the actual Earth is moving or curving, right? What we have evidence of is that everything in the sky is moving around like clockwork, like a big giant clock in the sky. That's what we have evidence. That's what we all observe. Right, you've been taught this big, giant, heliocentric model about how it all works that doesn't have any empirical evidence to back it up, other than calculations and assumptions.
So who put Jupiter out there? Or would you?
No idea, man. How would I test that?
Dude.
How would we
Weird
test
question, dude.
What do you mean? Like, you guys are saying like those aren't real.
How do you think? How do you think? Who do you think put Jupiter out there? No, you don't know either. Like, how would anyone know that? That's it.
On the park, start to giggle.
No, he's all good.
That's like silly on its face.
Yeah. We don't know like how all this stuff got here for sure, right? That's for sure. Okay, but I don't think nothing exploded and created everything, and then all of a sudden you've got all these cartoon balls, shape-shifting monkeys. I don't think that happened. But yeah, we can just go check the water, right? The water's not going to lie to us.
Let me ask you, Volteros, how big is the Earth?
I've said it multiple times.
I know you have. The problem we have here is like, number one, when it doesn't match your paradigm, you stop listening. And number two, no, I know, but here's the second thing, right? The reason why the size is so important is because if it's not that size, the distance to the moon is wrong, the size of the moon is wrong, the distance to the sun is wrong, the size of the sun is wrong. The entire story is wrong if the Earth is not the size that they say it is. Because how else would we have satellites in orbit? Because in order to have a satellite in orbit, you have to make a concentric circle around a smaller circle.
So I guess
say it again. Did you understand what I said, or
not the last part? Going around
do you
the
know what a
circle.
concentric? Do you know what a concentric circle is?
No.
So two concentric circles would be like a bigger circle and a smaller circle, and they're equidistant from each other's surface. Right?
Okay.
So if I send a satellite in orbit to go around the spherical Earth, that means it's making a bigger circle around the smaller circle of the Earth. Like if you draw a line around the outer edge of the Earth and go all the way around in a complete circle, that's one circle. And then if you go 1,000 miles up and draw another circle all the way around the Earth, 1,000 miles equidistant all the way around the Earth, because that's what you think that satellites are doing when they're in orbit. They're making this equidistant circle around the outer edge of the Earth. They need to have the equidistance, the equal distance to that location at all times in order for gravity to keep things in a constant free fall, allowing it to stay in orbit. So in order for all that to be true, the Earth has to be a specific size.
And what's that size for you? For the Earth to be like sphere?
It's not my size. The size they tell me, if you go to NASA or any other space agency, you can even Google, and they're going to tell you that the Earth is 24,902 miles in circumference, 901 miles sometimes. But what's 1 mile between 25,000 miles? So, or 40,000 kilometers in circumference. They give you these specific numbers, and these numbers are gargantuan, right? Like, I'll give you an example. Let me show you what 24,901 miles equals in feet, right? 24,901 times 5280 equals 100. They tell you the Earth is 131,477,280 feet in circumference. That's fucking absurdly huge, right?
I googled it. Wait.
How big is the Earth?
Surface area?
How big is the Earth?
Which measurement do you want?
I don't care. Miles.
Okay. Equatorial diameter 8,000 miles approximately. Polar diameter
exactly 8,000 miles.
7,926 miles.
Right. 7,926 miles in diameter, which means it has a radius of 3,959 miles.
1 second though. This cannot, like, the whole thing cannot be true because of the P number, which we still didn't even though it's pretty accurate, like 99 point, I don't know how many nines. It's still not 100% because we don't know like the full P number.
Cool. Then how do they put satellites in orbit?
How do they put satellites in orbit? I don't know.
Yeah. If they don't know the actual size of the Earth.
They do, but it's approximately though. It's not.
Yeah,
it's not never.
How do they know that? How do they know the size? How do they know that radius value is correct? Who measured the Earth? This is where you can run into problems. This is where the whole globe comes apart, right? This is where you're going to realize nobody did that, right? It's just a theoretical, mathematical concept that originated, right, from turning the celestial sphere into a terrestrial sphere, right, by some crazy people in the past.
Wow.
They'll tell you
Pythagoras and people like that.
They'll tell you Eratosthenes measured the circumference of the Earth, but when you read the story, you find out that there's no measurement done. And they're like, oh, he got within 10%. So then he was wrong. So then who actually measured the circumference of the Earth, right?
Yeah, he didn't.
Because otherwise we wouldn't have satellites in orbit.
Okay, why not travel the Earth then to figure that out? If we come at the same point, if we draw a line, and if the Earth is not actually spinning and stuff, you know.
How about if the Earth is not curving, then it's flat? How about that?
Pretty
yeah, but why not travel, you know? Draw a line, if it's circle, and then travel that.
Yeah, who did that? Who did name one person that did that throughout all of history?
To figure it out.
Okay, so what?
Who
So they don't
traveled
know
in a
that yet?
straight line and came back to where they came from? Ever.
You can't just. It sounds cool in theory, right? You can't just.
No, I'm saying I'm not giving you facts. I'm saying you could try that and actually figure out the truth.
Why do I need to try it? I'm not making the claim the Earth is a ball.
I went in a circle when I tried it. Now what should I do about it? I'm in a big circle.
You tried it?
Yeah, I went in a circle.
What happened?
Went in a circle.
What?
I didn't go straight, but I went in a circle.
Why did you
the compass? Oh, that if you follow a compass, you go in a circle.
Exactly. You would need to use a compass, right? And if you go east and west,
I'm not saying
go in a circle.
Use a compass. Just go straight. Go straight. Just go straight.
Okay, what's the furthest distance anyone's ever gone in a straight line? How's that? How would you do that?
You could.
How?
You could use any metric that you want.
Okay, how? What am I going to do? Okay, I'm here right now, and I want to go in a straight line, really far. How am I going to do that? Right?
So you're saying if I go straight, it's got like
I can't do it on foot.
Right,
I can't do it on foot. Well, I can't do it on foot. So what am I going to do? Am I going to use a car? No, that's not going to work. Am I going to use a boat?
No, don't do it. That wouldn't be recommended. You will pass through private property. You're going to be in trouble real quick.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, you're going to use.
Let me ask you this: we see and experience the Earth is flat. We measure it to be flat. Now you're saying we need to go in a straight line and see if we come back to where we started from, and that would prove the globe. So it sounds like we need to prove the globe, not the flat Earth.
I mean, if you don't believe it,
Hey,
don't see
let's
anything
prove
wrong with
the
that.
globe. Voltairus, let's prove the globe to these.
You say you actually like? Did you actually travel?
Yeah, I
That's a
follow a
triangle?
compass. Did you know if you follow a compass, you know this?
You're lagging out. What if you follow the compass?
You'll travel in a circle.
You travel in a circle.
Yeah, like east and west are circles.
I didn't say follow a compass. I just said go straight.
You can't.
What do how do you reference you going straight if you don't have anything to work from? I'm in the middle of the ocean. There's
I'm
no
sure you can
clouds.
figure it out.
It's the middle of the day and the sun's directly overhead. How do I know if I'm going in a straight line? Use a compass. Can't use GPS. Can't use anything. How do I know I'm going in a straight line?
So you're gonna say like, is it gonna just turn me left or right?
Oh,
And then make me go around.
I know. I'm going in a straight line. would need a reference point.
Okay.
Posted what a compass does. Follow a compass.
Yeah, so if you want to go a long distance in a straight line, what vessel are you going to use? Are you going to use an aeroplane? Are you going to use a boat? Are you going to use a drone? What is your? How are you going to go in a straight line for a decent distance? That's problem number one, right? And then what Professor Triangle's telling you now is like an even bigger problem. Like, how are you going to know you're going in a straight line once you get in this vessel? So what you're saying, it's just
presenting me problems, huh?
It's problematic, yeah.
Yeah, I would say so because, like, I mean, what's the solution to you guys like not believing though? You're looking at space, you're seeing like spinning planets, and you're not believing it.
Not.
So I don't know what examples to give you.
Only you see planets spinning, dude.
You see dots, right, or lights, I guess. That somebody put out there, small lights. I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me.
We got the lights in the sky. Yeah, the sky is pretty trippy. It's like a big clock.
Yeah, same guy who put the white ball of light and a darker ball of light, the nighttime one. Same guy.
Have you ever seen a baby's like crib, and it has like a mobile above the head where the baby lays down, and then it'll have different toys hanging up there.
Yeah.
The baby can't reach it, right? He just sees those things moving above his head. Right? Yeah. It's kind of the same thing, right? We can't reach it. We just see the things moving above our head. We have no idea what they are.
I don't know. Maybe we should like send you guys to space, so you guys actually like learn the truth.
We're not the ones that are confused, right? We've actually gone and confirmed the Earth's not a globe. Okay, you guys don't have
into space.
You don't need. You can't go into space, right? You can't go into space. I can't go into space. It's not even legal. No, you cannot do that. Who did that?
You can become an astronaut and do that.
No, you can't, right? NASA said they destroyed the technology. They can't go back up past low Earth orbit.
They destroyed the technology.
Yeah, that's what they said. NASA said they destroyed the technology. That's what they said. On the interview?
Just because they say something, you're going to believe them?
Oh, my.
No. That's what they said, bro.
So you pick and choose when to believe NASA, dude?
You guys do that.
That's what they said when we asked them why what they're doing with our billions of dollars every year. They're like, oh, well, we can't go back. It's a painful process, but keep sending your money.
Space is a second law of thermodynamics violation. Right? It's like Narnia basically for globers, right? It's Narnia for globers. You can't even prove it exists in the first place, like the vacuum of space I'm talking about, right? Deep space, 10 to the negative 17 core, space vacuum, right? That you're never going to be able to go to. Okay, you can't go to space. There's something called the International Space Treaty, right, which prevents civilians, right, or private companies from even going up past a certain height. It's illegal. Okay, so you're not going to be able to do that. You're not going to be able to do your straight line thing, right?
I'm pretty sure you can become an astronaut and actually work on a satellite.
Really? Yeah, who did that? Besides the Apollo astronauts who went up high enough to see the curvature of the Earth.
Who works on satellites? Are they like the windmill guys? They work on top of the windmills, but these guys go up and work on satellites?
Yeah.
You stream a lot, don't you?
What about like other planets like we see? Let's say like,
you're going to go to one.
That you said like
other planets.
Yeah,
so we can go there, right? Is it too far or too near? Those planets. How far are they?
How do you know they're planets?
I have a question for him about the planets, DJ. He's going to love this question. You're going to love this question, dude.
Or circles, I don't know.
You're going to say your planets are spinning and you want to go to it. How do you land on a spinning ball?
Oh, that's actually a difficult process.
Well, how come Elon Musk and all these guys can just go up and come right back down and land right down and put it on a giant X?
Oh, it's really complicated, actually.
Okay, tell me how they do it.
Yeah, it's really complicated. That means I can explain
Get me the documents.
it. Documents. What do you want the documents for? I'm saying, like, are the planets that we see with the telescope far or near? I mean, the circles in your case.
We're not making up bullshit claims to replace your bullshit claims, dude. We don't need to do that.
So you don't believe that they spin? And you said they were circles. But
No, I didn't say anything about them. I don't know exactly what's going on up in the sky. You see all sorts of crazy shit up in the sky. Okay, I don't know how it works. I don't know how the sky works. Sorry about that. Right, but we can confirm that the Earth isn't a globe. Here on the Earth, we don't need to go to space. Meanwhile, you're defending this ridiculous footage. Bro, look in the side chat. Look at this footage. This is Apollo footage from NASA. This is the kind of shit that you're defending right now. It looks like Thunderbirds. Oh, so you think they lied about the moon landings?
I have no idea. I haven't done research on that.
Do you think this footage looks good? Are you going to defend this footage as real footage? Look at it.
Do I have to pick sides?
When it turns, stop it like on a dime, dude. There is no wiggle. It just stops.
Here's another one. Check this one out. This one's a nice one. Go NASA.
I like this one. I love how they do.
That's a funny picture.
This is the NASA footage that you're defending.
When did I say I defended a NASA footage?
Oh, he doesn't like NASA. All right, we can't use NASA.
I did not pick a side. I'm just saying, do you acknowledge that you see the circles in the sky with your telescope? Do you acknowledge them when you see them with your own eyes?
Yes.
What does that have to do with anything?
I told you before, dude. I see lights in the sky with my telescope.
What do you mean lights? It's spinning. You can look at it for hours.
Can lights not spin?
I don't know what kind of telescope you got, but mine doesn't sit there on a motor and just follow planets like that.
What's spinning? Is he saying that the lights are spinning? Are you saying the lights are spinning?
Yeah, he's saying the lights in the sky are planets, and they're spinning. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Have you ever witnessed that in real life? Because I've looked through these items through telescopes and stuff, and they have not been spinning ever.
Seem like the little moons actually spin around it.
They don't spin.
Can you show me a video of any planets in the sky spinning?
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
Okay.
And I don't want animation. I just want a video.
Footage, right? Why wouldn't you look at why wouldn't you buy
Videos don't count, dude. Composite videos are off the table.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you gotta make a separation between the observable phenomena that you and I, everybody in here, we can look up to the luminaries and observe them. We see what they do. They move in cycles like clockwork, right? And then there is what we can write down on paper about them. I can have my own opinion about what they are, their sizes, the distances, the medium that they're in. You can make your own story. But you and I, and anybody in here, we cannot go up there and verify our stories about them. We can only see what they do and describe their movement and their cycles. But like I told you, when they show you that this is that the Earth is like one of those things, and they show you graphics and cartoons, nobody can verify that. It's just stories, doctrines of men.
Yeah, but what about you actually using a telescope? Do you believe your own eyes?
Yes. When I look up through the telescope and I observe the observable phenomena, as I see what I see, right? And then I can make a story about what I'm looking at. But that doesn't confirm, that's not verification that it is what I'm saying it is. Whatever story you make about
Verification
it.
for you, though, if you believe your own eyes.
Right. So in this case, our own eyes tell us that the sky is full of lights, and we don't know what they are, and they don't do like spinning, for instance. I've never witnessed that through a telescope. I don't think anybody ever has. Right. So that must have been conjured up in your mind, because I can't verify that. I've never seen anything spin in the sky. But let's put it this way. If I came along and said those objects or those lights are relatively, and I stress the word relatively seemingly nearby, but they're small, and somebody else comes along and says, no, they're very far away and they're very big, they just look small, how would you know how to be able to tell the difference?
Can you use like lasers then? If it's too like near, you can like laser them or use shadows in this case.
Lasers don't reflect off of black bodies, which is what the sun is supposed to be. So no, that would not work.
What about shadows?
What about shadows? What kind of shadows?
Can you reflect a shadow in a planet?
On what? No.
Because you're saying it's near. Why wouldn't you?
No. Why? How would I be able to put a shadow on a planet? Well, what is a planet, by the way?
Exactly.
Do you have a demonstration of bouncing shadows off a planet?
You can.
Also like to see reflecting shadows.
Can you put the link in the chat? I'd be curious. And to top it off, I don't understand why you're trying so hard to defend something that you know very little about.
Almost sounds like he doesn't even know what to say anymore. He's talking about reflecting a try to warn you guys when you come in here. Are you sure you want to have this conversation? A lot of us do that. You're gonna get all confused and stuff, and guys insist on.
Voltaire, yes, we observe
Google
the
it right now.
phenomena in the sky, and they do what they do, but the ground that you're standing on is not that. It's not doing what those things do.
What? Make that make sense.
Well, you don't want to see the evidence that we keep talking about. I keep saying we got all of these like long distance observations that just destroy the notion of the Earth being a globe, but you keep talking about the little lights in the sky.
The ground that you're standing on is not anything like those lights.
Okay, if it's like little lights though, wouldn't you
little
be
lights?
able-
That's what it looks like from our perspective, right? Little lights in the sky doing twirlies, like cycles. Okay, and then we've got actual hard evidence, right, that shows that over distances where there would have to be hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature, there's zero curvature, which is impossible on a globe. But you'd rather continue talking about little lights in the sky than actually looking at the actual Earth, right? The thing that's in question here.
So why, if there's actually like scientific proof, why would they deny it?
Dude, it's not science. It's not a question of science, right? This is just a question of, it's a question of geometry. So if you have a 20-mile body of water, okay, it's not science, it's just geometry that they say the Earth's a globe, has a radius 39, 59 miles, over 20 miles, you should have 293 foot of curvature. Has to be there. It's not there. It's not a globe.
Maybe he means seeing the lights. That's science. Look at the lights, you're doing like science. Maybe we're all, if you go out at night, you're now a scientist.
I'm sure that scientists are like, they're not ashamed of being wrong. I always change their
Bouncing shadows off planets refers to how planets reflect light, which can create visible shadows.
Yeah. Name one of these scientists that you're talking about that's actually gone out and measured the Earth curvature throughout all of history. You're not going to find one.
Even if I found it, you're gonna like say that it's not true.
So
no, I'm not going to say it's not true. No, that's a lie. That's a lie.
You don't even believe your own eyes, dude. When you look at the sky,
Or that is, you gotta take into account that
with the telescope, you say, I see little lights. What does that mean? I see little lights.
What do you see? Do you see little lights as well? Isn't that what everyone sees? Isn't that what stars are? Stars and planets look like little lights in the sky. How is that incorrect?
I'm not saying it's incorrect. I mean,
they say it rains
it's
diamonds.
just philosophy. Yeah, it was just philosophy.
That's what the globe came from. Philosophical decisions that were made about the way that we view the celestial bodies in the sky. That's how the globe came to be. Not because of empirical evidence, not because of measurements of Earth curvature, but because of people's philosophical ways of thinking about these things that we observe.
Yeah, but
conceptual ways of thinking about how the sky works.
Our ideas actually
It was
changed.
made as a concept. It wasn't discovered. Listen, Portaris, the globe was not discovered or measured. It was made up, invented, conceptualized on paper. It was never discovered. It hasn't been discovered yet. You get that? There's a difference between discovering something or measuring something or actually demonstrating something and then writing things on paper, making an idea on paper that has no relation to the world out there.
Yeah, but that's how it starts. We first.
What does knowing the shape of Jupiter have to do with the shape of the Earth?
It has a lot to do with that, actually.
What?
How?
If we know that Jupiter is a circle, we can be sure that the Earth is actually
circles
a circle.
are flat, though.
Circles are flat. Okay.
If we know the moon is a circle because we see it's a circle, does the moon being a circle equal the Earth is a circle?
Remember the analogy I gave you about you're in a house, you just had your house built.
That's analogy, though.
Huh? You're inferring the sky. I was referencing the sky to make a claim about your floor. You're referencing the sky to make a claim about our floor. It's the same thing. You're looking at the ceiling.
Different.
You're looking at the ceiling through a telescope and saying, oh, because of these things on the ceiling, my floor must also be like these things.
I mean, what I would say is that science always changed, From the old times, we thought that, actually the planets and the sun was spinning around the Earth, firstly. And then we figured out that that was not the truth.
Oh, how'd they figure that out? I know. Do you?
No, it's pretty complicated, though. I've heard about it, but I'm not
Yeah, you don't know
able to.
anything about it. You've been told a story and you believe the story. That's all.
Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I believe what 8 billion people actually agree upon? Just science.
I can go and ask most of these 8 billion people, right, like you, and they don't know anything about the globe, right? It's just a blind faith. It's a blind belief, okay? And then even when we have academics come in here and we ask them for a measurement of Earth curvature throughout all of history, they don't have it because it has never been done. It's not even claimed to have been done. You guys don't even know that. Even the educated people in particular fields that come in here don't even know that because they've never looked into it. They've never gone and tested the Earth. They're just memorizing textbooks and regurgitating them. They think that makes them smart because they've memorized the book of bullshit.
Yeah, but they call it theory, though. The science doesn't say it's the truth. They call it theory always. Because the truth always be like different. Yeah,
so
there's 100% on anything.
Okay, but you can check. No, I don't agree with that. That's ridiculous, right? Like if I'm going to measure something, right, that's a certain length, I can go and measure it, and it's a certain length. Okay, so I can measure my table 5 foot across.
You have to when you measure the tape. Exactly, you have to dive deep into even the atoms of your hair to exactly figure out what your height is. You have to go down that deep to figure out what your exact height
So I
is.
can say 100%.
You cannot never be 100% sure, you know?
Yeah, you can measure like a piece of wood and work out how long it is. Right, a 2 foot block of wood is 2 foot long. You can measure it. It's going to be, it's 2 foot. If
Roughly 2 foot. You can never say 2 foot. It always has centimeters, millimeters, and all the all different smaller metrics.
Same thing with the surface of the water. Okay, so it's flat, right? Although it's not perfectly flat, but there's no curvature. Okay, but if the Earth were a globe, there would have to be hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature, but it's flat, right? Maybe not perfectly flat, maybe not 100%, because there's some little bumps or something like that, but there's no drop over distance. Okay, there's no curvature.
So what's below then? If the Earth is flat, what if we like continuously dig down? What happens?
Well, you get to about so the Soviets tried to do that, and it's called the Kola super deep borehole in Russia, and it took them many, many, many years, right? And they got down to 7.6 miles, right? They got all their predictions wrong on the way down. And even though they use ground penetrating radar and that kind of thing, right, they got all their predictions wrong about what they would encounter as they kept digging down. And then once they got down to 7.6 miles, they couldn't get any further. And they tried for, I think, 20 years or something like that, or many years to try to get further, and they couldn't. And they eventually gave up and filled in the hole. And that hole, right, it's not even much deeper than the deepest part of the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
So no one knows what's deeper than that. You can only speculate. You can only make a bunch of assumptions and then try to make a model about it. But you're not able to validate that model because we can't empirically test it. So we don't know. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth or the depth of the Earth.
Okay.
We can't get past the hypothesis. There's no testing.
So you're saying, what about becoming an astronaut though? Why wouldn't you actually become an astronaut to figure that out? That's why
we don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. Okay, because if there's no curvature, if we can measure that there's no curvature on the surface, look, if you have a 20-mile body of water, it has to have 293 foot of curvature. If we can test it and it doesn't have any curvature, right? And then we test it again and again and again, and we use different methods, no curvature. Then we go to a different body of water in a different country, and then another one, and then we compile all of these different tests, and there's no curvature over any of the water on the Earth where there would have to be curvature. It cannot possibly be a globe. We don't have to go somewhere where no one's even said to have gone in over 50 years, like NASA, right? We don't have to do that.
I'll go become an astronaut, and only if you will fund it. Because I'm not going to waste my money on something I already know.
So it's a waste of money.
For me, it is.
Yeah. Also, you can't do it, right? It's a natural law violation. There is no outer space as you've been taught, and you can't validate that there is because it actually breaks natural law, right? You think that you're on a ball that's covered in gas, right? Surrounded by gas that you're breathing right now inside a vacuum chamber. That's crazy. That's crazy, right? What happens if you pump up a car tire, right? 30 psi. What happens if you put a hole in the tire? The gas rushes out violently, right? Why does it do that? Why does it do that? How come it rushes out? Why doesn't it stay in there? Because of the pressure difference, right? Because it's a lower pressure outside the tire, right? So the high pressure in the tire wants to fill the available space because that's what gas does, right? That's how entropy works. Okay, the high pressure is going to try to equalize and fill the available space, right? So all within a short amount of time, there's not going to be any pressure left in that tire. It's just going to be 14.7 psi, the same as it is outside, right? It's all going to equalize. Okay, so
the gravity on the rim of my tire should be holding all the air to my wheel.
Yeah. So
Do you guys
even if space was real, right? Let's look at it from the global side. Okay, so you've got thousands upon thousands of people applying trying to become an astronaut, right? And then to get into the astronaut program, there's only a select few, right? And that's probably per year, right? Like a tiny little handful of people out of thousands that get accepted. And then once you're in the astronaut program, you've got to be lucky to be accepted to actually become an astronaut who gets to go up in a rocket. That's a tiny little select few out of the people that have already been accepted. There's people that were astronauts for fucking decades until they were 80 and never got to go to space. One of them was called Wally. What's her fucking name? DJ?
Wally Funk.
Right, yeah. She didn't even get to go to space until she was 80. And then she didn't even get to go to, quote, unquote, space. She just got to go very, very high up in one of fucking Bezos' rockets or Richard Branson or whoever she fucking went with, right? And she would, guess what? When she went up to that high, she was disappointed she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth.
But what about
you have this thing in your head, bro. You are just an average Joe who's seen some shit on TV, and you think that there's all these things happening, and it works this way and that way. You've imagined it. You've developed this narrative in your head that doesn't exist, bro. I've been listening to you on YouTube. It's painful.
Oh, you can see me on YouTube? Yo, hi YouTube.
Yeah, man. Two live streams, 2 separate live streams.
That's cool. They want me
You've
laughing
been
when
a good sport, man.
So
Hey, you've been alright to talk to. You're not getting triggered. You're laughing and stuff. It's all good.
Why not, dude?
A fun conversation.
Yeah, exactly. That's how humans actually evolved, though, with debating and actually having discussions without any insult or pain inflicted to others. That's how we improve ourselves as humans.
I know, but it's just like because you're asking as if there's these there's you've got it just seems to me like you've got this narrative in your head, this storyline, or and these ideas that you think is the way it works, and it's not. But this is good because you can ask the questions, and you look and don't trust what we say. If you doubt anything that we tell you, you go and double check it for yourself, right? Go and double check it, and then come back and say, "Oh, you guys were wrong. Here, look at this." Right? Whatever.
I mean,
but yeah, the ultimate crusher of outer space is the gas pressure argument. I mean, and the fact that you yourself, you're never going to begin to be able to even prove outer space exists. That there's a region beyond the Earth's air that is like a vacuum where people have claimed to have gone, and it's high enough that you can look down and see the curvature of the Earth and all that. That's all just a fairy tale, bro. It's just a dream, a cool story that you saw on TV, just like Star Trek and Star Wars.
To space, though. It's a dream. It's a Star Wars. I don't know. You guys don't believe, when you look at this satellite, I guess you see little dots or little lights. I guess I don't know. That doesn't sound like It doesn't sound clear.
There is technology that has been sent high up, right, to do certain things. But when you see the image, let's say this satellite, you can probably Google search right now satellite, and you're gonna see a bunch of cartoons, right? And a globe next to that satellite cartoon. That image that you have in your head that a satellite looks like, that is a cartoon next to a globe cartoon, that's not reality, Voltaris. That's not real. The globe is not real. The outer space, like I told you before, the globe was never discovered, it was invented. And this outer space idea, where you think these satellites go to, that stuff was invented as well. It wasn't discovered.
Do you remember the Samsung space selfie?
Did you see that?
Hey, bro, do you remember the Samsung space selfie satellite? And there was an app you could get, and you could take a selfie of you in outer space,
Oh yeah, Snapchat. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was so cool.
you know that fell on someone's farm attached to a balloon.
What? I thought we were talking about the Snapchat filter, like 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, Samsung. Yeah, they sent up a satellite. It was advertised as a satellite, right? And it fell on someone's farm.
Snapchat filter. I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
We're not talking about filters.
Okay, sorry.
No, I'm talking about so they sent up a satellite, right? And it had a camera on it, and then in conjunction with an app that you could get, it would take a photo and put you in the photo, right? So you could get a space selfie, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it fell down on someone's farm attached to a balloon.
Mm-hmm.
So it was
Yeah,
up
that
there
will
on
be
a
the real
balloon.
ones. Yeah.
It wasn't in orbit, right? So
Okay, I
we
don't know
know that
anything
they
about
have
that.
shit in the sky. We know that they put tech in the sky attached to balloons. There's also high altitude platforms, they're like a drone, gliders, blimps, conventional unmanned aircraft. There is tech in the sky. We're not denying that, and they do utilize tech in the sky for weather and your GPS and other things, military. Right.
And they're hiding the Earth is not globe first. What reason? Why are they hiding it and actually lying to people for?
What would be a good enough reason for them to lie to you?
I'm asking you.
No, I know why they would lie. What would be a good enough reason for you? If someone was lying to you, what would be a good reason for it?
To. I don't think there would be any good reason for it.
They're not actually hiding it from you, by the way.
So there would be a good reason why people lie.
The objects attract
As
each
an
other.
example, maybe they want people like you to be pushing the fantasy nonsense to others, and without even knowing it.
Why would they do that though? Why would they be useful for them?
Why do people lie?
For their own gain, I guess.
There you go.
Most of the time, it can be
You're carrying the globe fantasy. You're carrying the buckets of water of empty globes nonsense. You're carrying that, even though you don't even know if it's real. You are right now carrying this heavy burden on yourself, without knowing that it's a fantasy.
Like all throughout history, rich people have convinced poor people that they need to go fight other poor people that are defending another rich person.
Yeah, that's so true. By the way,
They've convinced them of all sorts of things, right? But they're not hiding flat Earth, bro. You can't hide flat Earth. You can just go outside and have a look at it. It's right there.
You knew it was flat. You just chose to believe a different story.
that's so bold. So the objects do not like attract each other in you guys' perspective, and they just stay at rest, right?
There's magnetism.
Hey, but that is when you go to the store and you observe that massive lady with the full cart, right? Do you feel attracted to her?
When I see what?
That massive lady with the
You can't stop looking at her. So maybe.
You know that big lady at the store, at the food store, the grocery store?
Define
right? Are you going around her? Do you feel attracted?
Are you attracted to fat people?
I mean, they're not attractive now. Not to me.
So there you go. You're not attracted to massive things. There you go.
What's the different spectrum of attractiveness, though?
What about
There's actually,
gravity, though? You're not gravitationally pulled towards?
I am actually gravitationally pulled and attracted to all objects, but in a so small amount that it has to take
You
so
don't
many
even sense it.
to actually collide.
You
It's
don't
so
even sense that
minuscule
it's
it might
so
just
small.
might not even be happening at all.
You know,
Cool story.
who's starting?
It is. That's what it is. The globe is a cool story. Well, how does an object generate gravity? How's that work? Where's the gravity come from?
It curves space.
What, in the ball? Or are you mixing up your gravities now? Okay, so I got a big ball, right? And does it have gravity? The bigger it is, it's really big. It's got lots of gravity. What's the gravity made out of? How's it generate the gravity? Yeah, what's gravity? Yeah, what is it? Where's it come from? We got an iron ball. It's just made out of iron, just pure iron. Does it also? What percentage of the ball is gravity once it generates the gravity? Is it a certain percentage gravity now? The bigger it gets? Or it was always a certain percentage gravity?
Yeah, it has to do with mass or energy.
Really? How?
Yeah.
Okay, so where's the energy come from? It's an iron ball.
Iron ball? What?
Yeah, I got a big iron ball. It's a big ball. It's made out of iron. Okay, now how's the gravity? Where's the gravity going to come from?
Gravity doesn't come from anywhere. It was always there. We just discovered it and used it for our benefit.
What is it?
What is what?
The gravity that you're talking about.
The force of attraction between all objects.
No, that's the effect.
The universe.
That's the effect.
Mass or energy.
No. That would be the effect that gravity would cause to happen, right? That's not the gravity itself. How does the ball, right, have the gravity in the first place? You're saying it's always there. Where did it come from?
What are we discussing?
No. Look, he can't answer the question, but he doesn't want to admit that. That's all.
Where is the gravity coming from? I can ask you, does God exist? And you couldn't answer me yes or no.
I didn't make any claims. I didn't make any claims about God. Hey, Sheepdog, can you play that clip one more time?
Gravity's like your God, is it?
Yeah, hold on.
It is. It's like a deity, right? Isn't it? It's similar. That's why you compared it to that. So even the scientists,
which
they have
one
no
you
idea.
want that? You want that 50-second clip?
Yeah, what is gravity?
Yeah.
So this is what experts, right? Astrophysicists, and people like that, right? That when people ask them what is gravity, this is what they say.
Actually, I think Isaac Newton was wrong about gravity.
Oh, hold on. I'm setting this up to play, so give me a second.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
I don't know.
Nobody in the entire world knows why that falls.
So what is pushing this?
Here. Why does that fall?
Newton didn't know.
We can describe it pretty accurately, but no one knows why.
We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it.
I don't need a computer to get a kid interested in that. To spend a week playing with gravity and trying to understand it and come up with reasons why.
So what is pushing this?
I don't know.
Nobody knows why.
So Newton simply threw his hands up and said, I don't know. So I'm going to invent something called gravitational pull.
Yeah, they don't know. So they don't know what it is. They don't know where it comes from or anything like that. We just observe an effect.
I mean, nobody knows where it's come from. Essentially, people, when I say like, why am I like, what is the purpose of my existence? It all comes down to the philosophical view of maybe it can be God, maybe it can be something different else.
It has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. It has nothing to do with the shape of the earth.
No, you guys are not asking what is gravity. You guys are asking why does gravity work? Why do we have gravity? Like,
You were trying to answer what it is. You were trying to answer.
I'm not the one.
We can move on. We can move past that. So good.
Well, listen, bro. Listen, just before you move on.
That's a philosophical question.
You've got to, yeah, exactly, because it can't be scientifically validated. There's no independent variable you can manipulate. Why does this thing fall down? Right? What are you going to do? What are you going to do to be able to figure out why something fell down? What sort of a scientific experiment are you going to develop to test it?
Well, we can look at the planets and how they behave to prove it scientifically, but you guys don't believe in,
That's
the
your
planets with
imagination.
the
Thinking
telescope.
that those
Imagination. No, dude. I believe
that's
my
your
own eyes,
imagination,
please.
bro. Yeah.
How is my
You're
eyes?
imagining that. You're imagining those things are huge balls of mass, right? And they're exerting some sort of force emanating out from their center in all directions, affecting each other. Like, that's just all imagination, bro.
Voltaires, have you ever heard of the three-body problem?
Yeah.
What is it?
I've heard of it. I don't know what it is now.
Right. So mathematically, they can explain why one object can orbit around another object. But if you put a third object into it, then it gets all wonky, and they can't simulate what they think the universe is doing.
That sounds so interesting. Let me note that down. What was it? Three objects?
The three-body problem.
The three-body problem. That looks so interesting.
So again, it's just a story that you ascribe to because of things that you look in the sky that you can't validate yourself. And now, I personally, I will give you gravity, right? Now, tell me how big the Earth is. If the Earth is a ball because of gravity, how big is the Earth?
What measurement do you want?
I don't care. As long as it's over distance.
Equatorial diameter is miles or kilometers?
What's the circumference?
Equatorial circumference is 24,000 miles and 901 miles, approximately. Okay. Which means that it can be true because of pi, which we discussed about in the earlier discussion.
So if you're 6 feet tall, how far away is the horizon?
If I'm 6 feet tall, how far away is the horizon? I have no idea.
Well, maybe you should look that up.
Based on that size, it'd have to be a specific distance, right?
Like we spent, about an hour validating the sky for you?
3 miles, 4 or 5 kilometers away, approximately, assuming a clear day with no obstruction. For a person who is 6 feet tall. That's the horizon. There's a math behind it. Yeah. Can I stream here?
So the follow-up question is, how do we see a lot further beyond that at 6 foot height?
I think we have to have better eyes, just like the eagles.
No, bro.
No. It wasn't a question as to how. I mean, why can we? We can see further than that distance at a 6 foot observer height. Why? If it's supposed to be dropping away, if the horizon is dropping away, how come we can see further than that? We can see a ship at 20 miles out.
Yes, you can.
From 6 feet up.
We see horizons well in excess of that.
We can't see with our eyes, though. If we use telescope, we can see much further. We can see actually.
It still doesn't explain the boat floating up above the curve.
Boat floating up above the curve.
Yeah, Voltaris, you know what the horizon is, right? On a globe, right? The horizon is the maximum distance you can see of the surface of the earth or the water, right? And it's where it meets with the sky. And anything that goes beyond the horizon, you shouldn't be able to see the bottom of it anymore, right? Once it goes over the horizon, it will start to become hidden by the curvature of the earth, right? So you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon line. You know what a horizon line is, right? You don't see water past the horizon line. Okay, if the boat was to sail over the horizon line, you're going to start to lose the bottom of the boat, right? If the Earth's a globe and it's going over the curvature of the Earth. So once the boat gets to a certain distance away, you won't be able to see the boat at all because you've got the physical obstruction of the Earth blocking the boat from your view. Right? You can't have eagle eyes or whatever you were talking about and see the boat through the actual physical Earth that's blocking it, right? You can't see someone on the other side of a hill. You know what I mean? It's blocked by the horizon, yeah?
But your vision actually plays a role here, right? In your height.
Do boats go over the curve? Do boats go over the curve? When boats go away, they fall behind the curve of the Earth, right?
That's the claim that the globe earthers make. Think about, look, this is a real easy to follow example. Just say you've got a long hallway. You've got a long hallway, and the hallway curves away from you. It curves away. And then your friend walks down the hallway, right? You stay still. Your friend walks down the hallway, and he goes around the corner. He goes around the corner. He's gone around the corner of the hallway. You can't see him anymore because the wall's blocking you. Okay, you can't zoom in. You can't zoom in, have eagle eyes or whatever. You can't see him anymore. He's gone behind the curvature of the hallway.
Okay.
Now turn that horizontal, that whole scenario, turn it horizontally. Now you've got the horizon, and the horizon's like the hallway. And the boat's your friend, and your boat's walking away over the horizon, and he's gone, right? You can't see him anymore. Can't see the boat anymore. It's gone behind the curvature of the hallway or the curvature of the Earth. Make sense?
That's what.
Okay, that's a predictable. That's a predictable distance, like you just read out then, right? It would be 3 miles away. If you're 6 foot tall, the horizon would be 3 miles away, which is like 4
is it going to be further away? Is that what?
4 or 5 kilometers. What going to be further away?
If I'm taller, which I am.
Yeah. So if you're taller than 6 foot, the horizon might be like just over 3 miles, right? Tiny bit more than 3 miles. Okay, if you're 5 foot, then it would be 2.7 miles or 2.73 miles. Okay, so let me show you an observation, right? This is what we've been talking about the whole time. Okay, so this is a video done in England where a guy's looking out over the ocean and we're checking for that horizon. Okay, so this guy's name's Dr. John Dee. Very smart guy. Okay, anyway, just a second, have a look in the side chat. Okay, so this is just a clip from the observation. All right, see what I posted? Okay, so he's got his camera set up on a tripod, and it's just 3.5 foot high, which is 1 meter high. Okay, so based on a shorter height, that means the horizon is actually less distance away. Okay, so I'm just going to post a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator. You can just go online and type in Earth curvature calculator if you want to check the math. Okay, so when you have a look at the Earth curvature calculator, okay, you put in the ice height, 3.5 foot. So the horizon should be 2.29 miles away. Okay, so 3 miles if you're 6 foot tall, 2.7 miles if you're 5 foot tall, 3.5 foot, that makes it 2.29 miles away. That should be the maximum distance that you can see the water. Make sense? I don't want to lose you.
Okay.
Okay, so have a look at the diagram I just posted.
Okay, a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance. Yellow circle. Its maximum distance that the sea and sky can be observed to meet. No imaginary other horizon or second horizon where the sky and sea can be measured past the line of the physical and geometric horizon represented by the red and yellow circle. Okay.
Okay. All right, so you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond 2.23 miles. Okay, and if he was just looking straight out into the ocean, then you wouldn't know how far away the horizon was. So it's important to have a distance marker out in the ocean that's a known distance away. So he's looking out into the ocean at a place where we have a distance marker. Okay, it's a wind farm. You know those windmill farms they put out in the ocean? Okay, so this one's called Rampion Windmill Farm. So I'm just posting a diagram of the windmill farm. And now I'll just post a screenshot. All right, so he's looking out, and you can see 6 of the windmills. Okay, the closest one on the left, windmill 1, that's 8 miles away. That's the closest one. And the one on the right is 11.2 miles away. All right, that horizon should be at just 2.29 miles away. Okay, the bottom of the windmills, right, it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. So let's just focus on one of the windmills. The furthest one away, on the right-hand side, is 11.2 miles away. Okay, the bottom 52 feet of that windmill should be hidden behind the horizon. Okay, the horizon should be at 2.3 miles, and the bottom of the windmill farm should be hidden by 52 feet. The 52 feet should be missing. Okay, you would only be able to see the top part of the windmill popping out over the horizon, but instead, we can see the water goes flat, 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 right? Where the horizon would have to be on a globe, there's no horizon. We see the water going to the windmill towers, and we see no obstruction of the windmill towers. In fact, we can see the base of the windmill towers touching the water, and then we can see the water go out flat further, and then we can actually see a boat out in the distance beyond the windmill farms, right? That should be completely hidden by the curvature of the Earth. So this is an example, right? One of thousands of examples that shows there's no curvature, right? The physical things that would have to be there if the Earth were a globe aren't there, right? There isn't a horizon there. There isn't any curvature over that distance.
Okay, so in the image where you see like 1 through 6, all the turbines.
Yeah.
You see the red lines and the black lines. So doing the math, they have to be like to get smaller according. Yeah.
Hold on a second. I'll show you a close up. All right. So I'm just going to re-upload the GIF again, and then I'm going to upload a close up, so you can see what the windmills look like from close up. Okay, so this is what they look like from close up, and when it's low tide, you can see the black part where the paint is stripped off the bottom of the windmills, right? Because that's where the tide goes up and down, and the salt water is stripped off the yellow paint from the bottom, so you can only see the black bit. Okay, so if you scroll up a little bit, right, to 15 minutes after the hour, you can see him actually zoom out from the shoreline, and you can see the black bit at the bottom of the windmills. All right, so this screenshot's actually just captured from the zoom footage. Okay, so we don't see any obstruction. In fact, we can see a boat off in the distance, which is actually 14 miles away, and should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
That's a bold claim.
How's it a bold claim? It's like right there in front of you.
What do you mean in front of me? It's a GIF. It can be Photoshop.
No. It's okay. So I've got the full video, right? So the guy's name's Dr. John D. Right? He's a very smart guy. He's got a PhD. He's not a dumb guy. He went out to actually try to debunk Flat Earth originally. Okay, so I'm going to bring up the video, because in the video is an hour and a half long. He shows you him turning up to the location. He shows you his coordinates. He shows you him setting up the camera. He shows everything, and he shows on his channel he's got different days where he goes there and does the same observation on different days as well. Okay, so it's an hour and a half video.
It, DJ.
Thanks, Sheepdog. So he goes over everything in extreme detail, right? He tracks the ship on tracking radar, right? On tracking software, and shows you the exact name of the ship. It's called the Shetland Trader, and it's actually 14 miles away. And then he looks up the ship, and he says, okay, the ship's this high, and there should be X amount of curvature over that distance, and you shouldn't be able to see any of the ship, but we can see the whole ship. Just like we can see the whole windmill towers. There's no curvature, right? There should be hundreds of feet of curvature over this distance, by the way.
So yeah. According to your claim, if we have a really let's say 10,000x zoom, and we actually have a boat all the way down and the ocean is so far away, hundreds of miles, we should be able to see it? Is there a claim?
No, because the atmosphere, right? It's clear, but it's only semi-transparent. So if you looked up the actual maximum visibility, then you'd find it's usually it's about 20 kilometers or something like that, maybe 30 kilometers on a nice clear day, maybe a bit further in certain locations. Sometimes it's less than that, right? If you look it up in New York City, it's probably 5 kilometers. Okay, but if you go out in the country, it's probably like where I'm at right now in the country, it's like 16 kilometers usually when I look it up, 15, 16 kilometers. That's the maximum distance you can see through the air, because you've got dust in the air, you've got gas, you've got moisture, all of that. Yeah, all of that stuff, you know. So yeah, that's, you can't see forever because of the atmosphere is like not perfectly transparent.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. So every single observation that we do, we can we don't find any of the curvature or the geometric horizon that should be there. We can see not just a little bit further, but we can see like thousands of percent further than you should. So that's where we're coming from. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming to know how the whole universe works. We're just saying that when we check the globe, it doesn't match reality, right? And we can't find anything that's not flat when it comes to the surface of water, which is what most of the surface of the Earth is covered in.
And surfaces really, when it comes to, you can have smooth and bumpy, but surfaces are generally either curved or flat.
So if you go to somewhere that's got really, really good visibility, like the desert, like Utah, for example, it's like a really dry atmosphere. So you can actually probably get like 50, 60 or more kilometers visibility there regularly. Here's a different observation, right? This was even over a longer distance. So I'm just putting a GIF in the side chat. Right, once again, this is from a full-length high-definition video. But this is a 21-mile observation, which is about 34 kilometers. Okay, so in this one, he sets his camera up at 5 foot height. Okay, so here's the camera setup. He's using a Nikon P1000. It's one of the most powerful consumer-grade zoom cameras that you can get. And then he's going to be zooming across to see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. He does the observation during the day, and then he does it again during the night, right? Just because the weather conditions change a bit during the day and during the night, so he wanted to repeat it again during the night for extra confirmation. Now here's the observation. This is the Great Salt Lake in Utah. You can see a yellow line, and he's standing at the top of the yellow line, and he's going to be zooming across to the other shoreline on the other side where he's got his buddy. Okay, so his buddy's over on the other side, and he takes some footage on the other side just so we can see what it looks like on the other side of the lake. That's just uploading now. And then I'll show you what it looks like from 21 miles away. Okay, so that's what it looks like on the other side of the lake. Take note of the big white tower and the big shoreline. Okay, so that's what we're looking for. The shoreline is the target. All right, so take note of what it looks like up close, right? Because this is what it looks like from 21 miles away during the day. And then this is what it looks like from 21 miles away during the night.
Can I check in with him real quick, DJ?
Yeah.
Voltaris, what do you think we're trying to show you?
Trying to say that Earth doesn't curve.
What
There's
does
no
that mean?
Meaning that the Earth's curve never starts.
Yeah, that's right. There's no curvature. That's the idea of it, right? So you can see that.
Real quick, if there was curvature, what would that mean?
That would mean that we wouldn't be able to see further away that he's claiming that we see.
Okay, it would be blocked by the edge of the ball, right? By the curve.
Yeah, depending on some metrics.
Yep. So the
On
observer
geometry,
height,
correct. Go ahead.
the observer height would be the determining factor to how far away the geometric horizon, right? Like the physical horizon would be. And that would be 2.7 miles, right? From 5-foot observation height, 2.73 miles. That's the maximum distance that you would be able to see the water. And then the shoreline on the other side of the lake, that would be physically obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth by 223 feet. And I like to give this analogy, right? You know the ship, the Titanic?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's 175 foot tall, or was 175 foot tall, right? So if the Titanic was where the cameraman is, and then the Titanic was going to sail across the lake to the other side of the lake, 21 miles away. Once the Titanic gets to 2.7 miles, it's going to be at the horizon, okay? Then when it gets past that, it's going to start to disappear from the bottom up as it goes over the curvature of the Earth. When it gets to 10 miles, there's 66 foot of curvature. So the bottom 66 foot should be obstructed behind the horizon. By the time the Titanic got to the other side of the lake, it would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. You wouldn't be able to see it. But in the observation, he zooms in and you can see the shoreline. You can see the big white tower. You don't see any obstruction. And on top of that, we don't see any noticeable miraging effects, right? Or heavy refraction or anything like that. Okay, so we don't see anything that in terms of miraging or anything like that would be able to explain this observation away. It's like nice and clear. And that's why he does it during the day and then he does it again at nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this is another example of where, like, it's not just a little bit of curvature that's missing, it's actually all of the curvature that's missing, right? So 293 foot in this case is missing. So, right, so you've seen one, then you've seen another.
I will do my research on that.
Yeah, you can do your research on it.
Yeah.
So just quickly, right, just finish it up. Okay, so here's a close-up of the tower. All right, and then here's a shot of the tower at nighttime from 21 miles away. Looks pretty similar, right? We don't see any obstruction, any noticeable obstruction. We can see the shoreline behind the tower, or below the tower, sorry. So yeah, that's where we're coming from. Look, not trying to convince you, just showing you an observation, that's all.
Okay,
Think critically about it.
Yeah, trying to think critically about it. Yeah. When there's like curves, actually, when you mentioned it should start to curve. It doesn't curve directly, right? It curves slowly.
Yeah, it's uniform.
Right, as mentioned.
Yeah, it's uniform. Right. Like it's 8 inches per mile squared would be the formula.
And even though you're as small as you are, like, you're not necessarily seeing the curve, you're seeing the consequence of the curve, because at a certain point, it'll reach a tangential point where you will no longer be able to see the thing as it continues to go away. It'll look like it's sinking in your vision. So that's like, that's the consequence of the curve, right? And that's what DJ's explaining to you. Like, in this observation, you literally can see the shoreline and beyond that.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, these are byproducts of the Earth curvature, the horizon, and the obstruction of things in the distance.
I will definitely do my research and come back. What do you guys think about the sunset, though? I think that's also some sort of illusion.
Yeah, it's similar. I think Old Dude posted a nice diagram earlier. Maybe you missed that one. But you know, you understand how perspective works, right? How things like things appear to. I'll give you some diagrams quickly.
Hang on. You guys think it's an illusion? That's what Globers say the sunset is, an illusion. For a start, it looks like it's going down, right? But you say, No, it's not actually going down. The sun is actually sitting still, and the Earth is turning, making it appear to go down. An illusion, right? Not only that, when the sun's on the horizon, you say it's not really there. It's already set. We're seeing a light distortion version of the sun. An illusion.
Yeah, that's so interesting. Yeah. Like the sun is not there, but we actually see the sunset. That's so, yeah. That's so interesting. I should look into that too.
Yeah, the sun's super.
Welcome to light moving through a medium.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that actually helps explain a sunset on a flat surface, right? The medium plays a big role in it.
Also, you can look up the Selenelian eclipse, which is where the moon begins to eclipse while the sun and the moon are in the sky simultaneously. And there are instances where the moon will go dark from top down. And what the answer to that is for the globe is that the moon is actually on the underside of the sphere, but its image has curved up and around to where the observer is standing. So the moon's not actually in its location, it's actually under the Earth, but you're seeing the moon above the horizon. Make that make sense?
Yeah, I think it was the horizon, not the sunset. I think I'm wrong about that. Seeing the horizon, yeah. Wait, what? Let me clarify that actually. Yes. Yeah, illusion. It says refraction illusion and motion illusion. Our perspective and atmospheric bending of light.
In relation to the sunset, or what are you referring that to?
Yes, sunrise.
Oh, yeah, we see all sorts of crazy stuff happen because of the atmosphere when it comes to sunsets. You know, from a distance, usually it looks pretty uniform, but when you zoom right in on a sunset, you see all sorts of crazy stuff happening. Like, look at this miraging effect of the sunset that I just put in the side chat. Right? It looked like,
yes.
Yeah, this kind of thing happens, but if you look at it from a distance, it just kind of looks like the sun's sort of going down like normal. Zoom right into it with like these super zoom cameras, and you see some crazy stuff. So yeah, you know, that's something that we need to take.
Yeah, even our eyes lie to us actually in some cases.
Oh yeah, well yeah, it's, you know, the light's traveling back to you through a lot of air, right? And that air has a varying temperature gradient, which is going to, you know, cause the light to deviate on its way back to you. And there's all sorts of crazy stuff that can happen, right? A whole bunch of things that you would need to take into account. And it's constantly changing as well. So, yeah, we see all sorts of crazy stuff happens. I got some crazy looking footage of sunsets. Like some sunsets, it looks like the sun sets before it even gets to the horizon. Like it sets behind an invisible horizon, like quite a bit above the horizon.
Okay, so light bends through atmosphere, right?
Yeah, light can deviate if you have like different temperatures, like a temperature gradient. Think about it this way, right? If you look down a road, right, like a hot road, it looks like there's water on the road sometimes, and you see like a miraging effect. You know, have you seen that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's the same sort of thing that we're talking about here. That's called an inferior mirage, right? And that's caused by because the sun's heating up the surface of the road, and it's making a very, very warm layer of air above just above the surface of the road. Okay, and then as the light bounces off what you're looking at back towards your eyes, it deviates towards the cooler air, which is higher up, right? So the light's going upward, and it's going to make it look like things in the distance are displaced downward. So it can look like half a person's missing if there was a person walking down the road, or half a car is missing.
Interesting.
Kind of things. Yeah, and sometimes you can have the opposite, right? Let's say you had a really cold road, right? Like it was like icy or something like that, and then you had a layer of warm air above that, then you would have the opposite effect, right? It could look like something's floating in the air. I don't know if you've seen those images. It looks like floating ships.
Yeah, you showed me before this, yeah.
Yeah. So all sorts of crazy stuff can happen when it comes
to dolphins.
Yeah, with the dolphins. Yeah. I mean, it can be pretty extreme sometimes, but you wouldn't want to take that footage when you have these extreme conditions and use it as proof of something, right? You would say, look, this is evidence that there's a cool mirage taking place, but you wouldn't say, oh, this proves the Earth's a globe, or this proves something. You want to use clear days where we have standard conditions.
So in this case, you're saying in the ship case disappearing, instead of, what do they call it? I think it's called hull or something. Hull disappears before the mast.
Yep.
You don't agree with that, and you say instead of that, it just gets smaller and smaller.
Yeah, most of the time
it's fully visible.
Well, no, usually like
has an effect on it.
Most often, right? So if you don't have any waves, and you have clear conditions, right? You don't have some crazy miraging effect taking place, then the ship will just get smaller. It will get smaller and smaller and smaller until it gets below 0.02 degrees in your field of view. Once it gets below that size, you can't see it anymore. The human eye can't resolve anything below 0.02 degrees. Now you could so now you can still see the horizon, but it looks like the boat's gone. But the boat's still there, but you just can't see it anymore. Kind of like if there was a fly in front of your face and then it flew off into the distance, the fly's still there, but you can't see the fly anymore because it's breached that angular resolution limitation of the human eye. Now you could get a telescope, right, or a super zoom camera and zoom that ship back into view again, like that video that I showed you before. There's none of the hull is missing, right? You can see the whole boat. Now, if you added waves into that situation, like ocean swells, when you look out into the ocean, you're just seeing the tops of the ocean swells, and it looks uniform, right? So it looks like it's still a flat surface out there, but it'll look like the boat's disappearing bottom up. That's only because of the ocean swells causing the physical obstruction, because the ocean swells are still close to you, but the ship's getting further away. And as things get further away, they get smaller and smaller as they go into the distance, right? It's kind of like an extreme version of that would be like if you can see a mountain in the distance and you put your hand out in front of you, you can block the mountain with your hand, right? Even though your hand's tiny and the mountain's giant, right? It's because of perspective and angular resolution. Okay, so the same thing can happen with waves and boats. Now, sometimes we can have the miraging effects like I was talking about before. Let's just say it's early in the morning and the weather's still cool, right? So the air temperature is still cold because it gets cold overnight, but the water doesn't change temperature much during the night. It stays pretty uniform. So let's say the water temperature is 20 degrees Celsius and the air temperature is 10 degrees Celsius. The water is going to make a warmer layer of air just above the surface of the water, just kind of like the road did in the example I gave before. And then you're going to have a layer of cooler air above the warmer air. Now, as the light travels, bounces off of the object in the distance back to your eyes, it's going to deviate slightly towards the denser medium, which is always the colder air, right? Colder air has a higher refractive index than warmer air, okay? And that's going to cause something called sinking. Now, the definition of sinking is something that would normally be visible on the geometric horizon apparently sinks beneath it. And that's what sometimes you can see with boats. Right? It's not actually sinking behind the horizon. It's actually just an illusion. It's a like a minor form of a miraging effect. Okay, so I can show you an example of that right now.
Very interesting.
Yeah, so have a look in the side chat.
I think we can check this ourselves with the camera and its zoom.
Yeah, exactly.
And
So
I'll actually argue that zooming in won't bring the bottom of the ship back.
yeah, zooming in is not going to bring the bottom of the ship back if you have a physical obstruction, like from the waves, or if you have this miraging effect.
We have nothing. Let's say we have none of those obstructions that you.
If we have none of those obstructions,
really clean air.
Yeah, I showed you an example of that earlier.
Okay, that's great.
So we had a giant boat.
What's this actually?
Yeah, I'll post it one more time because I got it right here. So I'm just going to upload this GIF again. Right now, I lived on the ocean my whole life, and this is what happens most often. Right, if you have small ocean swells, right, or really, really tiny waves, the boat just sails out. It gets smaller and smaller, and it just fades off, right? Sometimes if you've got really clear conditions, it'll get really small and you can't see it anymore. But most often it just kind of fades off into the opaque air. Okay, have a look in the side chat. This is a giant boat.
Yes.
It's good to do it with a giant boat. Okay, so when he's zoomed out, you can't see the boat anymore. When he zooms in, you can see the whole boat. Right, now let's imagine that boat was where the observer is and it's sailing out. Okay, he's just going to see the boat getting smaller and smaller and smaller. At no point is it going to disappear bottom up. It's just going to get smaller and smaller until he can't see it anymore. And then he zooms back in with this high-powered zoom camera and bang, there's the boat, right? It's back again. Now, if you had waves in this situation, then it would look like the boat is disappearing bottom up behind the horizon. Or if you had that miraging effect, then it could look like it's disappearing bottom up as well. But usually with the miraging effect, you'll get side effects, right? And you can tell it's a mirage when you zoom in onto it. Okay, so this is the example that I was going to show you. All right, have a look at this boat. Okay, this is another giant boat. All right, this boat's called the Mandarin Arrow, and it's I know what boat it is because this guy tracked it on Shipping Radar. Okay, so this is just a picture from Google of the boat, right? So you can see just the top bit of the boat, and the whole hull of the boat is missing. Mm-hmm. And it looks like if someone went out, they'd be like, oh, it's behind the curvature of the Earth, right? Checkmate, flat earthers. Okay, but you'll notice that it says 9:30 a.m., right? So it's still early in the morning, and the day hasn't heated up yet. So we could have a situation where the water is still warmer than the air temperature, so we have that sinking effect. Okay, so what this guy does is he actually stays there for the next 3 hours, and he keeps zooming in on the boat, right? Periodically, he keeps zooming back out, and the boat itself is anchored. Okay, so the boat's not moving. Okay, so here's the screenshot of the ship tracking radar website. Okay, so it says it's Mandarin Arrow, and it says it's anchored, and I think it says the distance is 12.4 nautical miles, which is about 14 miles, regular miles. All right, so just a second. Okay, so what you'll notice is that 3 hours later, wait 1 second, I'll just post, right, so that first image I posted, you could only see the top of the boat. This is the same sort of shot from just a less zoom. 1 second. Right, so that's the same shot, just with less zoom. Okay, and I'm going to post the video. It'll take a little bit to upload because it's a file. It's not a link. So over the next 3 hours, right, he keeps zooming in on it, and it slowly comes more and more into view, right? Slowly you can see more and more of the ship starting to appear from behind the horizon. And then 3 hours later, this is the same ship. Exact same position, exact same observer position, but you can see the whole ship. Right, there's nothing hidden. The only thing that changed was that the day, like the temperature heated up. during the day, and that miraging effect that you had in the morning with the sinking, it went away. Okay, now we can see the whole ship again. There's nothing obstructed. The only thing that changed was the temperature and the weather conditions. Okay, now I'll upload the video because you can see it stage by stage starting to reappear more and more. And if you actually have a look close up, all right, so I just want to post this original image I posted one more time. Okay, so if you actually have a look close up at this image, you'll see a layer right where the horizon meets the sky, right where the ship is. You can actually see the sky through the ship, proving that this is actually a miraging effect that's taking place here, right? Especially on the right-hand portion of the clip there, of the ship, you can actually see the sky through the bottom of the ship, right? That proves there's a miraging effect taking place.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll just post. Yeah, I'll post the video. It's not a long video. I wish I could find the original video that this came from in better resolution. But yeah, it'll take like a few minutes to upload anyway. So yeah, there's a bunch of observations. There's tons more. Like we could just keep showing one after the other. And then we could get even more technical and start showing like crazy laser tests, right? With $30,000 lasers and stuff like that, done by engineers. But I won't do that because I do have to go.
Okay.
And then look,
Nice having a discussion with you.
Yeah, you too, man. And this leaves us at a point where it's like, okay, now find something to counter this from the globe side throughout all of history, right? Where did some globe earther go out and actually validate the globe over and over again, or even one time where they're like, okay, well, this observation matches up with the globe. Look, we've got a distance marker. The horizon's exactly where it should be. This is exactly hidden by so much. There's not one. And there's not only is there not one, there's not one that's even close, right? Not even anywhere close.
I don't know about that, but I'll definitely do more research about it,
man.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, man. Oh, good chatting with you.
Thank you for the discussion. Yeah.
Yeah, you too, man.
Yeah, same. Have a good day.
Cheers.
It was nice talking to you.
You too, man.
All you guys. Thank you all.
The video is half uploaded. Oh, he's gone.
Good chat, DJ.
waiting.
It is awfully quiet out there.
Oh, globe cult has been debunked. There's nothing left to say.
I think you said that best, my friend. They really. I mean, what can they possibly have to offer at this stage of the game?
Invincible ignorance.
I mean, if you think about it, they have no direct evidence. They have no proof. The only thing that they have is whataboutism. It's the only thing in their arsenal. Can you imagine being a globetard in 2025 and thinking that NASA's real, baltards are real, astronauts are anything other than actors? I mean, can you do it?
Well, maybe Z has some proof. Z, do you know where your globe came from and who measured it
Hi
to be a
guys.
ball? Hey, me.
Hi, what's up?
Do you have any evidence that the Earth is a sphere?
No.
Do you believe that it's a sphere?
No.
Why not?
I don't know, I just don't believe it.
I can dig it.
Mm-hmm.
Is it flat?
Maybe, maybe not.
Alright. Is the Earth moving?
Yeah, of course it's moving, of course.
How do you know it's moving?
If Earth would move, then how suppose, like, how people are living without moving?
I don't know how you would measure it to be in motion. Einstein said that there is no experiment
Just
that
news,
can show
guys.
that
It's
the Earth
just
is moving.
news who tell us, right? It's a news. Who tell us?
It's news?
And how do you know that Earth is not moving or moving? Tell me.
I don't feel it to be moving.
Why?
So it's
Why
not
don't you
moving.
feel it? Tell us. Why you feel like that?
Because when it does move, like in an earthquake, I feel the motion. Any other time, I don't feel the motion. There is no motion. It's not moving.
Can you prove it? Okay, it's not moving or something.
Yes. There is no experiment that can be done to show that the Earth is in motion. Einstein said it himself.
True.
So, since there is no motion and there is no way for me to detect that motion, why do I have to try and prove a negative?
You have to study about it, right? You can't just like feel it that it's emotion or something.
Yeah. If it was in motion, I could say, yeah, it's moving. I feel it. But I don't
Then
feel
study
it.
properly about it.
I'll know if I'm in a car that's moving because I feel all of the motion.
If
If
Earth
I'm on a
won't
bicycle,
move, right?
I
If
feel
Earth
that.
won't move, you won't be alive.
Say it again.
If Earth won't move, you won't be alive.
Why wouldn't I be alive if it was moving?
Because the gravity will not be working, oxygen and everything.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, technically you could have the Earth to be in motion and still have gravity and still be alive, because they claim that the Earth is in motion
Then
with
you
gravity
should
and you're
just
alive.
buy property on like moon or something, you should shift over there, right?
Well, how do you know you can go to the moon? You ever been there?
Uh-huh. Then
You went
what's
to the
the
moon.
proof that we are on Earth? Like, what's the proof that we are on Earth? We can be in some other planet.
When did you go to those to verify that you can do it?
Mm-hmm.
You've been to the moon?
No.
How do you know that you can go there?
Science?
How? I know it's knowledge.
Like, tell me where you from?
Where I'm from, you can't go to the moon. It's not possible. And when people
Arey,
have
tell me
tried
where you
to have
from? Where you
gone
living
there,
right now,
they've
bhai?
been proving themselves to be liars.
Hey, Bhagwan. I'm asking where you from? Like, in which country, in which state?
I am from America.
Uh-huh. And what time is it over there?
Daytime.
And, like, are you that free that you wanna debate on this shit?
No. It's just
Like, legit, you're sitting with, like,
it's
I don't know how much
daytime.
people, and you really
How
wanted to
is
debate
that
on
the
this, and
time of
Earth
day?
is moving or not.
Mew.
So are you saying that
Stop talking over
daytime,
that.
nighttime cycles is proof that the Earth is moving?
Hi.
Ah.
Are you saying that daytime, nighttime cycles is proof that the Earth is moving?
She left. She was talking over you, too.
Yeah.
Noobs. Welcome back.
Sorry, I got disconnected.
Right. I had asked, are you trying to say that you know the Earth is moving because of daytime, nighttime cycles?
Isn't it a good example?
No, because I
Huh?
can say that the Earth is not moving because I don't feel it, and that the lights in the sky are moving because I see it.
Mm-hmm.
So, daylight cycles and the moving of the stars is not proof that the ground is moving. You would just have a different list of assumptions.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Control yourself, or someone else will control you.
So close.
Nobody here?
Yeah.
Everybody's silent at the moment or something.
Yeah, no, earlier we had DJ give a, I don't know, 40-minute or more lesson to a gentleman who was listening very well. He went over maybe 3 black swans while I was in BC, and then touched a little bit on refraction and the different effects. The guy was like, I need to do some studying.
Okay. What about refraction with the black swan?
It wasn't more of, he didn't have refraction as a rebuttal to the black swans. DJ was more illustrating the point that what I'm offering to you doesn't have miraging effects or sinking. He went over superior, inferior, miraging, and he gave an example of a ship sitting idle or anchored in the water and showed different images from the different times of day with different temperatures, illustrating what he meant when sinking refraction is the case. English Hub doesn't delete the text chat, so you should be able to scroll up and get a feel for what was being said when strung out a kid in the text chat constantly blurbing sentences on top of short sentences, making the text chat fucking disappear quickly.
Yeah, I'm good. I think I got a brief summary of it. Me personally, I just think when you bring up refraction and say that the horizon is supposed to be a physical Earth edge of a curve, you throwing the physicality of the horizon away.
Yeah. Yeah. In this instance, the guy was receptive that the geometric shape is not being identified. And so,
and even if you invoke refraction and you bring it up as a mirage, then you're saying that the horizon isn't a physical Earth curve. You're saying that the horizon can move from here to there, and it's apparent. You only are appearing to see a horizon, so you don't know you don't know the physicality of it, so you cannot claim the physicality of it because you don't know it. So You can only assume it based off of mathematics and calculations of the globe that we learned from from some ancient guys. So it's not like you
Yeah, I
go out
don't
and prove.
he brought up any ancient guys either. I jumped in the middle of the dissertation, so I don't know if he jumped in with straight questions or what. I'd have to review the feed and go back and listen.
Right.
But I'm getting out.
I'm just putting in my 2 cents of it. This is just my 2 cents of it is if you're making a claim as a glober, the burden of proof on you is to prove that we are living on a globe. And if you're saying that we're living on a globe, which is a sphere that's spinning around the earth, that means that globe must have a value of a radius of curvature. Now, if you're trying to display that using the horizon, blocking bolts or whatever, and then someone show you some evidence debunking that with the black swan, and then you say, well, the black swan is technically debunking the radius value. It's taking away the radius value. That's technically what the black swan is doing. And if you say, well, no, that's actually a mirage, and that mirage can move here and there based on weather conditions and refraction and perspective and things of that nature, then that means you're taking away the physicality of your claim because you don't have the physical aspects of the horizon anymore because you're saying it's only a mirage. And you're saying that it's apparent.
Wait, why? But they're saying it's affecting the physicality, the visual aspect of the physical thing.
How is it?
I'm just saying what they're saying. They're not saying, well, it's all just it's all just like not physical. Like they're saying, no, it's making the physicality of it distorted.
Yeah, but they're just saying it visually, so it's saying it's a mirage. So you're not actually looking at the physicality of it because it moves around. Would that mean that you have improved that it's a spirit edge? Because you're basically saying, well, we can't see the spirit edge because it's a mirage. We're looking at a mirage. So we're only looking at the apparent position of this spirit edge. It's there, but we just cannot show you that it's there because, it's a mirage and stuff. I mean, I wouldn't put it on them to say that they're saying that this spirit edge is moving back and forth. Because we appear to see the horizon sometimes here, sometimes we see the horizon sometimes closer than 5 miles, which is still basically debunking the radius value. Sometimes we see it 7 miles, which is still debunking the radius value.
No, but we're not actually. If you say that, then you're giving it physicality.
Yeah, but we're not seeing it, though. So we're not actually. So it's just a mirage. You're not looking at it. So, but technically, you haven't proven the globe yet, then.
Yeah, that's correct.
And technically, it's not that mirage. It's not blocking that boat. There is no.
So why lead them down that path? Why do we start with that then? Why do we give them the globe?
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point.
Why even present the black swan then?
Yeah, you don't even have to present it anymore because even when you do present it, they already throw away their globe when they already admit that. When sooner they invoke refraction, that's a mirage you're looking at. Oh, okay. Well, we don't got to go on with this anymore. You already said that there's no physical Earth edge there. It's just basically apparent. Yeah, that's my point.
I mean, like if someone makes a claim, they say something specifically about the horizon being at a fixed distance and it being physical and geometric, and it's the reason why we can't see the bottoms of ships or whatever, right? then you can introduce like that sort of observation where you say, well, why isn't it working here then? Right?
You know, it's interesting that what they've attempted to come up with is something that you cannot observe, you cannot falsify it, and you cannot replace it. So it's almost like they've come up with the perfect hyperbole. Because they'll tell you that it's this far, ships go over the horizon. Okay, what about this observation turns to refraction? Okay, so you're saying there is a geometric edge, but we can't test it because it can vary every day. I just wonder, like, are they that stupid, or do they think that we're that stupid?
No, yeah, I know. They think claims are evidence. That's what they think. They think my claim is my proof.
No,
so they make a claim. The reason I can't see the bottom of that ship at distance is because of the curvature of the Earth. That's the claim, but they're presenting it as a proof. You say, prove it. And then they don't know what to do because they thought that was the proof.
It's circular reasoning, one-on-one. That's exactly what it is. It's circular reasoning, begging a question fallacy. My proof is my claim in itself. I mean, it's already affirming a consequence as soon as they start off with, if the Earth is a globe, I would see that. Well, that's an affirmative consequence, fallacy, say. If it's a flat Earth, I should see this. That's also affirmative consequence. I mean, I don't know why you keep starting with that. What are you doing here? You're supposed to be proving the physicality of your globe. It should be simple. You shouldn't have to affirm the consequence. You shouldn't have to beg the question, and you shouldn't use any circular reasoning whatsoever because you're supposed to be telling us an absolute fact that it's a spheroid. I'm not going to give you the globe in this argument. But I like what someone basically said. Are they really that stupid? Or do they think you that stupid? I think, yeah, they think you that stupid to argue with circular reasoning with them for hours and hours out the day.
Well, I know. Well, someone who's slightly honest will say, okay, yeah, it's not exactly proof, right? But it could be that, and with enough accumulation of supporting evidence, like other things like that, it's reasonable to say that, you know, we're on the right track in saying it's a sphere.
What track? You haven't presented the sphere yet, sir. Oh, it could be. We don't know. But that mirage definitely is a sphere somewhere there. There's an edge there somewhere. Oh, yeah, we got to go through the mirage and figure it out. We got to change all the weather conditions to see the hill. Okay. And somehow this hill, that boat behind the hill, somehow lifted the boat where we could see it clearly. Okay, got you. To give us X-ray vision and all that. Got you. But it is a mirage, though, and it is not there. Not really. So, perspective. And all of that. But meanwhile, whenever you are taking a measurement to that boat, you are doing it linear using miles and kilometers. So it's kind of a flat Earth measurement anyway. So why do we even have to talk about this? In a way, that boat is actually navigating and getting from point A to any geographical position is also taking measurements of the Earth being flat with flat maps and all that as well. So there's no globe even being discussed in these conversations, unless they talk about these conceptual calculations that they come up with. But they definitely have to measure the Earth flat in order to actually do anything practical with it. They only assume that the Earth is a globe because of NASA going into space with cartoon pictures and nonsense like that and audio. So,
you know, and I think that my take is just to take what the Globey says and get them to solidify, firm them up on their one thing, and then get them to provide the evidence for it, and then get them to tell you what's the standard that they used for that piece of evidence. And I really do think that that's the best, because it draws right to the very forefront that they don't have any standard. They have no standard whatsoever. They're just passing along something they've heard. And if they can actually provide it, it's probably come from a Google search or ChatGPT search, but not actually something they know. So think of this. The other day I had an idiot in who was trying to froth at the mouth and try to just spit out a whole bunch of points, machine gun out a whole bunch of different points. And so finally I got him down to that Mount Everest was it, because when you get to the top, you can see the curvature of the Earth. And I said, okay, so when did you climb to the top of the Earth, Mount Everest? Oh, well, I hadn't, but I've seen pictures. Okay, well, show me one of the pictures. And I said, show me the picture. And then he started saying, well, no, there's pictures and videos and blah, blah, there's a bunch of them. I said, no. Show me the one that was most convincing to you. And let's analyze it. And he did what Globies do best, which was he McToonged right out of there.
Do you know about the trip to Antarctica where it was sunny during the night? We could see the sun at night.
The sun at night?
She probably should have let me know. Yeah, how do you think I had some sun at night? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
That's what Korea did. Korea went to the sun during night time.
No, there were the two biggest flat earth YouTubers. They went to Antarctica, and
so who was that? Like who were the two biggest flat earthers?
So Eric DeBay and Dave Weiss.
There's Mark Sargent.
Mark Sargent.
JMC and Helioskeptic.
Yeah, how do you measure it? Is one like 400 kilos and the other's like 300? Do you measure it by weight or by, do you measure it by volume, or do you measure it by, how far the measuring tape to go around their waist?
Look, I'll post it in the side chat now. Look.
What's my weight, by the way?
I think they are the two biggest YouTubers.
So
no, they weren't the two biggest.
Yeah, what specifically was that you posted there?
So these flat earth YouTubers.
Okay, you're going to have to talk a little louder and more directly into your microphone, my friend.
Technically, the two biggest will be Sheepdog and India, because they can bench over 290 pounds. So they will be the two biggest ones.
Yeah.
So they went there and during night hours.
Did they measure Earth curvature when they got there?
Yeah, that would be interesting because it seemed like they measured the sun with flat Earth measurements when they went there.
Oh, so just wondering.
And they said that they were wrong. They said that they were wrong.
Okay. Hey, friend, can you talk a little louder into your microphone so we can hear you a little more clearly?
I don't know what I can do, bro. You have to higher my volume up because
That's okay. Nature guy. I'm just wondering, did they measure curvature, Earth curvature, when they got to Antarctica?
No.
No. Okay. So they didn't prove that the Earth is a globe then?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Probably not.
I want to ask you a question. Come here, I got a question for you.
I think he just wanted to tell us the truth about Antarctica. He already just admitted that they did not prove that the Earth was a globe. Even the two biggest flat earthers didn't prove that the Earth was a globe. Right, Nature Boy? Woo!
So they didn't prove that the Earth is a globe, but they said they were wrong about the sun.
One or two did.
So they went to the sun in Antarctica? So did they go to the sun in Antarctica?
No, they didn't went to the sun. They went to Antarctica.
Oh, so they don't know what the sun actually is by going to Antarctica, correct?
What?
So they don't know anything about the sun going to Antarctica like everybody else.
They said it was supposed to be dark because they said that the sun was supposed to be in a different place when they were in Antarctica.
It was supposed to be dark, and that's proving what about the sun again? Because it's
proving that they were wrong.
Wrong about what?
Specific claim about any of this. I mean, that's what I think we're trying to understand here.
I'm following you, Nature. You said that they was proving something about the sun, and you're saying that they was wrong about the sun in telling what exactly?
Yeah.
Like I said.
Because remember, we're talking about the globe. So we're talking about
So they weren't wrong about the Earth being flat. They were wrong about the sun not being in Antarctica for 24 hours. Is that right?
They were wrong about being dark in Antarctica at that point.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool. I'm happy with that. Meanwhile, the Earth is still flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what about this? Why was it sun during night hours in Antarctica?
It has nothing to do with the Earth, according to you. It says it's definitely not proving the globe. Right?
I asked you a question first.
We're talking about the sun and what the sun is doing in the sky. It's not even connected to the globe. But they definitely try to take measurements of the sun. People do it every day. And how do they take those measurements again?
Hey, real quick, just to dial back, yeah, it looked like he's stuck on this. Okay, you have a question on the table that has to be answered before the conversation moves forward. Is that right?
I want an answer to the question.
Yeah. Okay. So you want an answer to a question, and you'll keep asking the question until you get an answer, right? Is that what you're putting down?
Oh yeah.
Okay. And your question
He wants to know why.
Why do flat earthers do what? What are we doing?
No, the question is why was it sunny? Why was the sun over Antarctica during night hours?
Don't know.
That's not you contradicted yourself. When you see the sun, that's daytime. When you don't see the sun, that's nighttime. So if
Except
you say why do I see the sun at night, that wouldn't be night. That would be day.
I mean, what's funny about that? I mean, that's a fact, right? If you see the sun, you can't see the sun at night.
So
it's usually when you do see the sun in the daytime.
According to these flat earthers, the sun was supposed to be on the other side of the Earth.
So let me ask you a question, friend. Why are you coming into this room here and asking us to answer for somebody else? None of us has made that claim. Yeah, no. See, here's the way it works. I can only answer for the claims that I make.
Let him ask it. Let him ask it. Other side of the earth, what? What do you mean?
What?
You said it. You mean what? You forgot what you said? You said, why did they see this thing on the other side of the earth in telling what? What do you mean by other side of the earth?
They were saying that it was supposed to be dark when they were there, and it wasn't.
Yeah,
And they said that they are wrong and stuff.
Based on what though? Based on what? Why? Why did they say that?
Based on how they say that the sun is like small and going around Earth.
Got you. Let me just say you making two claims right now. I'm assuming you saying other side of the earth, meaning that there are basically south standing antipodal on the spherical earth. Correct?
Well, no, they're saying that it should be on the other side based on a flat Earth map.
No, it should. But you're talking about standing spherical. You're basically saying on the flat Earth map, right? Which is not supposed to be spherical. There is no other side of the earth because everybody is standing upside up, flat. But you're assuming if you do see the sun for 24 hours, that means that you're standing antipodal on the spherical earth. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, they were saying it was supposed to be the sun was supposed to be like somewhere on Scandinavia, above Scandinavia or something like that.
No, that's just not what you're saying. You didn't say anything about Scandinavia. Let's keep it simple. Let's keep it simple. What your claim is. Your claim is that flat earthers believe that they're standing right side up on all sides of the earth. There is no other side where they're standing upside down, which is antipodal. So your claim is, if I see the sun in the sky, and the earth and I am standing antipodal, right, on a spherical earth, I will see the sun in the sky in Antarctica for 24 hours. B, if I witness the sun for 24 hours, right? B, then I could assume that I'm standing antipodal on the spherical earth. Correct?
Well, I didn't say that they're sitting upside down or something. What I meant by the other side is
follow what I'm saying.
Just explain.
Follow what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's no point in this. You know what I'm talking about. They were saying it was supposed to be night, and it's not night.
Who? Follow what I'm saying.
These YouTubers, look, I'll post it again. Look in the chat. These YouTubers, flat Earth YouTubers.
Okay,
follow what I'm saying. Follow me. You're saying. You're asking if I witness the 24-hour sun. Then I am standing antipodal on the spherical earth edge. It's not flat. B, I witnessed the 24-hour sun. Then that means I am standing antipodal on the spherical earth. B, is that correct?
I don't understand you, bro. Honestly.
You don't understand your own claim, right?
To be fair, he's just challenging the flat earthers' claim. So I think that what he's basically, if you were to put it into logical syllogism, he's saying that the flat earthers had a logical syllogism of modus tollens, where they'd say, if the earth is flat, I will observe the sun to set in Antarctica at this time of year. I did not see the sun. I did not observe the sun setting in Antarctica at that time of year. Therefore, the Earth is not flat. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
They were saying that the sun was not supposed to be visible. It was supposed to
yes, it would set.
After that.
No, they said it would set. Right. They said they wouldn't see it for 24 hours. They didn't say they wouldn't see it at all.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean at that time, I don't know what time it was, maybe 3 in the morning or something, I don't know. But they were saying that at that hour, when they were saying this, when they were there, they were very convinced that it was supposed to be black during that hour, and it wasn't. It was very sunny. And then they said, "Oh, we are wrong about this."
Well, it wasn't. They were wrong. So it wasn't nighttime. So they seen they witnessed a 24-hour sun. Now what? That means.
Okay, so why is that?
No. What do that mean?
Could mean that it's probably maybe it's a globe.
Oh, so maybe? Oh, do that mean it's a globe?
Maybe it's a globe.
No. Is it a globe or not? Because maybe means that it may not be a globe.
I don't know. I tend to believe it's a globe.
So you saying it's a globe because of that, right? Don't beat around the bush, bro. Be brave.
Well, I am honest with you.
Okay, be honest. You believe it's a globe because they witnessed a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
No, I think you're trying to change the subject or something.
No, it's the exact topic of what you just said and what you came in the room asking. I just put it in your own logical syllogism. That's it. I believe that I'm on Earth's spirit. I'm not going to be funny with you, bro. I'm not going to go the flat Earth route. This is the globe claim. I believe that I am standing upside down on the globe. So therefore, I should witness a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. A, I witnessed a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. A, B, then I am assumed to be correct, standing upside down on a globe. I mean, you just confirmed it. I mean, I don't understand why you're trying to act like I'm changing the subject. You believe that you believe that they were standing upside down on the globe because they witnessed a 24-hour sun. It's that simple. Why don't you just say yes? Or maybe you know that this is
first of all, I don't know if it's a 24-hour sun.
Well, it's
I don't think it is.
You don't think it's what?
I don't think it's a 24-hour sun.
What do you mean you don't think it's a 24-hour sun? So why are you asking the question, man?
I think it's just a time of the day when the sun covers or can be seen from Antarctica.
But what if they did witness a 24-hour sun? Then what?
Then what? You tell me. I don't know what you want to say.
You came in here with it. Then what?
Well, you're making this claim. I don't know what you're trying to say with this.
I'm not making any claim. You are. It's not my claim. You are. You came in here talking about you have a question about the 24-hour sun. And you already admitted if there's a 24-hour sun several times, that means we may be standing on the globe. Then you said we are standing on the globe. I don't know.
Yeah. So I expected an answer, like a flat earth explanation for why it's sunny during nighttime. But now you are asking me a different question.
You're asking me it's not sunny during nighttime. That's not nighttime is no sun. If you think there's sun during nighttime, you'd have to explain that. How do you have night when it's day? That would be your explanation to provide.
I'm giving you a video proof and you have to offer explanation.
Hold on. My thing is this too. Flat Earthers is not making claims about the sun. They've never been there. We're making claims about the earth, the ground. So whatever claims that you're making about the sun is irrelevant. It is indirect reasoning in the first place. But if you want to make your own claim about the sun, and you want to basically say, well, I believe we're standing upside down on the globe, standing in Antarctica, looking at a 24-hour sun. I witnessed that, so that means my assumption is true. That is up to you to explain that.
All right. Because I just want to point out one sec, Nature. I just want to point out to you something, right? One sec, Nature. I want to point out to you one very important thing. The man that you're talking about that decided that the Earth isn't flat based on what he observed in Antarctica is not here in this call at this very moment.
Yeah.
You're not talking to him. You're talking to us.
Yeah, I know. Well, what do you think of it? I'm curious.
What do I think of it? I think he went there and he saw the sun in the sky.
You can't think
the end.
for him, my friend. Only he can think for himself. So what I was telling you earlier is nobody in this call can answer for the people that you really want to be talking to. So those are who you need to talk to, not us. Because
they already said they're wrong.
We're not in the business of answering for other people. That's what you first have to understand. And that's why you got the reaction you did when you came here is we're not in that business.
Okay. Right. I'll just tell you straight out, right? I'll tell you straight out. No matter where you go on the surface of the Earth, what you observe happening in the sky is inconsequential to the geometry of the surface. It doesn't dictate what shape the Earth is. Period. Okay?
Well, basically, if the sun, according to you, the flat earthers, if the sun is like small and it's not like very...
No, according to one flat earther. Address that. Please do not just take the words of one flat earther and then blanket it over all the other flat earthers.
So you don't believe that the sun is small and goes...
Hold on. Don't say all flat earthers do anything. Hold on, sir. Don't say all flat earthers do anything. That would be stereotyping. I mean, and then also, you just basically said that you wasn't making this.
Let me make my point.
So, wait a minute. You're saying
for like half an hour.
Now you're defending it. Why? You say you're not making this claim.
You've been talking for like half an hour. I need to make a claim now.
No, I haven't. I've been basically asking you and trying to get you to admit to the claim.
You speak all the time, and then when I try to speak, all of you interrupt me.
No, I'm going.
You are very dishonest. You interrupt people.
I'm not being dishonest, sir. Go ahead. Make your claim again.
Okay. So every flat earther believes that the sun is small and it's on top of Earth and it goes around like that. All of you know that. Don't interrupt me. All of you believe that. So if the sun is on top of Scandinavia, it should be dark. It should be dark in It should be dark in Antarctica, like bottom from Argentina.
Agree with. Is there something wrong? Or is there something wrong with your comprehension, my friend? What is it that you're not comprehending? Because when you say all flat earthers, there's no logical syllogism that you can put together to say all flat earthers.
Right. And you putting us in your claim of something that you're trying to prove.
Yeah, whatever. So if the sun is over Scandinavia, why is it still sunny at the bottom of Argentina?
Got you. All flat earthers did not decide to go to Antarctica. Listen to me. See, this is your problem. All flat earthers did not decide to go to Antarctica with Jaron, Elizabeth, and Whitsitt, and there's 7 other idiots to go to Antarctica and witness a 24-hour sun. All flat earthers didn't even make a claim about that because flat earthers usually talk about the ground. The only thing we talk about with celestial bodies is related to the ground, like measurements, measuring the ground.
Okay, so how does the sun work on your world?
Is the sun on the ground?
It does, and it's unemployed.
What is this stupid question?
Yeah, when you see the sun, that is daytime. When you don't see the sun, that is nighttime.
Okay, so when is it dark at the bottom of Argentina?
Hold on, sir. Is the sun on the ground?
I already answered. This is a stupid question. It's not on the ground.
About the sky. Is the sun on the ground?
Stop asking stupid questions.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you one question. Is the sun on the ground?
I'll answer you the last time. It's not on the ground. So what?
So the sun is not on the ground then? No, right? No, right?
Tony, I just want to let you know, man, that when somebody else's mic's open and you start talking, it's all muffled until like that nobody else is talking, and then we can understand you. But before that, it's like muffled.
Okay, I got you. Nobody's talking right now. I'm gonna ask him again. Is the sun on the ground, sir? And I'll put my mic on mute so you can answer.
And just in case he didn't want to hear, I'm going to repeat it. is the sun on the ground?
I answered you like 4 times. Why did you ask?
Okay, so it's no, right?
I said I'm not gonna answer again. Why do you keep asking?
So no again? Great. So flat earthers, and I could make this claim, almost all of them will come up with proof and usually talk about flat earth, which would be on the ground. So we'll make all our claims about the ground. Our discussion is about the ground because it's direct and relevant to the topic. So anything other than that cannot debunk the direct, relevant reasoning, like the sun being in the sky 24 hours, because that comes with an assumption that you're standing upside down on the ground. You get it?
Yep, that'll be down here just a little bit more, okay?
Get it? I just want to know if you got it, because I'm probably not sure.
So why don't you talk about the sun?
Because we're talking about the Earth, the surface we live on. See, otherwise, this would be this channel would be called 24/7 Flat Earth and the things in the sky, but it's not. It's just called 24/7 Flat Earth.
How sun works on the sphere?
I'm asking you how the sun works on a flat Earth.
Tell me how it works on the sphere. Tell me first.
Yeah, whatever.
Tell me how it works on the sphere that I can compare it.
I know you guys are trying to run away from the subject, which is this video that I posted.
All right.
Okay, I will tell you the answer. On the sphere, it's working like this. If you have curved surface, then it's working on the sphere. If you have a flat surface, then sun it's working on the flat surface. But if it's not flat, then it's curving. But if it's curving, then for sure it's on the sphere.
Okay, so if it's flat.
No, if it's curving, then it's for sure it's on the sphere. Sun. When sun rise, and if it's going above the curvature, then it's curved.
So answer me.
And it's sphere.
This question. So when the sun is over Scandinavia, when the sun is over Denmark and it's sun in Denmark, is it dark? Is it dark at the south, at the bottom of South America? Is it dark there?
The sun in the. Okay, let me ask you this: is the sun, whenever you look up in the sky, is the sun in the exact location in the sky, or apparent location in the sky?
What?
So how about this, my friend?
You know what?
I can't believe that you come to
location in the sky, or in the exact location in the sky.
You have a problem when someone is talking. I cannot hear you.
Okay. Let me just do this for you then. All celestial bodies is in apparent locations in the sky. You don't know exactly where the sun is at. You don't know exactly where the celestial body's at. You have an idea due to eyesight. That's why whenever we take measurements to it, we take measurements to apparent locations in the sky using celestial bodies. Now, what we can do and what we can deal with directly and know it for sure what we're doing, whenever we do it, we can take measurements of the ground, the topic that we actually talking about. But it seems like you keep trying to go to the sky. Why? How about you just come with a globe measurement on the ground? I mean, that should be really easy. I mean, don't you think? Don't you think? It should be really easy, right? Yeah, because the question is irrelevant. So the question is irrelevant. So do I have to answer irrelevant questions? Or should I just move on to the relevant topic?
Well, I think a little more maybe he doesn't know about timedate.com. Because if he's trying to find out like where it's dark and where it's night and day, that difference there, he can go to that timeanddate.com and he can find it there. I don't know, like, so
it looks like you need to do that because you couldn't answer me if it's dark.
We're not an encyclopedia here, friend. We're not here to answer any random question you have.
It is about the video that I posted.
Yeah. You can go online. You can go to timeanddate.com and it'll answer all your specific questions. So You need to formulate a question or something that we can actually work on here, and we don't work on what other people say, and we're not just a general encyclopedia. There's hundreds of those out there, and timeanddate.com is an easy one you can go to.
This is a bit disappointing. I'm happy to become a flat earther, but
Or we could just, okay, I'm muffled again. Or we could just do what I say and speak on a topic that's relevant to the conversation at the title of the room, like the ground conversation. It seems like you don't like the ground conversation. You don't like the ground aspect of it.
No, he's run away from the topic. Yeah.
Huh? You don't like to talk about your radius value, do you? Now, let's see. If you don't have the radius value and you cannot prove that radius value, that means you didn't prove the globe yet. So if you didn't prove the globe yet, which means you would have to verify the globe, you cannot make claims about standing antipodal in Antarctica looking at a 24-hour sun because you haven't even verified that you own the globe yet. See how that works? Oh, that's why he want to get away from the conversation about the ground. But the ground conversation is the verification that you need to have a witness of the 24-hour sun to be relevant.
He's scared to talk about the topic. He wants to run away from the topic.
Did anybody bring up what Will Duffy said? Like the discussion about the sun is detracting from the whole point of the 24-hour Antarctic sun experiment, which is the shape of the Earth. Pretty funny.
And Yoder, our friend here, he doesn't quite get it that the name of this channel is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, not 24/7 Sun Discord.
Yeah, there's no logical connection between watching sunrises and sunsets and determining what the shape of the Earth might be. I mean, for one, are you going to do what Eratosthenes did and like measure diverging rays from the sun?
Yeah, he's deafened himself.
No, figures. But I mean, this was MC Toon's argument when he went with Dr. Shiva on his November 8th summit on Saturday. Eratosthenes, like, you can't get rid of it. Total non sequitur, doesn't prove anything. Well, I hope everybody's going to take interest tonight and go out and see the aurora if it's viewable in your location in the world. Holy crap, don't all talk at once.
Yeah, I'm manipulating the grill here. Unfortunately, it's not viewable where I am.
I'm seeing it's as far down as Texas.
Now, where we were last year, we saw it very loud and clear, so to speak.
Now, I was reading like the history of auroras, like when were they first discovered and written about by man? And it kind of surprised me to find that it was fairly recently in time. Like we're talking maybe, the Middle Ages at the very earliest in Europe.
So I noticed that like where we were, we could kind of see it, but really though, you needed photography to really see it. So
right, full spectrum sensor, yeah.
Yeah. So the question, I guess, would be is, how did they really see it before the days of photography? I mean, are there places like, I guess, where they're just stories of places like Iceland and such like that, or?
Yeah, some of the earliest accounts did come from, I think, the sagas of the Icelandic dwellers, Norwegians. You know, and that's kind of where, when I grew up, I traditionally associated auroras were, at least in the north, is extreme north. Like, oh, that's where Santa Claus lives. Yeah, Santa Claus gets to see auroras. They were never known to make excursions this far south. I mean, this is nuts. Like where I live, I'm closer to the equator than I am to the north. And this keeps happening. Like this is the third biggest one in a year, maybe the fourth if you count October of last year. So pretty nuts.
Yeah. You know, Yoder, I was positing something yesterday, and I'd be curious of your opinion on this, though I think that I know it. How much is it that most of your globetards, their problem is not, say, understanding exactly what we're saying? Their problem is that they can't even form a logical question. They can't form a question that doesn't stack 2 or 3 or 4 things all into one. And so then they don't have the ability then to break it apart and work on each step at a time.
Yeah, I know, right? I kind of think it has to do with living a life full of baked-in assumptions and baked-in trust and everybody else having the answers. You know, the fact that we've grown up in the information age has almost deprived us of our ability to conduct our own research and to think critically for ourselves. I mean, what passes for critical thinking today is a well-placed prompt in an AI field or like a Google search field.
Yeah, you know, like yesterday there was this cat, always something or another. He got banned today. He gave a pretty major TOS violation this morning, but he asked why the question about ships disappearing over the horizon, why that's not a good question. And then, so I went through breaking it down into 3 or 4 steps that, well, okay, so first off, do ships disappear as they go into the distance? And then the second question is if they disappear, are they disappearing because of the humpy curve of the Earth? And I just noticed, you know, like it was pretty much like talking to a blank slate, because he was just kind of like, no, I think it's a good question to ask flat earthers. That, and I'm like, so I explained it again, and after the 3rd or 4th time, I think he kind of either just listened and gave up, or he did start to get it. But you know, that's the thing that I keep noticing over and over again. And just with my point being that I wonder if the GT's biggest enemy is themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I remember what I was like when I first entered this discussion. I fully remember. I mean, if you're not used to thinking about the world in this way and having these discussions, you don't even have the right language to begin to even communicate these ideas. You're hearing a lot of this for the first time. If you're brand new to this, you're hearing the world described in a way that you never heard it described before. And there's a learning curve. There absolutely is. You're working a portion of your brain that's been probably lying dormant for most of your life since you were 5 years old. And it's waking up. It's literally waking up. You're sending brain juice over there and electrical energy over there. And it's It's got to get time. You can't expect to just jump with both feet in this conversation, begin swimming from day one. And I'd be very skeptical of those who do, actually.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think that's a lot of times why we just assume people who come in here that know the topic are LARPers, because it's hard just to come in and catch all this at one time.
Yeah, I mean, I see gross cognitive dissonance up front as a sign of potential honesty in conversation. And if I see somebody immediately grasping the core concepts that we're providing off the bat, I'm deeply skeptical. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is.
So I do remember from a lot of my high school classes, even forget college, just talk about high school for a moment. And I do remember lots of talks of asking the right questions and breaking them down so you can analyze them. So how is it that people don't know this basic life skill? You know, like to whether they walk away saying the earth is any ball or not, I'm not worried in that regard, but what is it that keeps them from being able to ask a logical question, explore it, and come back with an answer that may not be right, but at least they got to it logically?
Yeah, regarding this topic, I mean, it's like the power of belief. You're surrounded by this power of belief everywhere. Everybody else around you in your entire life thinks of the world the same way you do. And everybody else you meet on the internet, everybody in the freaking world believes the same thing about the globe. And nobody's had a direct, real, firsthand experience with the globe. So you're surrounded by basically ash conformity, by peer pressure. And, you know, we are herd-like animals. We've got the herd-like instincts. And if somebody in the herd decides to act differently, they're going to be a threat. They're going to call attention to the herd. They're going to expose signs of weakness. And what does the herd do with the strange cow that acts like a freaking weirdo? It shuns them. They get no help at all. And so what does flat Earth represent to the herd-like animals of the human world? Well, I mean, it's that strange cow that doesn't behave like all the other cows. And so the result is ostracism. And you know, we know from psychology that ostracism is more painful than physical pain. Being socially ostracized and outcast from your relationships entails much deeper pain than something that you inflict physically on yourself or on somebody else. So people do anything they can to avoid that pain.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting that a lot of your GTs are socially aware, and they complain that cult groups shun, you know, they love bomb and then shun their members, or they control by the fear of such shunning. And you know, now that with you saying that, I wonder if that's like projection, that they say, oh, they're doing this because ultimately they themselves are doing that.
Yeah, like a golden calf that's so big you don't even see it. Right. This globe delusion is the worldwide religion. It's the religion of the future, and the future is now. Yeah, so people have written in the past about what's coming in the new age with the new world, and a one world belief system that unites everybody and dissolves the differences between people. Well, look no further than the space program for that exact setting. It's almost perfect because it's a religion without a God, and it's a religion that anybody of any faith background and nationality can get behind. There's a peaceful endeavor to it. It comes with its own cosmogony, its own cosmology. It's come with its own society. You belong to a group of people who believes in the same thing. Whoop-de-freaking do.
Well, I mean, is it not fair to say that they believe in the gender-neutral, non-specific deity of your choice?
Well, I think NASA, the space religion, and everything along with it's greater than that. You can have a deity of any choice, including no deity at all. The deity in that case just might be you.
Somebody else is starting to say something. Was that you, T-Dub?
That was me. I was just going to say the perfect Trojan horse, to what Yoda said just before.
Right, it's such an easy thing to get into, outer space. It's almost easier to get into outer space than to give a pinch of salt to Darius.
Yeah, it's definitely a syncretistic religion that you can more or less, within certain guardrails, still maintain your current theosophy. As long as it fits. I wouldn't even call it theology, because your religion that you believe in does have to conform in some key ways, though. You definitely have to believe in a work-based soteriology. You have to believe in a caste of people who are better than you. And, the list can go on and the things that does then constrain your religion. And maybe a lot of people don't know about those constraints. They just willingly swallow them.
Yeah, and like, I guess pretty much any good religion or any cult, the most ardent adherents at the top believe their own shit. So they're not knowingly, willingly lying to you. And this is a point of discussion that I think requires further exploration. People ask us all the time, why would they lie? Why would they lie? Well, who is they? And what do you mean by lying? What if the people who are purveying this the most are those that are the most believe it? And what if they believe it so sincerely that they think that by discussing this, by getting you and encouraging you to buy into the space myth, that they're helping you enrich your life?
Yeah, it's interesting because the leader of Ekankar, what they call the Mahanta, is this living person in Chanhassen, Minnesota, who will come to you in your dreams, and he's omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent. And you can write him letters, and sometimes he'll answer you back. And then sometimes he puts those in his monthly newsletter for those who didn't get all the messages while they were dreaming. And another little side factoid is that they do background checks on everybody that they hire. So you kind of starting to catch my drift there about them. But the question was, look, my family's devout Roman Catholic, and they don't like me being in Ekankar. What can I do? And he said, when you pay your annual dues, that makes you an Ekist, and nobody has to know that. So go to church, be with your family when they need you, and nobody can stop you from chanting the Hugh and whatever else, and having me come to you in your dreams, and et cetera, et cetera. And, it's almost exactly what NASA does to a T.
Oh, they cross the boundaries, man. Look, every summer I drive around town. I live in a very Christianized area, and every church has their Vacation Bible School poster. Come worship Jesus with dinosaurs and spaceships.
Pretty much. I mean, there you go. I will say that I am thankful for the church and school that I grew up in, because they did, they specifically avoided any dinosaur threat, and they did buy into the space theory tale, but it was greatly attenuated compared to, like you say, the VBS, where they'll have on one side, they'll have the dinosaurs, and on the other side, they'll have a rocket ship. Maybe that's the new Holy
folks
Trinity.
like to get going.
Maybe that's the new Holy Trinity: God, rockets, and dinosaurs. See you, Yoder.
Yeah, I can listen and interpret.
I was wondering if Raoul, are you able to talk with us in here, or you can't?
Yeah, rule endlessly yapping when you're wrong isn't debating. It's just time wasting.
Yeah, and the contention isn't whether you're using science, right? The contention is, was there any methodology employed at all in order to determine that the Earth is a sphere, and not what you observe and experience it to be, which is flat and motionless? Because we can get into a debate about what we're going to call that field of study, or all day, like whether it's science or not science. It's not the main issue. The main issue is, was anything done? Was anything actually done to determine that the Earth is a sphere or not? Like we're told.
I've got a couple minutes here yet. I'd like to answer this, and I think the best response that a globe earther could give, and an honest one, is they got freaking lucky with trial and error with the space program. The V2 rocket program.
They just lucked out.
A wind and a prayer, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, just like Kerbal Space Program, they were launching these rockets up, and they got freaking lucky. They finally did it. They orbited the Earth, guys. And you know what? I've only heard one globe earther say that one time in the past 5 to 6 years I've been in this.
That would be the most honest yet desperate argument they could make.
Repeat that if you would, Yoder. What's the one thing you've heard in the last 5 years? One time?
Well, the most honest argument is that they got freaking lucky through trial and error. The V2 rocket program proved it definitively through trial and error. They finally got the hang of it.
They crossed their fingers, having all the trust and faith on Eratosthenes.
I wonder if it's like an Italian mobster going out to start his car that he, makes the sign of the cross 3 or 4 times. He turns it over, it doesn't start. He makes the sign of the cross 3 or 4 more times, and he starts it over. And then when the car finally starts up and doesn't blow up, he sighs a big exhale of relief.
This is people like Roll are really, really fucking tiring, man. You know, comes in first statement. Oh, what's going to be the point talking to you guys? You don't even know what science is. Proceeds to completely fucking faceplant himself with his own knowledge of what science is. You know, he doesn't understand what it is. It's like these people think any investigation into anything that's even slightly technical in any possible way is science.
Yep. The word science is a moneymaker because it's so hard to do. You know, in that it's so hard to do, and that if you're doing it, you are laboring over controlling for variables, over falsification. That is to say, you're ruling out this, you're ruling out that. You experiment over and over and over and over again. It's very iterative and it's very costly.
Yeah,
it's a big boondoggle.
It's a very slow process.
You can get a library science degree. Information science degree. Data science degree.
Yeah. Again, any study, any investigation, any learning of any information, that's science in these people's minds. They are totally fucking religious zealots, aren't they?
Absolutely.
The science of cooking.
Yeah.
Yeah. The science of getting up off my arse, you know, and walking out the front door.
Although you could probably experiment with molecular gastronomy.
Yeah, you seen that Simpsons episode, right? Where the restaurant opened up and it was all food made through science. Yeah.
Yeah.
Homer didn't make it because he ended up in a meth lab and thinking that he was at the right place.
That's hilarious, dude. Oh, man. You know, I'm not a young guy, but I'm not like exceptionally old either. And I remember going through college, which is now forever ago compared to a lot of the kids we talk to on Discord. But even then, I mean, still in a modern age, right? I mean, it was understood, it was well known that fields like sociology and psychology and others, economics, that these were not really considered scientific or science at all. They were considered pseudoscience or soft science. You know, and the word pseudoscience had 2 definitions. You could use it in a derogatory way and shame somebody who's pretending to do science as a pseudoscientist, or shame somebody who calls their procedure or method, whatever, science, and it's not, and shame them as doing pseudoscience. But really broadly in academia, a pseudoscience was just something that was kind of like science, but not quite really. And that's how it is. It's kind of like you've got pseudo Plato and pseudo Socrates and pseudo Agrippa or whatever. You've got all these pseudo authors through antiquity who wrote in the art and style of the famous people that they emulated. And their writings are valuable, But they're not the real Plato, they're not the real Socrates, but nevertheless, their insights in the same art and style of Plato and Socrates are worth reading. So it's not to say that economics is worthless and sociology is worthless. I mean, they're very valuable fields, and that doesn't mean you get to call them science. You can adopt some scientific principles as you go about it. You know, like in statistics, right? We've got hypothesis testing. It doesn't necessarily mean it's science or scientific, really. But yeah, you can do hypothesis testing all day long in stats.
So I think the key to keep in mind is that when they use the term science in academia, they're using it in opposition to arts. So my bachelor's degree is a Bachelor of Science in Business and Economics. And they also had a Bachelor of Arts in Economics that was actually administered through a different college, but they all the core classes were the same. And then you had a Bachelor of Arts that was a foreign language in international economics. And then you had an agriculture, a Bachelor of Agriculture. And so each of those specifically implied differing things about the degree. So in academia, if they talk about science, it doesn't mean that it's science. It literally just means that it's a Bachelor of Science, more or less, versus a Bachelor of Arts. And if you dial that out just a hair, you get the same concept that if something is a science or it's an art, they don't mean that it's actually a science. They mean it in the terms of that academic jargon. And because economics, I can assure you, can be both an arts program or a science program, and it sure in the hell ain't arts, and it sure in the hell ain't science.
Can you get a degree in the art of science or a degree in the science of art?
I do believe I've heard of a BS in arts.
Bullshit in art. Go on. Yeah, no, what Yoda was saying. Yeah, it was, on point. Like, I already expressed that in the side chat, that there's, the acquisition of knowledge through other means other than the scientific method. It's just that the scientific method is solely focused on determining the cause and effect relationship of a natural phenomenon, right? Doesn't mean that, there aren't other forms of investigation which you can use to acquire knowledge about the physical and natural world.
There's that other thing too. The was it applied science or AS? BAS and MAS, like bachelors of applied science and masters of applied science.
As opposed to theoretical.
Or like they would have it like a hybrid, where say if you had, I'm trying to think of a good, like public relations or something like that, political science. So if you had, it'd be a Master's of Arts, political, but if you did it where you studied like how people identify with different political ideologies, based on statistical values or something along those lines. So you're like applying some sort of mathematical model to political identity.
Right, and looking for correlation and things like that. Right.
Yeah, so it's not the direct, causation, because at the end of these are rational or independent actors, they could just change their mind at any given time. So it's not like you can say this set of variables will produce a. Okay, I just remembered now what I was going for. So during World War II, at the end of World War II, they wanted to do a study to see who had what type of people were better soldiers, like people who lived in the city or people who lived in the country. And what they did, they came up with this idea that the army did this because they were kind of worried that not many people would engage in fighting, like they wouldn't shoot, they wouldn't engage in combat. So they're like, okay, so what's the problem there? What can we find the variable for why so few people would actually fight when they saw the enemy? They kind of just would, stand up. They like hunker down, like both sides would just kind of wait for one of the other sides to move, whatever. Or very few people, even in a firefight, even shoot. They mostly just keep their head down and wait for the shooting to stop. So then what they did was they came up with two mathematical models using different variables. One set of the variables was that people in the city generally have to deal with law enforcement and other sort of structural hierarchical structures. So they're better with taking orders, where people in the country generally value their independence and more freedom. So they said that was one of the reasons. Another thing they said, another variable they added was people in the country have more access to firearms and better training, with firearms, where people in the city generally didn't. There's a few data points like that kind of went both ways. So what they did was they had two separate groups present that to two different generals, like sets of generals. And both generals agreed with what they were being presented with. Like the people who said, here's a data point that show people in the country, rural areas make better draftees, and here is the data that showed people in the city. I remember one of the data points too was being in the army, you have really close quarters, and people in the city are kind of used to that. They're used to high-rise apartments and knowing a lot of people and having general good social structures and having to rely on other people for things. Where people in the country are kind of self-reliant, and that's not very good for discipline for a military unit. So they did those talking points for both sides. And they got, depending on who they presented to, the generals would agree with that. And then they presented that as their finding. They said it really depends on which set of variables you're looking at. So they would call that applied, applied science, rather than an actual science. There isn't a thing there that will show that rural or city people make better draftees. What they really show is what type of unit and discipline or social structures are you looking for, and for what type of unit. And it turns out it might be a mix. It takes that perfect mix. It might be that sort of 60%, 60-40. That would be the most disciplined unit. That you got just enough skill sets in all these different things.
What up? What up? What's happening?
Hey, what's up, Jen?
Nice one, Crit.
I was saying to you just now, what you said applies to the 24/7. It's a very cohesive unit. There are many people very skillful and very cohesive, don't you think?
Oh yeah, totally. That's what it's kind of like. Like when you get a unit of action, and people here are volunteers, so it doesn't quite match the what I was talking about. Where I think the original study was talking about draftees for World War II.
Totally understand that. Yeah. I was just touching on the point that we've got so many people here with different skills. It does make this unit here very cohesive, I would say. On any given day. Because that's what you're trying to achieve with what you said. You're trying to achieve a very cohesive unit, and you would have to choose from the people's strengths. Yeah? Is that right or wrong?
Yeah, totally. We play to our strengths, yeah, and then kind of work, and yeah, totally.
Yeah. That's why I said it's like 24/7 here. Because there are times when if I can't articulate something, I'll just step back gladly, let the more experience take over, and then the individual global anti-flat earther gets totally dismantled. And I love it when it goes like that. Just love it. Yeah, I managed to pacify 3 individuals yesterday, and they came in red hot, rude, laughing, but I didn't give them a chance to get forward. They couldn't get forward with that. They hit a wall. Jin CBR1 turned into the Hulk and just pacified them, and then they realized that what they were doing wasn't going to work, because they were not, it was just believing, and nothing was actually verifying or validating of anything. Just believing this, believing that, assuming this, assuming that. And I had to get them to understand that that's the weakest position. Believing without evidence is not really knowing anything. Eventually they got that point after 30, 40 minutes. And then the other guys came in, and then, I stepped back and let them take over, basically. And they were then ready to actually have this discussion. So it was like I gave them some blows to wake them up. Do you know what I mean? I said, no, that's not right. Like the gang says when they grab someone, they give them a slap, wake them up, and then they were pacified. And then, and it turned out to be a great discussion in the end. They realized, even the guy from Ireland, he then realized that his position at the beginning wasn't really good, the approach. And I had to keep reminding him that he didn't know the model. You don't know anything, and you haven't gone out to check. Please remember that when you ask your questions in the tone you're using, because you're using a tone whereby one would think that you've done all the measurements and all the calculations, and you've actually gone out and proven the globe. You haven't done that. So please note that when you're asking your questions, because they do that a lot, don't they? You give them the facts, it goes over their head, they ignore the facts, they acknowledge nothing, but they speak to you as if they've done all that in their tone. Have you noticed that? Oh, yes, I have actually noticed that. Yeah. Yeah. They do that a lot. And that's a tactic that we need to nip in the bud when they're doing it. Quickly remind them that they haven't measured the Earth's curvature. You don't even know your model. So please change the tone of your questioning, because you're sounding like you know the Earth's a globe and you haven't done anything to prove that. So, just change your tone and bear in mind that you haven't done this investigation yet, whereas we have. So you can't begin to say we're wrong at this now. You're not in that position at this point. You're still trying to find out the truth, and you don't have it because you haven't gone out to measure it. You've made no confirmation of that. So I don't care for the tone you're using when you're questioning me or any flat earther for that matter. You need to speak from a position of, seeing as I haven't actually done this investigation, how does this work and how does this work? Because I don't really know. That should be your position, your demeanor, not autocratic and with confidence when you haven't done anything to exude that. Yeah, that really does annoy me when they do that.
Saying we use mathematical sciences, Rael, is just redundant. Just say we use mathematics, right, to determine geometric shapes.
Yeah, which is scientific. Yeah, it's not scientific. Mathematics is a tool that we use with science to understand the world around us. That's basically what we're doing at this point.
I reckon, as usual, he just has Ronca's flat earther syndrome.
I don't know. That guy in the side chat seems to disagree pretty heavily.
About what?
Yeah, he just doesn't. He just refuses to be schooled on anything because we're flat earthers.
Yeah, well, that's really
he
silly.
spews out of his mouth, no matter how nonsensical it is, it has to be correct because his opponents are flat earthers.
Yeah, even though he himself hasn't actually measured the curvature, gone out to do any investigation, doesn't know the model at all. Whereas we eat, drink, sleep, eat this model inside out. We've done the investigation. This is why we're flat earthers, right? So the individual himself in the side chat knows nothing of his model, hasn't proven it. That's what I mean. This is how they get banned so quickly, really. In other servers, they just get kicked out. Because, that kind of attitude is not welcomed here.
I've asked him like 4 times already for observation, hypothesis, and experiment for a triangle.
Yeah.
I mean, Raoul, your English in text is pretty much 100%. I can't imagine you speaking English is that far behind, so why don't you try it? If it's really that terrible, we'll just cut it. We'll cut it off and go back to text.
It'd be a lot easier and a lot quicker.
You're at a disadvantage in text as well anyway, Just spewing more fucking ignorance doesn't make you right. So coming to voice is not going to make your points any more correct. They're already faulty.
He was crying earlier about 4-on-1. I was messaging by myself. Still crying.
It's mainly been you and him, to be honest.
That's right, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
And then again, if it's a 4-on-1, you chose to come to the server. Everybody's got a piece of knowledge that they want to impart onto you. Nothing wrong with that. I go to servers. I'm the only flat earther, and I'm dealing with 20 Globers. I don't care.
There was me, Lats, and T-Dub, and it wasn't all at the same time,
Right. Well, there you are. Yeah. You want. Yeah. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, look, it's just stuck. Like I predicted earlier, it's just stuck on this debate over whether maths is science, etc. I mean, meanwhile, like the topic of the room is being ignored.
Yeah, and you can Google that.
Listen to this fucking shit. Does mathematics not use mathematical methods to calculate the geometries of figures? It's like, why does he keep saying this redundant shit?
Yeah, and if you calculate something, you still have to, if you're calculating the Earth's curvature, you still have to measure it to be sure that the calculations are correct. So, unfortunately, your calculations don't prove anything until you've actually measured. You've got to measure it to know that your calculations are correct. Can't have it on a piece of paper and think that's it. It's not over until you prove it. It's just numbers at this point. Okay?
Yeah, he's doubled down real far with this nonsense, you know.
Yeah,
It
that's
started
what I
with the
mean.
whole math is science, and then we're like, okay, where's math and nature? He didn't answer that. He said
He's being
geometry, science. Lots is trying to get him to give the hypothesis and experiment with a triangle.
He's being a silly Billy, what we say to kids at school, you know, elementary school. Don't be a dummy, and don't be a silly Billy. You know, come on. You know, work it out. You can work it out. Yeah. That's what the teachers say to you because they know you're capable.
No, they don't want to work out. They don't want to work out.
Just go get some.
They're in here just to preach, basically.
Yeah. But
ask them what color the Earth is.
Yeah.
We got to go back to second grade. We got to go back to colors and shapes.
I'll tell you, it's probably rainbow color. Don't ask him.
Yeah, he don't know what the color of the Earth is.
Well, it's in his. He's in its textbook. It's got all the numbers there. So he colors.
He's probably one of those people that think water is blue, right?
Yeah.
Come on, Ro. We're not gonna bite. Just use your voice.
Don't be scared. And generally, when you come on voice, it's only 1-to-1 anyway. Generally, you and somebody else will be talking. That's it. Yeah.
Bro, do you see what he said? He just said the same methods are not used in mathematics when he literally just said math is science. Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh, walking contradiction. Look at that.
Holy.
Walking, talking, singing, dancing, contradiction. There you are.
Let me see if I can find that. Let's take a screenshot and send that back to him. Send him all the receipts. Where is that at?
Yeah, he's only doubling down on this stupidity because we're flat earthers.
Oh, here we go. He's so good.
All right, Rail. So how was it used to determine the shape of the Earth? Let's get to it, bro. Let's go. Just open your mic. Just let's hear how good your English is or isn't. And we'll determine whether text is more fit for you or not. Well, let's just hear it.
Yeah, we've had constructive and pleasant conversations with people that don't have great English in here. So I'm already guessing you've got pretty good English, spoken English.
Mathematics is now a branch of science. So it either is or it isn't. Branch of science? What?
I was going to call that out.
There we go.
Why do they struggle so hard to concede such basic points? Do they think the globe's just going to fucking burn down right in front of them just because they concede that math is not science? Just a tool used by it or used in it.
It's a language used to express. If we're talking about how we apply maths to science, it's like the formula that follows the experiment that shows the physical reactions in the natural world. So PV equals nRT, the ideal gas formula. Okay, now that was derived from experimentation. The mathematics weren't the experimentation. The mathematics is the language that we can use to express the relationship between the volume of a gas, the amount of gas and its temperature. Math isn't science, it's a language.
I tried telling him that.
I think we all did so far.
Nuh-uh, but Google says it is.
But he told me to Google the scientific method for a triangle.
Scientific
Oh, Raul, just fucking give it up, man. You're completely tied up your own shoelaces here.
They said they start from the same
You
principle,
don't.
which...
What does that even mean? It's the same principle. You want to find out shit. Is that the same basic starting principle?
Well, I think he'd rather stay stuck on the argument about whether maths is science or not, rather than explaining how either of those two things prove that the Earth is a sphere.
What the fuck? For example, you will inherit your height from your father, but you won't be the same.
What? That makes sense. Even with context, that doesn't make sense. I could read out the bit before. I mean that they don't use the same methods, but they start from the same principle. For example, you inherit a height from your father, but you won't be the same. What? Even with context, that doesn't make sense.
You know when you're in the midst of a bad idea, right? And you have that like, I could get out now phase. You know, it's a short window, and you don't take it, and then later you find yourself in a total world of shit. This is where Raul is now. He had the chance to get out about 30 minutes ago, but here we are. And now it's just this mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, I've had those moments when I was playing 3-card brag or poker or Kaluki, and I should have pulled out and I didn't. Yeah, and I done me nuts. Yeah,
Yeah, you bought another card, didn't work out.
yeah. And now I'm asking for me, begging for me bus fare home.
Not pulling out's the reason I'm here.
Bro really said we live in constant denial. Holy. Like, this is crazy. Oh. He like double, triple, quadruple downed. I'm still waiting for an observation of a triangle. An hypothesis. Couldn't put it.
24/7 lying to yourself.
Exactly. It's fun. It's good.
Oh, the constant denial that math is in fact the science. Oh. So they come in here. We haven't even got to the actual topic yet, and they've already completely screwed themselves up.
All right.
Just thrown away all their credibility, all their trust, everything. It's gone out the window for this.
Dude, is this guy has to have like fish brain or something?
Sorry, man. On you go.
Oh no, go ahead. Sorry. I'm just like talking out loud. My fault.
No, you go ahead, man.
Well, is there anyone here, right, that wants to get to the brass tacks and talk about why they think the Earth is a sphere?
Oh, okay. Now he's just straight up fucking gaslighting you lads. So
That's bro, that's what I'm saying. Dude, he's like straight lying out of his ass right now.
If your spoken English is that fucking trash, then you can just sit and listen, or you can go elsewhere. You're just being a dick now. Where did I mention height? Was that thing about inheriting height from who?
good luck getting any answers from him.
He's a dunce, man.
He already tripled down.
He's just like tap dancing all over the place, bro.
Well, Raul, you didn't inherit your reasoning abilities from your father, I can tell you that one.
Hey, you never know. He could have the exact same type of reasoning his dad does.
Maybe.
And Jedi, you should read like the text chat from like the past hour and a half, dude. You're gonna laugh.
I don't know. I want to try and get something out of this guy. So please, something, anything. He said it's a shared principle. I at least want him to name the principle or define the principle and maybe go on to explain how this is shared between math and science. So at least tell me what the principle is.
Good luck.
What causes number
this guy
5?
thinks he's debating right now.
Bro, he said that we're twisting his words and we're like screenshotting his exact text and just sending it back to him. Oh, shit.
Yeah, Raul, go watch a movie. That's more to your intellectual level.
All right, bro. Yeah, take care.
You're not ready to be in here, man.
Cheers, bro. It was funny at least.
Go Mong out to some fucking space movie or some shit.
He's pretty good with the translator button. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I reckon his English is fine.
Yeah, I don't think he's using translate. I think he's just typing English into the text directly.
Maybe that was McToon in disguise.
Oh well, you created another 10 flat earthers, so thanks. Remember, his opening statement was, what will be the point in discussing any of this with people that don't understand science?
Yeah, dude, exactly. Oh my goodness. Everybody said that. That's good. Like an hour and a half ago.
In his mind, he's walking away like, I just had a successful debate against flat earthers.
Yeah. Here, Jedi posted up one of his famous quotes in the side chat. Have fun with that one.
Oh shit, no. What the fuck?
Yeah, for example, I have a hypothesis, children. Okay. We're going to see if we can figure out what 1 + 1 is. I'm going to say that 1 + 1 = 3. Now, to do this, we're going to perform an experiment. Here we have 2 apples. Bro, come on.
I don't know what goes through these people's heads, man.
I don't even think
yes, I
that.
do. Nothing.
I do. Google.
I was gonna say, I don't even think Google says these answers, man.
It does.
Does it really?
Yeah, it does.
No
And that's
way.
the scary thing. Yeah, it does.
Oh, hell no.
This is what we've been dealing with for the last year or 2 years, mainly kind of without our knowledge. Right, but yeah, you Google these terms and you almost definitely get II fighting the point that mathematics is a branch of science. It is a formal science. Yeah, I guarantee you probably Googled that and pasted it, dude.
Oh, hell no.
It looks like it. Yeah, especially since, English isn't his first language.
He had a lot of responses that started with yes, so that's out of AI.
We have to be careful with the words and terminology that we use as well, because science, knowledge gathering. Okay, you can use anything and chuck it into that kind of category of knowledge gathering, right? But natural science, that's the procedure of the method of hypothesis construction and experimentation. But science, that term, that generalized term, is just knowledge gathering, isn't it?
Yep, I went through that with him in the side chat as well. He ignored it all.
Well done that you did, mate. But this is the problem that we're facing now. It's been creeping up on us for the last 2 years. This altered, augmented reality we're on the precipice of. We can see it at the moment, right? Everything's a Google answer, some, I don't know, AI augmented personality construct or whatever. You turn on YouTube and pretty much everything by the day is becoming, again, augmented reality or dubbed, or not this person saying not that thing, but it's just there for entertainment and you can do with it what as you will. I mean, yeah, this has been creeping up us for a while. Scary times at this moment, my friends.
It really is.
Yeah, so like their life coach now.
Yep. So we've all seen this movie before, right? The majority of people who have seen the movie are blindly walking into this dystopian kind of world where AI is going to do your thinking for you, and you'll probably just get fed, I don't know, grasshoppers through a tube at some point, right? That's all you really need. You just need oxygen and food. The rest, and your waste disposed of. You don't really need to do anything else. You don't really have a purpose. We've taken all the jobs away from you, right? You're useless at the end of the day in about 30 years. There's going to be nothing for you to do apart from, I don't know, maintain your AI overlords.
There's more time to go out and kick a soccer ball around at the park and have fun with your kids and all that, right? No.
It sounds idealistic, but that won't happen because the kids won't want to go outside. There'll be no reason to, right? Maybe trapped indoors or entertained somehow. And even if they do go out for a kickabout, they don't really like it.
On VR.
Yeah, exactly that, mate.
Yeah, we're in the last days of something. Don't know what exactly, but certainly something.
But yeah, scary thing is we're not necessarily talking to people with constructive or critical thinking, because the first response is, "I'll Google it." Brilliant. And it's not Google to go find something that they can read that contains the information and so on. It's Google it so AI can give me a general overall view of what's going on. right? It's not study like going to the library. We're not asking questions, and people are actually saying, instead of I'll Google it, all right, give me a week, I'm going to nip down to the library and read some books that you've suggested, and I'll be back. It's not that anymore. People don't need to research because they just need to press buttons.
Yeah. I was going to bring that up, that, you know, that's something that was massively lost when the internet came around, but more specifically when Google just was the standard go-to. When it became the standard go-to, is that nobody has to sit with their own ignorance anymore. Nobody can go into a conversation with a person, get to a point where, like, oh, I don't actually know, I'm not sure. And then they cut it there, you know, and they have to go away and think about it, process it. No, they just jump to GPT or Google, get the next fucking dialogue to paste in to keep the debate going, you know. Yeah. It's endless. Fucking endless. Nobody has to face their own ignorance anymore. That's probably the worst thing people have been shielded from. There are no dumb fucks anymore. Do you guys ever really stop and try and think what it is like to have been born into the internet age? Know nothing before it. You're surrounded by these adults, you know, and of course, when you're a child, the gods of your world are the adults. You look up to them for everything. You idolize them. And they're just staring into this fucking screen and referring to this thing called Google constantly, you know, throughout their existence. Can you imagine, like, what even is that? That interpretation of reality, that depth of conditioning, you know? It's mad.
Yeah, you bring up an interesting point. It's right at first, adults, from my point of view, from our longevity, because we were, you know, it wasn't around, and then it was slowly brought it in, and now it's all around us. Children that are brought up into this, we've been born within the last 5 years. Holy crap. They're not going to know any different. This is going to be normal to them. And this is the thing about, you know, generations of people and long plans. You just have to wait for people to die out, really, at the end of the day, because it's the kids. If you can get the kids, then we're fucked. So the generation that are being brought up now, the kids that are being born at the moment, ooh, they won't know any different.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean, you know.
Yeah,
it's like
good point.
The properties of their reality are totally opposite to the properties of, say, yours or mine, you know? Their concept of what a human is, it's entirely different.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Checking of the mic. How's everybody doing? Am I here?
Hey, Dave. We're all doing good.
Ain't sure I'm here, obvious. What do you think?
Of? What do I
Didn't
think
want to
of?
interrupt your old AI black people about the AI dystopian future, but I got some Earth curve measurements. Y'all ready me to post them? You ready? Here they go. I promise. No, I'm just trolling. Back to you guys. Go back to the AI dystopia if you want to.
Rather we go away from it.
Do we have any new people in here to talk to? I just popped in.
Not really. There's a Raoul guy, but he was just sitting in chat. You know, not understanding what science was. That was about it.
We could ask Jesus Christ if when he walked on water, was it across flat water?
Well, we know it was.
There could have been some waves or something, though. You never know.
That would be hilarious. Oh, see, Jesus is obstructed bottom up. There's a globe.
Jesus walked over the hump. How far did he walk on water? Do we know? Allegedly.
If you can't see Jesus' sandals, Earth must be a globe, right?
Yeah, I don't see anybody new. Looks like a bunch of globe deniers. What's wrong with you people? You flat earthers
Life
drive me
Forever
nuts.
popped in there, but he dropped out. I don't know if the word Jesus scared him off or something.
You flat earthers drive this globe guys crazy with your critical thinking and your logic and reason. What's wrong with you guys? Anyway.
Yeah, that's right. Don't you have any imagination?
That's right, T-Dub. Like almost every time, a lot of times, when somebody starts to give you a globe proof, they start with if or imagine, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe somebody will pop in here soon and shout out to anybody listening. This is the Flat Earth Discord where the globe comes to die. But if you want to come in here and discuss it, feel free to discuss it civilly. What I gotta say, cordially. Gotta be cordial and civil, please. Back to you guys.
I mean, the globe died many, many, many years ago. It's in the corner, you know, rotted, decayed.
In one manner of speaking, it was never alive until somebody thought of it, right? It's just an idea. It's not a thing. Sorry, it's not our fault.
How's it going, party people? Your Earth is still flat?
Still flat.
Welcome, Level Linus. What you got for us? Anything?
Good to see you, Dave. Good to hear you.
Right back at you. I still exist in whatever this is. You guys continue.
No cover to Dave. Can't find it, Dave. Great to hear your voice. Great to hear your voice as well, Jenna. It's still flatter than a pancake, and that's flat.
Good to hear you, Jen. In fact, the horizon is objectively horizontal, indeed.
apparent, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Yes, apparently. Yeah.
That's right, Jen. It's a globe, apparently, to a lot of people, right? Apparently,
It
it's a
is.
globe.
It's apparently a fantasy, actually.
We got Luffy. I've never seen Luffy. Welcome, Luffy. Are you a flat earther or a glober? And he's gone. Wow. Why did he do that?
He's shy. He was shy. He was shy of you, that's all.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that don't even want to talk, and as soon as you say something to them, they're going to bounce, but who knows?
That's weird. He's like,
Kind of
shit.
strange to join a voice call and not talk, though, right? I mean, it's kind of weird. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I've said that before. It's kind of weird to sit in a voice call and not talk.
Yeah, I don't do that. I can't do that. What would I be doing that for? Unless I'm learning something. Okay, maybe I'm listening to gauge what's going on, but I'm going to say something.
This on? Hey, listen up down there.
Just before we begin, can we have a few moments of silence for the Samuel Rothbotham and Charles Johnson from the Flat Earth Research Society? Here we go, 20 seconds. I got them to do that, and then I gave a rebel yell, yeah, bring it on. And then the mayhem began, and they lost completely. That was my first debate in the Jose GG server. Yeah, totally annihilated them.
Smoked. Nice. Well done.
They didn't. Yeah, that was years ago. They didn't know what they had unleashed in their server. That's the congratulated me. As you gave a great account. I goes, yeah, of course. Only one flat earther, me, against a lot of you, and you lost. Yeah, thank you. Even though they were insulting me, it didn't matter. They didn't have their proof. Didn't have it.
That's what I was going to say, Gene. I'm sure you did well, but it's not like it was a fair fight. They're kind of defending non-reality. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. But you have to highlight that to the audience that's listening. That's the thing. You have to, stamp that out to them. Make sure they know. Because they're listening as well. They're thinking that the flat earther is going to lose. But no, not only am I dealing with them, I'm also dealing with the audience as well. I love this game. It's a great game, this Flat Earth Truth. What a brilliant game this is. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Because we are providing a very good counselling service as well as telling the truth. The BBCs, ABCs, NBCs, EFGs don't do that, do they now? They provide you with lies and confusion.
God is good. God is great. Glober's mental masturbate.
There you go. Do you know who you remind me of, Jenna? You remind me of Peppermint Paddy out of the Snoopy, Charlie Brown. That's who you are. She can defend herself, can't she? Yeah. Yeah. She was an all-rounder, that one. Yeah, the year I arrived in Japan, 1999, that was the year George Shultz died. The creator of Charlie Brown and that. He died that year, 1999. I was sad. arrive in a new country, right? JFK's son, JFK Jr. dies, 1999. Dies with his wife and
I have my thoughts and opinions on that.
Oh yeah. It's the same year that Stanley Kubrick's last film was released as well. You know, The Eyes Wide Shut. It was released on the 30th anniversary of the moon landings. So you have that going on. You have the moon landings anniversary, Stanley Kubrick's film being released, and JFK Jr. dies all on the same day. And a few months
Guess what
before
other
that.
two movies came out? Sorry, Jimmy. Guess what other two movies came out in 1999? The Matrix and Truman Show. There you go.
Yeah, oh, I didn't know that. I know The Matrix. I saw that. I went to see that.
I love The Truman Show.
Yeah,
That movie made me cry. When I got to when it came to the end of the movie, I was like, well, I was bawling like a baby. I was like, oh my gosh, we're all Truman. And some people don't even realize it.
Yeah. I saw The Matrix. The ending was quite moving on the first one because it was telling us that we had to take back our freedoms and get out there, you know? And I went on my motorbike, dressed in black. Yes. And everybody was saying, kakoi, wow, stylish. You know, cool, man. They see me pulling up on my bike. Dressed in black, black leather jacket, black trousers, black shoes, black and white helmet, sunglasses. Went to see The Matrix. Good film. That was in 1999. Yeah. I was 38 years old.
Yeah, but that how does black on the globe?
Oh, it doesn't, does it? Doesn't fit. It's not cool. Only works on a flat earth, that color. Yeah, I came out of The Matrix thinking I knew I was right to be fighting the system. That's what that film confirmed for me, that I was correct to be fighting the system. Yeah. The ending where the slow motion, and I've forgotten the guy's name now. Keanu Reeves, I think it is. Yeah, he's walking, and you're being given a message that you have a special knowledge, etc., etc., etc. Yeah. Go out and take back your freedom. That was the message I got out of that. Do not succumb.
Hey, chill.
Lex, you're hot, Megan.
All right, who's hot mic? Who is it? See, it's him.
Well, it was Lats, but I think it stopped.
I heard some body noises. All right, we'll find out. That's a bop. Let it play.
That's the song I wrote.
Is that one of Drace's?
No, that's the song I wrote.
Oh, freaking sweet.
I'll send a copy of it to you.
Heck yeah, man. I'd appreciate that.
Here we go. I sent you DMs. The bot can be kind of weird when it's playing music, so it does good for audio clips where folks are talking, but sometimes when it's playing music, it cuts out.
Needs more cowbell.
Yep. I should write a song called Rayleigh Criterion. I do have a song called The Whore Eye Zone. Jenna, I'll send you a couple more songs too.
Yeah, that's what's up.
There we go. I got a couple more, but most of them are on my computer. But these are just the ones that got looked on. Well, the best of the ones I got looked on. Like I said, I got other stuff elsewhere. Anyway, I'm going to mute up for a little bit, so I digress. But I'll be around.
This isn't sex ed.
Don't feel it necessary. Yeah, I am too. Don't feel it necessary to just make stuff up on the spot. You can just say, "Yeah, I don't know, man."
You shut down the whole room when you make up stuff. We don't know what to say to that. It's amazing. We're just amazed. What we're amazed at is the shit that people will make up.
Crazy.
By the way, you can literally just Google electromagnetic field orientation of fire, and stuff will come up. You can. I'll give you some time. I'll give you some time to read.
Is that because the Earth is a ball, or is that because it's flat?
What is the association with the electromagnetism in the flame? I'm still trying to see if this is scientific or if it's just a postulation or a speculation.
It's definitely highly scientific, and I didn't even bring fire. That was somebody else. This is just one of the ways that the electromagnetic fields show themselves.
Wow, bro. So give me the scientific experiment thing. Give me the hypothesis. So what's our naturally occurring phenomena?
Flame rises.
Okay. Is the cause of that electromagnetism?
Wait, I misclicked.
Flames emits light. Light is part of the electromagnetic spectrum. So I don't know if they expected to not have any electromagnetic thing from fire. I don't understand them.
Yeah. So if you look at the poles, do you think the fire would go up or down?
Oh gosh, dude, please, I'm asking you because I want to learn from you. If you have something here to offer us, please teach us. So what is the thing that we're observing and how is it associated with electromagnetism?
Here, I'll send you a link. Okay, I'll send you a link.
You have to send me a link? I just want to know what you're talking about at this point. Nobody knows what you're talking about.
I'm interested. Send the link and please explain.
I sent the link. I already sent the link.
Can you explain what's in the link so I can comprehend it better?
No, I think he can. This is fairly easy.
There's no link in the chat.
No, I send it to you. I send it to you.
You have to click on links now because you can't explain what you want to send. So we have to click on links and try to fucking figure out what you want us to understand.
I send it to you, Seisu. I send it to you.
I don't. Let's see here. Why can't you just put it in the side chat? Why are you sending it to me? Everybody wants to see this. Now I have to go through the trouble of reposting it? Good grief.
I mean, you don't have to repost it. Nobody's making you.
Why don't you post it in the gosh damn chat, dude?
Says who? Repost it.
Says who? Do it. I said so.
My gosh. Hold on a minute. I gotta find this thing. I have to repost this link because Homeboy here won't just post it, which is sort of annoying. I don't know why you wouldn't post something in the side chat.
Sorry, what question are we trying to solve and what evidence is this?
Yeah, which proof is this?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. A photograph of fire and how it works.
Oh, that's lovely.
This is about fire being plasma. Yeah, everybody knows.
They wanted to play games and talk about natural occurring phenomena and talk about gravity. So I said, I got a natural occurring one. Why does fire go up? And that just closed the room down.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, hey, you and I know about the electrical nature of things, right, Bradwin? And fire being plasma.
Yep.
It'd be a gradient. Gee, just throwing that out there.
And it's emitting all sorts of things from in the electromagnetic spectrum, visible part of the spectrum, which is the visible light, infrared, ultraviolet. What do we want? What do you expect? Fire.
Okay. So, do we need to stay here or can we move on?
Please, let's move on.
No. This was fascinating and everything, but
Yeah, sounds like existence might be contained, right?
You need a container for fire anyway.
Yeah, for not only the gas but the other gradient.
We had Corosum engage with us earlier, which was fine. He was, for the most part, fairly calm and civil and kind, and didn't swear a lot, which was great. But he wanted us to talk about concepts instead of physical reality. So I was hoping that maybe we could get to the end of that. But if he only wants to talk about concepts, then maybe we'll have to jump off of that too.
Hey, well, since we're talking about fire, does anyone have any idea or maybe information as to why fire requires oxygen and what the relationship is there?
God, we're really far away from the surface of the Earth, aren't we?
Yeah, but this is fascinating stuff.
Okay,
That's
cool.
all just learned new.
Yeah, I got the answer. Because the Earth is flat.
Perfect.
Ah, yes. That sums it all up.
But by the way, this is not even true, but okay.
What isn't true?
You can literally fire with like fluorine. But yeah, just saying.
Okay.
Dude, you're all over the place today. You are not making any sense.
He's starting to babble.
It's actually true, by the way. It's actually true.
Have I walked into a fire awareness course or something?
Smokey the Bear wants to talk to you.
He's babbling now. This is funny shit. It's Friday. It's Freaky Friday, right? Yeah.
Right, thank you, mate. That puts a whole new context on it. Yeah, I appreciate it. It is Freaky Friday. I will act accordingly. Water puts out fire, though, right?
It does. It starves it of oxygen. It's crazy.
Cool. Interesting thing about water is when it's contained and at rest, it's horizontal on the surface. Oh, and we're told 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, and it lays horizontal on the surface. I wonder if the surface of the Earth is horizontal.
At least 70% of it.
There's literally a shielding magnetic field, but okay.
Oh, shielding magnetic field. Okay, but the water's still horizontal though, isn't it?
Yes, the field is shielding it.
Good, but the water's horizontal, the surface of the Earth, the water.
It's shielding the horizontal water, right?
It is, because it's being... Yes, I agree. Because of the magnetic field that's shielding
It's
it.
horizontal, yes, because it's flat. That's correct.
It's the weirdest thing I've heard.
For you guys to learn this stuff.
I almost hate to ask, and I probably shouldn't, but I'm going to anyways. Shielding it from what?
Thinking the same thing, says who?
Something else to make up. Something else to imagine.
The electromagnetic field is shielding it. Okay, so what is it, and what's it being shielded from?
So we need to know the from and the it part.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay.
Like I said, it shields it. Like I said, it shields it from electromagnetic spiraling waves.
Dude, I'm putting
That's
my
called the
chair
eddy.
back. Hold on.
You can Google this. It's
Grab a
eddy currents.
pillow.
Go eddy currents.
Grab a pillow. Quickly. I'm going to get a blanket.
Still an open system.
And dudes at work heard how I talked to these guys. They would absolutely shit their pants.
Are you way nicer at work? Are you a nice professor at work?
I am like so fucking nice. It's ridiculous. I feel like a rainbow when I walk through places. 'Cause I say hi to everybody, and I'm yippity yappity. What's going on? Lottie dotty dotty. I don't all kinds of happy shit. And then you got people that just something happens to them. Then I have to come in here. We got to talk about flat surfaces and people that people think are curved. You guys missed Dr. Phil was in here earlier. Dr. Phil was in here earlier with the red icon, and he failed the triangle test. He said B was a triangle.
Fuck's sake. Now I am pissed off I missed it.
I knew you would be.
I'll have to go back and watch him fail the triangle test.
He wanted to escape that as quick as possible to go talk back to Necros about why the sun red and blue fucking whatever the fuck light moves and whatever. Soon as because he said, well, if you have 90 degrees to here, and I said, hold on, Dr. Phil, you know what a triangle is? And he wouldn't answer me, and this kept going, and finally he said, I gotta go. And I said, you haven't answered my question yet. And I asked him, you'll hear it. You'll hear it. He failed. I said, so you can't make an angle from the surface of a ball. And then he didn't want to talk about the globe. He wanted to talk about latitude and longitude on flat Earth. And I said, that's wonderful. He said, because it's 69 miles every degree and all this. And I said, how did you measure that using a boat? And he got mad at me.
I would figure that as much as he watches the live stream, he would pass the triangle test with flying colors. That's bizarre.
He said he would use a GPS, and I said, it's the 1600s. Now try again.
Those triangles must be different than Earth triangles.
Caro-san also believes that you can have at a tangent point as an angle. He's in here listening.
A point?
Yeah. You know, tangent point where the flat meets the curve.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's an angle.
No, it's not.
Oh, you're going to have to argue with these guys. I don't know what to tell you. They said points are angles.
No, points are not angles.
That's really curious, okay? There's something to this. A guy yesterday, someone else, asked me what the formula was for plotting a point on a coordinate reference system without respect to any origin or distance or relational data. What the hell are you talking about?
Just hold your finger up in the air. There you go.
Yeah.
So, it's funny that happened yesterday, right? I'm talking about playing Ascension and Dissension as usual. And Scott is like, show me the math. So I posted it in the chat and like, does anybody remember him responding or anything?
No, but I remember you sending it to me reading it, and then completely forgetting to reply to you. So I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I'm glad that you did bring that back up again. I don't remember him. Excuse me. I don't remember him responding at all.
Man, these Glovers are weird. What can you do?
You take them out of this context and put them in any other, and they'll probably give you reasonable answers. That's the funny thing.
I think this might need to be the question of the day because it started to bug me as soon as I heard it. So I want to make sure everybody understands. So the question of the day is a point and angle.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yep, tangent point. You know, where a curve meets a flat, where a curve meets a straight, the tangent point. That's an angle. What degree is that? Glovers should know this one.
What's the formula for a dimensionless object?
Ooh. Infinity symbol, X, infinity symbol, X, infinity symbol. Squared.
Matter of fact, let me post it again in the chat. I don't know how Glovers get away with. I guess I wouldn't call it getting away with it. I just don't know how they live. You know.
I mean, the scams pay billions of dollars every year. You know, getting away with the scam, they live with it. That's how it is. Scammers don't care if you cannot pay your rent, bro. Come on.
I hate when it posts together and not separate. Well, whatever. But I love my city. I'm a decent man from the city of demons. Flight ascension and descent to and from an airport can be modeled using right triangle trigonometry. The runway, or ground, acts as a base of the triangle. The altitude of the airplane is the vertical side, and the flight path forms the hypotenuse with the angle of climb or descent connecting them. This makes it possible to use key trigonometric relationships such as sine, cosine, and tangent to solve for distance, angle, or rate of climb and descent. Ground distance from the airport. Horizontal leg. D.
Sorry, I'm giggling behind my muted mic because that's devastating.
What distance?
I think I posted one of the wrong ones. Oh, okay. You know, before anyone says, that's just the airport. Summary table, trigonometry equations. Ground distance, 48.7 miles. Is that the length of a fucking airport, dude? I don't think so, dude. I don't think so. Your goose is cooked, man. Your goose is cooked.
Yeah, so what's the feet drops? That 46 miles times 46 times 8 divided by 12? Like 1,500 foot drop error. Don't worry, man. Don't worry. The pilot just, kind of corrects for it, but doesn't know.
No, there's no drop error. There's just trigonometry being done with the ground being horizontal. I don't see nothing about any drop in here. Anybody else? Or accounting for anything? Or
What's the height of the aircraft, right? You got to add an extra 1,500 feet to the aircraft altitude or something. If Earth doesn't go. That's hilarious.
They got the automatic dip correcting device on the plane and also the automatic Coriolis adjusting device on the plane, apparently.
Yeah, there you go.
I've been asking people where I can buy that shit, and nobody will ever tell me.
Because what you do, right? You do a test with it and without it, and you look at the difference, the error. wonder what the typical range is for commercial pilots doing domestic flights in the U.S. To line up their landing. I got to think like maybe 46
80
miles is
miles.
pretty short.
Yep, it's 80 miles.
All right. Good Lord, what's the drop over distance on the globe for that?
Well, you should see the ball coming up towards you, shouldn't you?
Yeah. So 80 miles, that's what, 4,200 foot drop on a globe.
Yeah, you should see that curling towards you.
Just as long as everybody remembers that you can't have a curved ground to have that correct elevation angle. It needs to be horizontal.
I like how you're stuck on that.
Because it's very important.
It's like the last string of your crutch that you're just holding on to for dear life.
It's actually just a trigonometric principle, treating the earth flat and all. You used to could get a rise out of Globers by saying something proves that the Earth is flat. Nowadays they just roll over.
Yep. I mean, at least somebody could like point at the moon or something and show that you've completely disregarded what Eli said.
It'd be cool to have some kind of nerd-like ranking system for the flat earthers. S class, A class.
What if we just put all of you in F class? It's like fucking stupid.
Like attributes and shit.
Level up. The sextant level up.
Say that again.
I was saying you can earn the sextant level up. Like different badges in Boy Scouts, I got the sextant badge this week. I'm all up on my celestial navigation.
Right. I mean, we had roles, Or we have roles. We just gotta be home sometimes.
What does it mean to be a flat earther?
Just read what I posted in the chat.
Tether to reality.
No, it means an understanding of how the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a horizontal stationary plane.
Like, would they have to, do that themselves?
Do what themselves? Observe, measure, and practically use.
Take those measurements.
You need like a babysitter
in order
or
to
something?
be considered
You need like a globe lawyer or something?
It's interesting when you say would they. No, we all do. That's the point. We all treat the Earth as a horizontal
No, this hypothetical person that wants to be a flat earther.
Okay. Then they can make observations and measurements
that, like
themselves.
me, I don't trust the quote-unquote science or math behind, the heliocentric model. And to me, the flat Earth theory, whatever you want to call it, just makes more sense from what I've heard from you guys in here. Now, if I agree with you guys because the math checks out and everything, does that make me an official flat earther? Or do I have to...
Badge, dude, right?
I'm not talking about a badge.
Join a club. This is about you.
Recognized.
This is about you. Your standard of evidence, right? If you think that the evidence that's been given here is good enough for you, then you can call yourself whatever you want to, dude. If you think that what we said needs further investigation because that's what you're going to need to convince yourself, then I urge you to go and observe, measure, and like what I said with the Earth. Go and do it yourself if that's what you think you need.
Okay, but what if they don't think they need that? What if they
No, I thought it was you.
Sure, we can put me back in that hypothetical where I'm the hypothetical person, and I don't think I need to be the one to directly measure or observe it to be flat. because from conversations I've had with other people who have done the measurements themselves and they observed it to be flat. Would that like hold any sort of water? Would my belief system like be less valid, or
it would make you a believer? We're not believers in here. That's the difference. You could believe what you want.
Yeah, what is the difference? Tell me.
Well, the difference would be I know what I know, and he believes what someone showed him and told him.
That's what every religion has said, and you know that?
Exactly. That's why I said I don't believe it. I know it.
Oh, so you're a zealot. Got it.
You just jumping in.
So when someone knows
Eli, don't talk to Twonga.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no clue what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Carry on with this conversation.
Let's give Twonga a challenge. How about you read out what I posted? Would you like me to post it again? Are you willing to do that?
I kind of want to see what you posted. I wasn't here for it.
Okay.
Oh, the ChatGPT screenshot? Okay. I found it. Never mind. I don't want to see it again.
Have you read it?
No, I haven't, but I saw there was a ChatGPT screenshot and immediately like discredited it because it is,
because you're
not useful.
Because you're not.
No, because ChatGPT is completely like unreliable as like a search engine. It has been proven time and time again.
So if I don't use ChatGPT and I use like some naval website, because it's not ChatGPT, it's Perplexity, but
it's an AI. All of them
that provides sources. So if I go to the source and I rip out the citation, will you read it then? Yes or no?
Yes.
What if I go to the source and read out the citation? Will you admit that the source is true?
My problem isn't the source. I'm saying ChatGPT and all these AIs, they might give you the source, but they don't give you like direct quotes from it. They quote unquote read it themselves and give you their interpretation of like the data and shit, and then send it to you instead of like you just going to like the original source. Like if ChatGPT rips from Wikipedia, it's not as accurate as the actual Wikipedia article. It's a secondary source.
So if I ask ChatGPT, is the Earth a globe, and it says yes, that means ChatGPT is correct.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
So then why would be ChatGPT correct if you use it versus then when I do use it?
I'm not saying who uses it makes it correct. I'm saying it is a flawed search engine that cannot be relied on as a primary source. That's why you have to look at the secondary, like the sources it gives you. It is literally a secondary source because it reads from something else.
So if like one of these retards on the Flat Earth channel who thinks like the Earth, so like if one of these retards on the Flat Earth channel who actually thinks the Earth is flat, and they use ChatGPT to justify that the Earth is flat, so they think they're right because ChatGPT said so.
Yeah, ChatGPT.
Am I right because I use ChatGPT and the ChatGPT says the Earth?
No, you're not right because of ChatGPT, but like you can get ChatGPT or any of these fucking AI search engines to agree with you as long as you word things the right way. I've done it myself before where I asked it two completely different, not completely different, but like opposite questions of each other and phrased it in a way so that I could get the answer I wanted, and it contradicted itself. So it's not a useful search engine.
You know what I'm doing, Jedi. He can talk all he wants. You know what I'm doing now.
Just get the direct source. That'd be great.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
It can't be trusted. It is not a credible source. It is not recognized by any academia.
The only person that doesn't understand that it doesn't matter what source you use, it's going to be triggered.
The source matters.
Do I have to mute you to finish my point?
See, that's what these flat earthers do. Like they just mute people when like you completely contradict.
To finish my point.
You're lying, though. You have no point. You're lying.
So can I finish my point?
There is no point on a flat Earth, actually.
So can I finish my point, or is that ridiculous?
No, that's actually kind of ridiculous. I don't want you to finish your point.
So he gets muted then.
Okay, so finish your point, I guess.
Okay. So it doesn't matter what source I go to when it comes to the context of what I'm talking about. It'll always include the basic principles of trigonometry. So, if you knew that, you wouldn't be so hell bent on shit talking AI, because I did this way before AI and without AI. I just think AI is cute because I know how to use it versus an idiot who doesn't know how to look at sources and understand what's going on. So, at the moment, I'm going to take your argument away from you.
Sorry, somebody has a very high pitched squeal coming through.
It's him. It's Big Daddy Flurf.
Yeah.
Every time he talks.
Citation.
So AI is not needed to prove Earth is flat because Earth is measured flat. Would you like to hear some of these measurements?
Eli's given one.
They don't want to hear it. Elevation angles during celestial navigation measure Earth is flat, and we've been doing that way before AI. How that works is you use a sextant on a boat.
Yeah, the AI segue was irrelevant because all it did was give us some math.
Right.
That's all. That's it.
So, but
No
yeah,
clue the conversation is even anymore.
Elevation angles during celestial navigation. You see the top line of